Welcome to the.
We have to turn down the volume on the TV. Just this right here. Brevity.
Echo?
It was.
It wasn't last time. That's what it was. Wire cutters in here.
Can you try now?
Yes, I'll try.
Test.
now. Good afternoon and welcome to the regular meeting.
Somebody's computer is on.
I don't think it's mine, but I'll check.
Do you want to try now?
It's not mine.
That's why I
Test,
don't bring a
test, 1, 2,
computer.
3.
That's 6, that's 9, that's 12.
Hearing us once is enough, really.
Seriously.
That's why I'm sitting here very quietly.
Oh, God.
You're at 11, Mercy. It's probably satellite.
Turn your speaker down too. We're suggesting that we take over operations of everything. Here, I'm wondering if it's the computer.
I didn't hear it.
Don, hello?
Working yet?
If it happens every day, we should be able to fix it.
If this could be tested before, it's supposed to start, that would help a lot.
Just that's muted all the way, that's volume's all the way down.
Just ask her when we're more down.
All right,
Check.
Let's check it now.
Check.
So it's
Can you guys all just double check that most of your audio is
I just
I'm
did.
not.
I don't have any, I'm not logged in. But it sounds like.
I don't have a computer, I'm not smart.
Use your sound off.
My mic, this mic is off now. Definitely, I mean, it's mine.
Oh, I apologize, yeah, but that's not. But thank you for letting us.
Changed anything?
I think that did it.
Oh, is it good now?
I think
Check
so.
this, is it only my mic alone?
Yes, it is your mic. That's what it is.
So it's just mic.
Probably what it was yesterday too.
Try this one. No, because I can still hear it. Yeah, it's still echoing.
Check.
That one's, that one's muted all the way?
Yeah, she's testing it, but you might want to double check. What if we turned off that monitor, see if that might
That TV?
solve, yeah. What if we just shut it off entirely?
Yeah.
Because it's possible there's a different facility.
You are muted.
Yeah, but now they can't hear us.
They need that to hear us, need that.
Steve, can you hear us? Yeah, I don't know.
Hey, Steve, can you hear us?
Yes.
It's been really a lot of really echoey stuff.
Yes.
The host would like you to unmute your microphone. You can press *6. Your host has been raised. You are unmuted. You are unmuted. You are unmuted. You are unmuted.
We're gonna order
Yes.
pizza for dinner?
This kind of thing. These weeks are so full.
Yeah, because we muted on the. We muted on the. We muted.
And it will still echo. Check, check. Yep, you're right.
Steve, can you hear us and can you do a audio check? Okay, so we're only getting Zoom audio through the call, but they can hear us without it,
We can hear him.
but only through that.
Are we still echoing?
Yeah.
Yes, we're still echoing.
Yeah.
What if we turn these darn little things off? Maybe that's a new addition.
Yeah, maybe it's the little square ones.
That's the only new thing we really added, and we've had trouble with it ever since. I'm turning mine off.
Yeah. Greg, try turning off your little gray box.
Yeah, try, yeah, you can try that.
See the little gray box out in front?
Oh, then you can
I think theirs was already muted.
It was already.
Yeah,
They
the
were,
red-
they already, maybe we need to turn them on. Kelly, turn it back to green and
It
see.
keeps going from red to green anyway.
Okay, yeah, you should probably get.
Does it still echo?
Yeah,
Can't get it to stay on red.
yeah.
Mine doesn't stay. Yeah, these automatically turn off.
I feel like we should
Do you want me to
end
ask them to
this
go on
call.
until I get here?
We have a long day today.
Amy can be here in 10 minutes.
Andrew?
Amy,
Amy?
yeah. Do you want to like go on break for another 10 minutes and get everything situated?
Yeah, I think we probably should, because this is.
But let's leave yeah. Sorry to the public. Sorry, guys.
Hang on a minute, Andrew. I'm not
Prefer the
echoing.
old, prefer the old tin can with a string tray.
Greg, Steve.
Because grassroots isn't on, that's why he can't hear us.
Okay, did you just turn grassroots back on?
Yes.
We still have no echo.
No echo? Can
But-
Steve hear?
No, I don't think so. Steve, can you hear us now?
That's really clear, no echoes, it sounds normal.
Oh, great, let's go.
Okay, we're good to go. Thanks,
I think everything
Andorra.
just fixed.
Well done.
Does anybody know? But before we start, hang on 1 minute, Andor.
You need to hear the Zoom people louder.
We can adjust that, okay.
We just take 1 minute to reflect on what we just did.
Yeah, what just happened?
I
Yeah.
turned off the
Call completely?
telephone call and I turned up the volume on the television, so the audio we're getting from Steve is coming from the TV, not from the system.
Great,
This
okay.
system.
So it's the phone system that's making us echo.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, just so we know, we can
And
maybe
next time
ask
for
Andrew to
asking.
fix that.
Thank you for asking
Before
that.
our meeting next time?
Yeah, definitely. Okay, all right, Andor.
All right, we're live.
Process of elimination.
We're live.
Okay, welcome, a little bit late, sorry about that, to our regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners on Wednesday, September 13th. I do want to add that we will be adding public comment at the time that we discuss the airport lease, which is item number 10. So we will be open for public comment at that time on that topic. Do we have any other additions or deletions, John?
There are no other additions or deletions to the agenda.
Okay, so at this time, we have public comment for any topic that is not on today's agenda. Is there anybody who would like to speak? Ellen?
Whichever one, just don't echo.
Sure, would you like it?
And the red light is on, so I'm Good to go? Yeah, Ellen Anderson, Citizen. I have two quick things. One is just to update you, the curfew violation has been continued to October. So we have not made any progress on that. SkyWest still hasn't shown up, but hopefully we'll make progress in October. And the other thing is, I'm still not clear on whether the safety task force is still subject to the open meeting laws or whether it's exempt. John and I have had some back and forth, and I appreciate you taking the time, but it's ambiguous. So my question is the safety task force subject to the Colorado open meeting laws?
Yes.
Okay, and it always has been. I mean, there was no hiatus there.
No.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Ellen. Okay, thank you, Ellen.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to make public comment before we start the rest of the meeting? Is there anybody online? A lot of people online, but they don't look like public.
With Phyllis online.
Yeah, that's
She's
just
on
for
our
doing
agenda
that
today.
Civil rights. Okay, I'm going to close the public comment period for now. And we're going to move on to consent items. We have,
Now we have
Commissioner comment.
oh yes, we do. I'm sorry, I don't mean to ignore you guys. Greg?
Okay, thank you. First of all, just recent events I wanted to bring up. I know Patty has one that's somber, so I'm going to jump these in first. Just wanted to say that I really appreciate Explore booksellers who have been doing public readings and visits. And we had a former journalist, local journalist and author, John Fahey, here for Explore to do book signings and read from his new book. And just wanted to say it was such a great thing because locals come out for it. And if you're feeling like you want to reconnect with the local community, that's just such a cool thing that Explore does as a community service. I really appreciate that, and I want to give them my gratitude. The second thing is, last night in Denver, our local Aspen High School alumni and chef, Barclay Dodge, won a Michelin star. It's Aspen's first and only Michelin star. And in the field of gastronomy, that is huge. That's like the Oscars, right? And I just wanted to say congratulations to Barclay, and we're all so proud of him.
What's the name of the restaurant?
BOCC.
Oh, yeah. It's coincidental with NPR running a series of interviews with James Beard awardees that
Right.
I've been listening to, which is really
And he's won
interesting.
that one also.
That's really
Yeah,
good.
yeah. So Barclay is our hometown boy, does good. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Do they still serve that great eggplant?
I wish they did. I don't know, but that's like the best, right? I know. But he does. You know, he forages, and he does things with spruce needles, and you know, they're flavors from the local community and things that wouldn't occur to you, but actually work. And it's pretty fascinating what he does. So. If you have a chance and you hit the local special, which is after 9 p.m., it'll still cost you some money because those places cost money. But it's a gastronomic experience. Okay.
They don't have Michelin stars for food trucks, right?
They're starting to realize that Michelin should recognize other operations that provide good, hearty, maybe less artistic, less, and so they have other categories. Now they have a green category in one restaurant or two in Denver, one, green for decarbonizing the way they work. Yeah, so it's kind of evolving.
When I think of Michelin stars, I definitely don't think of hearty food.
Right. Yeah. So that's so that's where they're going with it. They've got other categories now, and Mawa was recognized as well, not with a Michelin star, but as a upcoming, yeah.
Well, and let me tell you about Michelin, though. They're coming out in 2024 with Michelin tires that are made out of trash.
There you go. Recycled.
Because every time they say
Chinese
Michelin,
food.
I go to the car parts. I
Well,
don't go to
well,
the
the thing is,
restaurants.
the Michelin's whole thing started because Michelin was trying to sell tires, so they started the Michelin Guide, so people would drive around France
Really? So there is a
looking
connection.
for restaurants, and they were trying to sell tires. That's
And
how
now
the whole
they're
thing.
gonna- now they're
100
gonna
years
s-
ago.
Now they're going to sell the tires made out of trash.
Right, there you go, full circle. So there you have it, thank you.
Okay, that's our culinary introduction. Steve?
I can't have it in my face, so. Any other commissioners or?
Steve?
Thank you. The Snowmass Capital Creek Caucus had our annual picnic the other night. That was like the last thing I went to before I started feeling sick. Maybe I picked it up there. But we had a like 60 or 70 people came to John O. McBride's house, and we had a really terrific telescope viewing of the rings of Saturn. It was really fun. Ann Driggers was there actually, and she had donated one of her pictures for a logo for the Dark Skies Initiative, showing Capitol Peak and the Milky Way. There were people there from the Upper Snowmass Creek Caucus area, as well as the Lazy Glen area, the Lazy Glen Mobile Home Park area came to our picnic. That's kind of our greater community up here, and encompasses more than just the caucus area. So it was really it was very successful on our first time doing this since pre-pandemic times. Also, I'd like to give condolences to Mary Ammons, who lives on Snowmass Creek Road. Her mother, Bee Romer, just passed away yesterday. Governor Roy Romer's wife. So
Oh, really?
one of our residences is really affected by this.
Thank you, Steve. Patty?
Okay, and speaking of sad, Greg, you're right. This is we lost one of our true locals on Friday in a horrific car accident on Highway 82 in the afternoon. We are sad to announce the passing of Michael Ferrara, who was a longtime member of our local community. He was a first responder from the get-go between ski patrol, Aspen Ambulance, Mountain Rescue, and the Sheriff's Office. Michael was always there. And then before I call for a moment of silence, I'm going to tell a really quick, my favorite Michael story. I'll make it shorter than usual, but there was a high school party many years ago. It was on a Friday night before homecoming. My son had come home from the party early because he was on football curfew. But after my son left, the Snowmass police officers responded to the house, and all the young men took off running, and they went down the hillside and hid in the bushes in the gully. And Michael showed up as a sheriff's deputy with his German Shepherd, who was a canine dog, a very wonderful, amazing dog. And Michael got out of the car and stood at the edge of the gully and said to the young men, gentlemen, I suggest you come out of the bushes or I'm going to let my dog go. And by the way, my dog goes for the genitals. And all of the young men stood up and marched out of the bushes and surrendered. And that was my favorite Michael Ferrara story. So we're going to miss Michael terribly. We used to see him everywhere out of nowhere. So whenever you see a German Shepherd and young men jumping up out of bushes, you know Michael is there in spirit. So I would like to call for a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you,
If I could
Patty.
add one last thing, I don't know how many local EMTs Michael trained, but apparently he was a trainer for so many years. I know people have called me to tell me that he had trained them.
Still was
Right.
active trainer.
Yeah. So whenever you see an EMT, you can think of Michael also
Yep.
locally.
Any first responder for that matter, you're right. Thanks, Greg.
Any other commissioner comments? All righty then. Now we will move on to consent items. We have one. It is the minutes of August 9th, 2023. Do we have any comments or a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, we passed that 5-0. Now we're going to go on to individual consideration items. This is a one-reading resolution. It is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing the State Historic Fund Grant application for the Glacier House exterior rehabilitation work. And I think we have Jesse and Gary online. I think I saw them. Here she is.
Sorry.
Hi, Gary. Hi, Jesse.
Oh, we have everybody here.
Hello.
And we have Paul in the house.
In the house.
Hi, Paul.
Hi.
You're on.
All right.
Paul, please there, take the stand.
Thanks, Jesse. Yeah, my name is
You're on
Paul
the stand, Paul.
My name is Paul Holsinger. I'm the Agriculture and Conservation Easement Administrator or Manager for Pickens County Open Space and Trails. And I'm happy to present a grant authorization for open space to pursue rehabilitation of a historic house on our Glacier open space. The Glacier open space was purchased back in 2014, and we've had a few iterations of a management plan. While we program the property, we've had a lot of infrastructure go in for trails and for agriculture, irrigation. And now we're at the point through our latest iteration of our management plan update in 2020 to pursue rehabilitation of the Glacier house there. It does have some historic qualities, so we are pursuing grant funds from the State Historic Fund. And the cap on that fund is, or the cap on the grant ask is $250,000, which we will meet because it costs so much to work with these structures. So this first phase, we're planning on rehabilitating the outside, doing some brickwork, some window work, the shell, that outside shell. And we are planning on going back a few more times while we complete this project. But this is just us getting authorization from the BOCC to submit our grant. And if they do award us the grant, we will come back with a 2-reading ordinance to accept the grant, as is our process. And if anybody else on the screen has anything to add, that was all. I couldn't find a drive to show some pictures, but next time I'll bring.
We did see them not too long ago.
I know, but it's
I
nice
was
to
actually
look
appreciative
at.
that your packet was so small.
Yes. But if anybody has any questions, I'm sure we could fill you in.
Nope.
I have a question. So when we apply for this grant, is it including or excluding the additions on either side?
It's not including the additions on either side. It's, I think we still have to make a determination of which of those pieces have historic qualities. But right now.
If either.
If either, yeah. Right now, I think we're focusing on the shell of the original structure. So there's an addition on one side of the building that created the bedroom with an actual bathroom because there was an outhouse before. And then the other addition is another utility room that was for another bathroom and washing machine and dryer. So
Actual things that made the house work?
Yep.
And will it include paint or just structural work?
I think right now it's just structural.
Okay. And the numbers will be changed when we actually get a bid?
Yeah, we just emailed Susanna Reed, Pickens County, I forget her title, the historic preservation officer. And we didn't get numbers back from her, but they will probably change. This is our best estimate from a couple years ago, and we just added a percentage.
Steve, did you want to ask a question or make a comment?
Gary had a.
Well, Francie, I was just going to add the fact that one of the big pieces to this is the roof, and the roof is one of the biggest issues that we have on the historic structure. We did have a staff meeting there, and some of the staff went in, and I didn't because I've been in before many times, and the new residents that have taken up called the mice and rats. The roof is going to be a huge piece.
Okay. Steve?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that the glaciers are such a important part of the history of the whole Emma area. One of the original ranching families that, and this house is very historic and very emblematic of the history of the farming families in Emma. And so I'm totally supportive of restoring this building and keeping it going and make it usable for our open space and trails staff or lessees to be able to use it.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Well, then I'll look for a motion. I'll make a motion to approve the resolution of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing the State Historic Fund grant application for the Glacier House exterior rehabilitation work.
I'll second it.
I have just a question. Do we, just because it's one reading, we don't have public hearing, John?
Yes.
We do or we don't?
We don't.
Okay, thank you.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye, I think it's
Aye.
great. Thank you.
Aye.
Thanks, Paul.
Hi.
Thank you, Paul.
Phyllis raised her hand. I don't know if I should.
Who did?
Phyllis did.
Phyllis did.
Phyllis is
Phyllis,
up.
did you want to make comment on the Glacier building?
I think she's just gearing
I
up for
think
the
she's
next
just
one.
getting ready for the next item.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Paul.
And, you know, it's hard when you're coming off retirement. You get a little slow.
Not to mention, it's hard to keep track of when we're moving on. Our next item is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners adopting the Civil Rights Plan. And Phyllis is going to explain that to us. Hi, Phyllis.
Hi, Phyllis.
Hi there. Glad to see you all.
Nice to see you.
I really like the quilt on your bed.
So this is new, connecting this way. I hadn't figured out how to do the fade out my background and little things like that, but glad to be here anyway. So between retirement, I stayed on to finish up a few things that needed to be done. One of them is this, the Civil Rights Plan. It was required by HCPF, the Colorado Healthcare Policy and Financing, I guess they're a department or division, for human services. And it was really about providing federally funded services. So Medicaid is in that process. And they wanted to be sure that everyone receiving those review of benefits were done so in an equitable way. When we looked at what was required, we actually thought that this was a good policy to have on all of our county services. So it just states that we provide equal access in a non-discriminatory way in all of the services, benefits, and activities that we provide in the county. And this takes the place for just having a policy for human services. It'll apply to all county departments, and we thought that it was just a good thing to do considering our work with diversity, equity, and inclusion. So if anybody has any questions, it will be monitored by Human Resources, in that they've already done this in the employment venue. And they are well on the way of making sure it's going to be posted in the right places, and it'll be on our website and such. So, any questions?
It was a very clear packet. Thank you for that. Patty?
Yeah, I have a question, and maybe John can help me with it. I don't. On the actual Pickens County Civil Rights Plan, we have the contact person, we have the name of the employee. I think it should just be the title. So, because then if we change that employee, do we have to come back and revisit this document?
Yeah, so we had this exact same thought, and I think Phyllis might be the best one to answer that because we're required to put a name by this.
Oh, we are.
Yeah. Is that right, Phyllis?
We are required. And the state says it needs to be reviewed every year because the person might change. It does really seem silly. We tried putting just the position and the title, but they wanted a name. So we have a name.
And then we have the names of all the service providers as well in it.
So it's going to change every year.
Yeah, but as long as, I hate to say I was thinking like the state because that makes me nervous, but I understand. The other question I have really quick is, do we have any increased amount of time or energy or funding that staff's going to need in order to do these yearly trainings and specialty trainings for the special hearing officer, et cetera?
We do not believe so.
Okay.
The human service staff have to have this training annually. Our plan is, and what we outlined was that we will do it in employee orientation for all new employees, and we will let folks know that it exists, but there really isn't much more than making sure people know where it is and that it's available. And being human resource as the contact, they'll make sure that it's communicated among all our employees.
Okay, thank you.
Steve?
Yeah, Phyllis, I'm curious about the connection between this and the EDI initiative that the county employees are working on. Is there a possibility that some of the recommendations from the EDI report will then affect additional things that we would do in this, with respect to the public?
I'm not sure at this point, because mostly the EDI focus is internal at this point. When we look at external, so this is really our first external kind of equity statement. Because it has to be reviewed once a year, I haven't heard from the state how they're going to do that. They were a little, I'm going to call it clunky on trying to get through their process to begin with. I don't think it will. I think it's a good start. I did include this plan when it was in draft form to our EDI consultant, just so they were aware of what we were looking at.
Well, it seems really great that we're having this element of it applying to the general public even before we totally complete our internal EDI thing that we're working on.
Yes, Kelly?
Hi, Phyllis. Nice to see you. I was wondering, can you please explain the appeal plot process to me a little bit more? That was kind of unclear to me.
There is a process, and actually I just got the state form. Of course, they have a form for if you want to appeal a decision or make a complaint. And the appeal process is really based on where the focus of the complaints are, which is why there's no specific appeal hearing officer, I guess I would call it. We kind of looked at that because it may be in language accessibility, it may be in physical accessibility. So appeals would be identified, or someone to review an appeal would be identified on a case-by-case basis based on where the complaint is being made and how the decision was made on that complaint. We do have a process in here that if there is a complaint, we find any improvements that need to be made on the basis of what was experienced in a complaint, that we will change whatever our processes are. So I think that's the best we can do. We don't expect a lot, but you just don't know. You don't know what you don't know. So we'll see. I think it's a good process. We thought it was a beneficial thing to present. And because it needs to be reviewed annually, I think we can be continually improving the plan.
Have we provided any internal direction for how an appeal might be handled? You know, if this is coming to a staff person, are they expected to elevate this to the manager's office, or, you know, I'm just curious how we might operationalize that.
Right now, it's all focused on the civil rights plan contact person. So Jeff Hambry, being the identified individual, would be the person to manage either the complaints and the process that we're going through. And we thought HR was the perfect place for this kind of process to be managed because they do it and are aware of processes in the human resources realm.
Other comments? Yeah, Greg?
Yeah, I certainly support this. I'm concerned, however, I think that, you know, for a while there, we were looking at everything we did, every decision we made or became in front of the board through a climate lens, as we've declared a climate emergency. And when we start talking about accessibility, I just remember the sticky issue that came up with our library and all the snow melt around it, and that we feel obligated to melt all the snow using gas boilers around our library. And I know the city's been installing snow melt in the sidewalks outside City Hall, fueled by gas boilers probably. And so I think we're going to have a dilemma in that if at some point accessibility will be an issue. If somebody's trying to gain access to a cross-country trail or perhaps on a bridge from the Intercept lot to the Airport Business Center, I know those bridges have been designed to be ADA compliant, which means they can't go down and they can't go up. They've got to be level, right? And then they're probably going to need to be plowed. And so there's an expense associated with this, and there are going to be points where I see there is it talks about reasonable, I just want to find the word here. People can ask and request for reasonable auxiliary aids. So we can design things to be ADA compliant to the point where we might be causing our own climate catastrophe if we think that's contributing to climate change. But we also are going to have to figure out how to reasonably make things accessible. So I think we're going to see issues like that coming up, and I'd like us to go forward looking at all these things through the climate perspective. And this is a tough one. I don't have an answer, but I foresee an issue. Thanks.
I did not see the library snowmelt coming up in this conversation.
I know. But I just,
ADA compliance.
I get it.
I just want to mention, living with somebody who's ADA, you just have to follow the law. And so there's very little we can do at local level because it's a federal law. And you're right, sometimes it's frustrating because it steps in the way of some of our other goals. But I think the ADA, the law, takes priority. But it is something that we need to keep in mind.
I don't think there's a law, though, that you have to have snow melt instead of shoveled sidewalks in order to accommodate people with, let's hope there isn't.
On that topic, we were talking about snow melt at a conference recently. The city manager or the public works director from Steamboat said that snow melt is becoming so ubiquitous and being installed so rapidly up there that they have a real problem. And he said it actually is cheaper to bring in the shovels and the plows at times, and sometimes the snow melt, which often gets left on. We've had snow melt here left on over the summer because it's just an easy thing to leave on and not worry about. It might be more expensive to have an expensive snow melt system that's left on year round by mistake than to actually just have people shovel snow when it's needed.
Well, I agree with you, but we're going to go back to Phyllis.
Yep.
And I'm going to look for.
You brought it up, though. Thank you.
I'm going to look for a motion to approve the civil rights plan.
I will make a motion to approve a resolution by the Board of County Commissioners adopting the civil rights plan.
Second the motion.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you, Phyllis.
Aye.
Nice to see you.
Thanks a lot, Phyllis.
Thank you all.
Thanks a lot, Phyllis. Thank you.
We're going to move on to an emergency resolution set for confirmatory public hearing on September 27th. This is a emergency resolution approving Pitkin County's 2023-2024 core services plan that Matt is going to tell us about.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Matt McGaugh, Deputy Director with Human Services, and I'm here today for you to consider our emergency resolution to adopt the core services plan for Pitkin County. This is a plan that we write each year to outline how we're going to use the allocation that we get to provide services for families and child welfare. And so in this plan, it kind of outlines the services that we do provide, some non-traditional therapies. We try to provide bilingual services, in-home services, some family meeting facilitation, and interpretation services. And so this plan really kind of outlines how we're going to pay for that and which providers we're going to contract with. And so, like I said, this is something that we use each year, and we needed to get a signature on this so the state could approve that.
Okay. Any questions for Matt?
A question,
Comment?
I have one, just, thank you for bringing this in, and it sounds like we haven't really spent the entire allocations, which is good news, actually, but.
Yeah, well, it's a good question. In recent years, we've actually increased our use of this allocation because we've been able to use it for prevention services. So it used to be that families had to be involved with our child welfare system to receive these services. And obviously being involved in that system is something we want to keep people out of. And so being able to divert that to prevention services has really allowed us to open up, how we use this funding. And, it's one of those fundings that I did talk about a regional core fund. I think last month you did approve our regional core plan. So it might seem a little confusing, but there are two pots of money that we get to use for direct services for child welfare families. And so this one we're able to be a little more creative with and come up with our own county design to meet our unique needs. And so that gives us some of that flexibility there where we can have people go in the home if people aren't able to get to our offices. It's just, and some of those non-traditional therapies are definitely much more comfortable for people to utilize than the traditional sit down and talk therapy. So we're trying to make this more accessible, and to answer your question, it's something that in the past few years we've tried to increase, and hopefully we'll continue to see that happen.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Do you know how many unique families you guys are working with?
Yeah, that's a good question. I would say within any fiscal year, there's probably around 20 to 30 families that are served through this, and it's ongoing services. And these services are aimed for those who are underinsured or uninsured.
When you say ongoing, you mean it's cumulative, so if you have 20 new people one year, they're counted in the next year's count as well?
Yeah, potentially. I would say that there is a limit on how long these services can be provided. There can be special extensions made if we have a court-involved case. Typically, we're going to see families involved with these services for about 6 to 8 weeks. Our caseworkers are involved in a process of making sure they can get connected to resources so they're not reliant on our system to provide those services ongoing long-term.
Is the federal government requiring outcomes-based data that they're collecting for all of this? Because this was a really big bill that went through.
Yeah, so we work closely with the Colorado State University, who does a lot of our data collection and data reporting on this, which really, it saves the county a lot of work. So they send us a report each year that kind of outlines our services, the usage of the different services that we provide. We do document success rates in our database. So, it's successful, partially successful, not successful, or did not complete. Mm-hmm. And so that's just a way to see if it's being effective or not with the families we do work with. It is a little bit subjective to the caseworkers, how they input that into our database.
Sure. Successful is the child stays in the family.
Yeah, that's always a success for sure when that can safely happen. Success really is dependent on just finishing the service. The service is attached to what we call a case plan or a support plan. So if we're reaching goals in a case or a support plan, that would indicate there was success with that service. So that's how that's measured.
I'm wondering if the caseworker having 2 to 3 youth per month is exceptionally low compared to urban areas. It seems very doable.
That's a good question. And that caseload is, it's not meant to be a full-time. It's actually 25% of that particular person's workload. And, just to expand on that a little, we were able to start a new program. It's a life skills program for adolescents. One of our caseworkers who's focused on prevention is able to use part of his time to work directly with youth and adolescents. We received some additional funding to help with his time and then some direct services. So Core Services supports that, and it's something that we're hoping to see some successful outcomes with.
That sounds perfect.
Could I ask
Yeah, of course.
Just regarding life services, what does that include?
It's termed life skills, and so really it's an open way to have one of our caseworkers who does have a master's degree in social work to work directly, where it doesn't have to be they have to sit down and do therapy. There's a curriculum around this where we have a trust building phase, then we have a support building phase, and then we have the transition phase, so that hopefully by the end of our work with a youth, they have a support team around them. Again, that's not connected to our system, so that they would have natural supports in place by the time we're done working with them. And that's to help even, to find jobs, to apply for colleges, if there needs to be social activities or family activities to kind of be coordinated. There's just things like that that the life skills worker can help with.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Greg's thinking fiscal training.
Well,
that could be a good one.
Yeah.
I was gonna think,
Do
how
they
do I
know how
sign
to
up?
open a bank account? Do they know how to manage a checking account? Do they know what to do with a debit card?
It says budgeting, cooking, washing clothes, among other necessary
Yeah.
skills.
Which is great.
And I think a key thing is teaching young men how to hem their own pants.
We'll put that in the curriculum there. Yeah.
Buttons on.
rather than with duct tape.
Yeah, I don't know if our life skills worker has those skills.
Send
We'll
them to
have
my house.
Yeah.
I tried that and couldn't get my leg through.
Are we paying, how are we paying service providers compared to like what they charge on the market?
That is one of the challenges right now that we're talking with the state about. They do request that we use Medicaid rates, which is a challenge to then get providers to agree to that rate. If they're a private provider not connected to Medicaid, they're less likely maybe to want to agree to that rate. We've incentivized it a little bit, the best we could, with the Spanish speaking, the in the home, those kinds of things, so that we can make sure that we have those available.
Other questions or comments?
I'd make a motion that we approve the emergency resolution approving Pitkin County's 23-24 core services plan set for a confirmatory public hearing on September 27th.
I'll second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thanks, Matt.
Aye.
Thank you,
very
Matt.
much.
Thanks, Matt.
Matt, you do important, tough work.
And Connie came in, so it must be budget time.
Not yet. We have one more. She's early.
Yes, we do. We have resolution, this is a first reading set for public hearings on September 27th, 2023. We have 4 items with that particular designation, and this is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving a grant agreement with the Colorado Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing for American Rescue Plan Act funding for security improvements at the Health and Human Services Building. Hi.
Hi, I'm Jay Clark. I'm the Facility Operations Manager. Here to hopefully accept the grant from the American Rescue Plan Act for funding for our physical security.
Okay.
I have a question.
All right.
Tell us more about it.
Jay, is this your first time coming before us?
It's my first time doing this. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, well, good job, good job. Yeah, and, I think this is an important issue out at that building, and we appreciate you coming forward in this grant opportunity.
So is it my understanding that we are supplementing this grant with a certain amount of money from the county to complete this project of the cameras and the smoking station?
That's correct, ma'am.
I think we put in about $5,000, is that?
5 or 6 or something like that.
I have totals of $3,341.15.
I always love
That's
the
it?
15
That's all the
cents.
county needs to put in?
That's what I have here. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you want to give a brief description for the public of what it is you're doing out there to enhance security?
Sure. We are installing cameras. That's the primary thing that we're going to be doing, is installing cameras for security purposes. We'll also be putting in a DSA to help prevent with wildfires.
Okay, and this is
Designated smoking
primarily,
area.
Yes, ma'am.
and this is in the area of the homeless shelter that this is occurring?
Yes, it is.
Steve?
Yeah, my question is about the security camera, which is really, I mean, ideally, someone would be monitoring that all the time, but practically speaking, they probably won't be able to. So who would be monitoring this, and then would videos only be reviewed if there is an incident and you have to go back and reconstruct it? Or would there be instant access if there's an issue that someone would notice it right away and be able to provide help immediately?
The risk department would be in charge of the cameras and the monitoring service. We would have access to them for investigatory purposes. Then it should be pretty instant if we need it.
Well, how will you know if you need it?
But there's no 24-hour monitoring of the camera.
We're not going to be monitoring the cameras 24 hours a day, but just having the cameras both for investigation purposes and having them physically present can sometimes act as a deterrent to any kind of behaviors that
Kelly?
we want to avoid.
Thank you. Do we have a current designated smoking area there?
No, ma'am, we do not.
In a building.
Do we have to change our ordinance related to our campus?
Smoke-free campus.
I think we had a determination that we did not have to, but let me go back. There was something in there where we had the ability through the hospital, because the hospital, we were following their smoke-free policy. But we will double check that. You are exactly right, though. That is one of our concerns, is that we had that policy out there. I know that research happened, and I just can't remember the details right now,
Okay.
Kelly. We'll have to go back, but we did look at that.
Great, no problem. Thank you.
Patty?
Yeah, and that being said, because the hospital, having been spending too much time there at hospitals, it's a smoke-free campus, but people come out and they're stressed, family members, friends, and they smoke on the campus. So it'll be nice if we can actually be able to direct them to an area that is designated smoking, and rather than just stepping outside the hospital entrance doors and lighting up, it kind of defeats the purpose. So I think being able to do this makes great sense, even though we always knew that we might need to be at this point, that we might need to have a designated smoking area.
And I just want to note, too, from a public health perspective, we still are really doubling down on cessation and continuing to provide aid for the populations, but we also are trying to recognize the potential impacts to a neighboring community when people choose not to take advantage of those options. Yeah.
Rather than not be smoking in the bushes and having a
Yeah.
safe place.
Right.
Question, I'm not sure exactly where this area is, but I know we had a conversation earlier about the use of the bus shelter over there being an issue for the neighbors, because they were afraid, the kids would be afraid to go to the bus shelter if there was somebody basically living or inhabiting, which happens. And I'm just wondering, do we think this will alleviate much pressure from that?
I think that it will. It is a designated area on the far side of the parking lot behind our garage, for lack of better words there. And so it puts a physical structure in between them and the smoking area and the bus station, and it gives a couple 100 yards of separation.
And Greg, it's probably going to be a little bit of a yes and. We have a couple of efforts. So we have the effort of creating the smoking area and the grant that's in front of you right now. The board will also recall we did fund extra positions, more case management type positions and recovery resources to help monitor the outside areas and also respond to neighborhood concerns, because the bus shelter could be used for a number of reasons that this facility will probably address some of the issues and not all of them. And so we have those two layers where we're really hoping to impact the neighbors' concerns.
Great, thank you.
Other comments? Somebody want to make a motion?
I'll move to approve on first reading and set for public hearing on September 27th, a resolution of the BOCC approving a grant agreement with Colorado Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing for American Rescue Plan Act funding for security improvements at Health and Human Services Building.
I'll second.
Second.
I think we'll go with Kelly made the motion and Greg seconded it. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And it passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, well done.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dick. Good job.
And now we have a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving third quarter budget supplemental requests. And we have Connie Baker. Hi, Connie.
Good afternoon.
So nice to see you again.
We had a work session yesterday with the board to go over these supplemental requests. Staff was here to provide answers to any questions the board has. So discussion has already occurred on a lot of these. These supplemental requests presented before the board today would increase the county's budgeted expenditures by just under $4.4 million. That's offset by about $3.2 million in revenue. So the net increase to budget is about $1,180,000. A number of requests are included. There is the dispatch GIS rebuild, which is lining up dispatch for a number of larger capital improvements and technology changes that will be coming up over the course of the next 3 or 4 years. This GIS rebuild is fully funded by the E911 fund. There is a contribution to the Response Capital Campaign of $250,000. This is coming out of LATCF grant funds. And the LATCF, we received a total of just under $900,000. It was $899,960. John mentioned the Resource Recovery Case Management out at Health and Human Services Building. $361,350 was set aside from the LATCF funds for that purpose, and then this $250 for response. So that leaves the board a total of $288,610. Other supplemental requests were a new position for the coroner's office, converting an on-call position to a full-time ongoing position. In the capital fund, there's an increase in costs for the microgrid of $350,000. In the public health fund, they've received a grant for COVID detection at homeless service sites, and this grant actually will bring in fund balance as it covers some staff salary time. And then the last request is for the transfer of the deed-restricted housing program from the housing fund into the capital fund.
Which we're not going to discuss today.
On this one, the general fund basically is purchasing these assets in the deed-restricted program. We're transferring a little over $2 million in fund balance from the general fund into the housing fund balance. And then we're also transferring $800,000 from the general fund into the capital fund so that we have an appropriation available to continue funding this program for the remainder of the year should it be needed. And then that will, the board will see it as an ongoing line item in the 2024 budget and beyond. And those are all of the requests for the third quarter.
So could we pass all of this at once, approve all of this at once? We don't have to do it item by item. Okay, great. Patty?
So as far as the housing budget switch, moving it from point A to point B and C, D, and elemental P, I did talk briefly with Connie again today, and as much as I would like to keep stuff in the general fund, I'm going to keep it part of this and move it forward.
Thank you.
Is that a motion?
That is a motion. I will make a motion to approve on first reading the supplemental appropriations for the 2023 budget and amending the 2023 budget third quarter. Thank you, Connie.
I'll second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you.
Well, that passes. Thank you, Connie. Next, we had an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing open space and trails housing lease between the Board of County Commissioners and Ted O'Brien for the Deer Creek property located at 2555 Lower River Road, Snowmass, Colorado. And Gary's going to tell us about that. Hi, Gary.
Hi, everyone.
Gary Tenenbaum, the Director of Pickens County Open Space and Trails. And here we're looking to lease the recently rehabilitated and updated Deer Creek caretaker unit to lease to an Open Space and Trails longtime employee. And so, as you guys know, because we've asked for budget in the past to do this renovation of the house, and it is now complete and ready to be inhabited. So we're looking to do it. I did as I wrote in the memo, I did a internal lottery to see what county employees, which Open Space and Trails employees would potentially want this, and we only got one, and that was Ted O'Brien, and he's our longtime Resource and Trails Manager, and he was he's been in an employee housing unit in Snowmass Village for the last I think 12 years, and it was really small, and obviously putting him, because he deals with all resources and trails on that property, because that property also has a main house that is inhabited by Curtis Tesh with Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and we worked with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. They paid for the renovation of that house, and having them both together on this property is pretty cool. And I just wanted to give kind of a shout out of how important the housing is, because Curtis Tesh is a huge asset to this community, and that he can live within the community that he actually, works for Colorado Parks and Wildlife to manage, has been incredibly helpful. I think without this, Curtis would be gone, and we would have lost a really good Division Wildlife Manager. With this, Curtis is here, and I don't know if he's ever leaving, because he's pretty comfortable there, and he's pretty happy, and his wife, and they do a lot of work out there, and they have CPW's horses and stuff out there, so it's great. And this caretaker unit's smaller, but for Ted, it is going to be a huge improvement over where he was, and I'm hoping I have that same story, that 5-10 years down the line, I still have Ted, and we manage the properties, and we have somebody who deals with everything, who lives in the community. So with that, I mean, if you guys have any other questions, otherwise these are just leases. These are longer term leases, so that's why they go through an ordinance, and so they go to you guys.
How long are they? Remind me. 3 years, 1 year?
It's a 1-year lease, but it can be renewed annually based on the factors of obviously taking care of not only the house but the property. There's a lot of work on the property that these tenants have to do, and so we just make it so we can renew it, and that's why it goes through an ordinance. So it's just not it's a 1-year lease, but we can keep on renewing it, and as long as he stays in good standing, we'll just keep renewing it until he decides to either leave the county or we have an issue.
Okay, thanks, Gary. Steve?
Yeah, Gary, I like your comments about Curtis Tesh. I concur. He is terrific. And it makes me think of Bob Terrell, who was the game warden for the Basalt area for, I don't know, probably decades. He was an institution, and I think he probably covered most of the whole Roaring Fork Valley back in those days. And I would hope that Curtis could spend his entire career here, because that local knowledge is so invaluable, and just the interpersonal connections. And I would say the same for Ted O'Brien, that if this provides him better housing, this could end up having him be a long-term employee, and somebody who's happy with their housing situation and have that stability in a really pretty location. This is terrific. I'm so glad that we decided to fix this house instead of tear it down, which was one of the options.
Francie.
And with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve the ordinance, the board authorizing an open space and trails housing lease between our board and Ted O'Brien for the Deer Creek property.
I could second that with questions.
Okay, great. And Patty has comments too, so go ahead, Greg.
I wanted to ask, first of all, Gary, this isn't administrative. Does this need to come before our board every year to renew, is the first question. And then secondly, this is kind of the gateway to Deer Creek. And I know there isn't, I'm just wondering how much public use of, or how often do people go up in there?
We don't have a master plan yet, I don't think.
Well, we do have a management plan for Deer Creek. First of all, Greg, the first question is, because we're doing the ordinance now, we don't have to come back.
Great, thanks.
Because you guys are doing an ordinance that allows me to renew it. And so it does not have to come back. And, but the second piece is we decided through the management plan on Deer Creek to keep it closed, to not open that section. It is open, obviously you can get there and people do. You can get around it and this, but we didn't, through all our wildlife studies and working with the Forest Service, this was one area that we decided to not open right now.
Great,
and
thank you. That's my memory.
Obviously, having these two sitting at the base of it really deters anyone to even think about walking through.
That's my memory of how we were going to treat that, and it's good to hear that it's working. Thank you. And it doesn't sound like there's been any real issue with that, so I'm certainly in approval. Thanks.
Yeah, delighted with that. Patty?
Thanks for bringing that up. I didn't know we had an active management plan. I knew we were working on it, so it's good to know. Thanks, Greg. I want to extend my thanks to CPW in general for helping us with this property with the house that the Tesh family lives in. And that was a great program that we created with CPW, and it has just turned out. I remember the day we opened up the house and the amazing job that Curtis and his wife had done in restoring that house. It was pretty awesome. And again, in thinking of the Tesh family and Ted O'Brien, they're going to be great neighbors, which I think is a benefit to both of those parties, to the county and to the community as a whole, to have both of them on site on this pretty incredible piece of property. So thanks, Gary. This is another good one you brought forward for us, and I'm glad. I was surprised. I'm like, hey, he's already moving in. That's really exciting. So thanks for getting the job done out there. I really appreciate it.
Okay, I think we can.
Curtis would thank you guys even more than you just thanked him.
He's a great guy.
I think we'll take it to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All right. I hope Ted enjoys it. What an incredible place to live.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And now we have a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving a memorandum of understanding with the United States Department of Agriculture, Forest Service concerning the Thompson Divide withdrawal. Thank you, Laura.
Yeah, Laura Maker with the Pitkin County Attorney's Office. I'm here today on basically a next step, entering into a memorandum of understanding, or an MOU, with the Forest Service in their process to withdraw over 200,000 acres of land in the Thompson Divide area from oil and gas development for a period of 20 years. This board has previously been extremely active in work to protect the Thompson Divide area, and I've included the comment the board provided to the BLM and the Forest Service on this withdrawal, just to refresh everybody's recollection as well as the public's recollection of the work that this board continues to do on that. The Forest Service has agreed to allow this board to be a cooperating agency during the environmental assessment phase, and this MOU is the legal mechanism to effectuate that. I'm happy to take any questions you have, but this process continues to move forward, and we're excited about it.
Yeah, I'm really excited about it. Would like some clarification between what are the differences between this and the one where we choose E or F?
Yep.
What's the name of that one?
Yeah, so that's totally separate process that overlays the same lands.
Exactly.
Yes.
So a little clarification would be great.
Yes. So the forest management plan process has been ongoing by the White River National Forest. That includes areas from Grand Junction all the way over to Eagle, up into our neck of the woods, and that has been ongoing the same time that this board and other entities have been working to effectuate a withdrawal in just the Thompson Divide area. So while we're at times talking about the same lands, they are two totally separate federal processes. So the public still has the opportunity to provide public comments on the forest management plan that you were bringing up. So there's a series of alternatives. A while back, Wilderness Workshop and some other entities sued, alleging that the Forest Service hadn't considered a wide enough variety and range of alternatives on lands that would be withdrawn from oil and gas development in that forest management plan. And the Forest Service has come out with a new proposed plan that includes new alternatives that you were referencing with that E and F. Those alternatives are more protective of the Thompson Divide area than the previously approved environmental impact statement. So that is really exciting news. At the same time that is happening, this withdrawal that we're talking about here today with a potential MOU allows for the Secretary of Interior to withdraw these lands from any oil and gas development for a period of 20 years. So they may work hopefully in conjunction, but they appear on separate tracks with separate processes.
So is the other one in perpetuity, or does it have a time limit as well?
A forest management plan typically has a time period of 10 to 20 years. So not dissimilar than the 20 years we're talking about here, but it can be revisited on a different time scale than the withdrawal proposed by the Secretary of Interior.
So they could change their mind after 10 years.
But they have to go through a full environmental NEPA process on it.
All right, thanks for that clarification, I appreciate it.
Okay, so they have to do two NEPAs for both of these, one for each.
Yes,
Got it.
two separate NEPA processes, yes.
So we should make sure they.
It's always nice when everything works together. I can't say that always occurs.
Yeah.
Great.
So we're a cooperating agency.
Yes.
Then,
Well, if we
will
move
be,
forward.
if we move forward. And I'm just wondering, how often does that mean we're checking in? I'm assuming you're the point person, or?
Yeah, so the MOU does identify me as the point person. I've been the county's point person on this for quite a while now, so continue to be. What has been proposed is about a monthly check-in as they go through the environmental assessment process. That, in our experience in other NEPA processes, varies. So it's when the Forest Service is taking particular concrete steps and is looking for feedback, is looking for additional information, that we are available to participate. And given the board's direction on Thompson Divide, we have been extremely active in our participation.
And they're obligated to contact you when, as a cooperating agency, you're you're inside the loop.
That's the goal. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Patty has one.
Patty.
Yeah, so since, I love the map, thank you. Since we're covering multiple counties, multiple municipalities, will each of those entities have their own MOU?
It depends on whether the Forest Service grants cooperating agency status and whether that entity seeks to execute one.
So we're getting our very own.
You are getting your own MOU, yes.
Thank you, because I'm going, I know there's other parties involved here, and then I went, there's a lot of other parties, so I'm assuming that it'll be up to the individuals.
Exactly.
Perfect, thank you.
Other comments or questions? Oh, Steve.
Yeah, Laura, on the map, it looks like the purple line is the boundary of the withdrawal area, but then there are some areas where there's it's not a solid purple line, it's kind of a checked line that maybe is not the exact boundary line, or what?
Yeah. Well, we all know that I love a map and you love a map. So there is a map in the packet to try and identify where these areas are. I think what you're referring to along the dotted line is the edge of a boundary, a county boundary. And so it's a little unclear, but it is that pink-purple line, whether it's dotted or not, that shows the extent of the area.
Okay, and I had forgotten that all that area around, Kebler Pass and down in the clearly crested butte, a great big area of BLM land down there is included in this also. And our boundary in the Thompson Divide area is very clear cut. Down there is very convoluted boundaries. Is that gonna make it harder or easier to? Seems like that would make it harder to manage it, but maybe it won't.
Yeah, I can't speak to the management issue. I can say part of this is wrapping up some of the Mount Emmons work that Gunnison County has been trying to do with the Red Lady mine as well as the Forest Service.
Okay, is that it?
I'm ready to make a motion.
All right.
That we approve a memorandum of understanding with the U.S. Department of Agricultural Forest Service concerning the Thompson Divide withdrawal.
I'll second. Oh, Kelly can second. I do have another comment.
Yes, go Patty.
And looking at the map again, you kind of forget that we actually abut Mesa County. You think Mesa County, you'd still have to jump over Garfield to get there, but so then these maps are always bringing to light something you either never knew or something you forgot.
It's always good to remember exactly the geography.
It's like, how many counties do we abut in here? Yeah, it's pretty interesting. These maps are great.
What happens on the Pitkin Mesa line?
Yeah, it's dotted. I don't know.
It's the Wild West out there, yep.
Yeah, it is. It's that dotted line. You can cross over, you can go, yeah.
The wildlife just keeps crossing it with reckless abandon,
I think. They don't stop and go, can't go there. Those wolves won't know the difference. Right, Francie?
They're pretty smart.
Yeah, they may. Stand over on this side.
Have we voted?
No.
Okay, so all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Thanks, Laura.
Thank you so much, Laura. Thanks for the clarification on the two actions.
Thank you.
I'd like to recommend a 10-minute break before we go into the next section, which has some longer.
You want to do kerosene first, or you want to take the break?
Should we do the deed restriction second reading first?
I'd like to take a break.
Okay.
Let's take a 10-minute break.
Madam Chair, it's up to you.
Actually, let's take just a 6-minute break. I just need to go out for a second. So we'll be back at 1:30, Andorra. Welcome back to the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners on Wednesday, September 13th. We are going to move on to individual consideration items that are public hearings. These are second readings. And the first one is an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing the county manager and county attorney to execute the instruments necessary to amend and update the Pitkin County Employee Deed Restricted Housing Program. And it says Cara, but I think it's probably you, John.
Yeah, I think I drew the short straw today. So thanks, Francie. And what is in front of you today is an amendment to a program that was put into place in 2017. And as Gary had indicated in the previous item, this is really to address the challenges of housing. One of our greatest challenges in recruiting and retaining employees in the county, just like almost any other employer in the county, is the availability of affordable housing. This is one program that we put into place that allows us to enter in an employee to enter into an agreement with the county for the purchase of a free market home within the Roaring Fork watershed. The county will contribute up to 40% of the purchase price of the property, not to exceed $400,000 in Pitkin County or $300,000 outside Pitkin County. And then in return, a covenant and deed restriction is recorded against the property that limits the maximum resale value and gives the county first right of refusal. We had designated, when we originally talked about the program, we had talked about how the program would work in the first 5 years of ownership. But since we've the program has matured past that since 2017, and we've learned some things, we have 3 changes to the program that would be would happen with passage of this ordinance. Change number 1 would be to change the maximum resale value allowed under the covenant after 5 years. So within the first 5 years, the maximum resale value would allow a growth of maximum of 3%. After 5 years, annual appreciation would increase to up to 7% or appraisal, whichever is less on the employee side. The county has the option of taking 100% ownership of the unit by purchasing the employee's portion, the employee's 60% or whatever the percent going in at that appreciation is, or we have the option of going out onto the market, depending on how we view the unit and how it fits into our inventory. The second change would be a change in employee credit for capital improvements on the property. Currently, the employee credit for capital improvement is limited to 10% of the original purchase price, and it's modeled after APSHA's policy. We are recommending an increase to a maximum of 20% of the original purchase price, and that really takes into account just the change in market over time. That we've had pretty significant inflation, construction inflation in the valley. It's oftentimes been 10%, around 10%, just on the inflation side, and so we want to be able to recognize a higher level for capital improvements, which also maintains and or increases the value of the property for us. And then the third, which we already talked about in the budget supplementals, is moving the program from the housing fund to the general fund and recognizing it as an employee benefit. And so I know we had a more extended conversation about this at first reading. That's the high-level overview of the changes to the program that are in front of you today.
Go, Greg.
Question, just to look at it, and for instance, with the 7% appreciation, this makes sense to me that it should try to track the real world as much as it can. In the event of a downturn, just theoretically, say there's a downturn and the property depreciates, and they want to sell, they're going to be going at appraised value rather than, so it's not, just so people understand, it's not a guaranteed 7% appreciation, because there are times when that wouldn't make sense, right?
That is correct, Greg. And so it's up to 7% or appraised value, whichever is less.
Got it. Thank you. And then the other question is just, I'm just moving to the general fund makes an employee benefit. And that's in order to be an employee benefit, it should be from the general fund rather than from the housing fund.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's just recognizing that.
All right. Thank you.
Other questions on this?
Well, I just would follow up on your comment. To me, that's more appropriate because we're also not extending the same requirements that we do with like the other housing programs that we use the housing fund for. You know, like we're, you know, and we may want to debate this at a separate time, but we haven't proposed to APSHA that they should look at a 20% increase for repairs.
Right.
And we haven't proposed to APSHA that they should, you know.
At 7%.
Right, exactly. You know, and I do think there's good arguments on both sides for that, but some of this is also because we're converting housing essentially from free market to now deed restricted affordable, if only term limited, but potentially in perpetuity, and that they're taking on risk on a market base that affordable housing doesn't have that same risk. Anyway, so I just wanted to throw those comments in. Thank you.
Yeah.
I have a question about the improvements that can be made and reimbursed for. It doesn't seem to me that it seems to me there's a lot of ways for them to make improvements that are not environmentally friendly. And I'm wondering if we should be narrowing that list, because for instance, it approves air conditioners, but it doesn't require, for instance, heat pumps for air conditioning and heating, and it doesn't require electric stoves or boilers, or because there's lots of Energy Star boilers and stoves that still consume gas. And so I'm just wondering whether there's a desire for us to restrict the list of improvements they can make to ones that we would actually approve in a new construction.
Thank you for asking that.
Yeah, and that may be, I would encourage maybe a little bit deeper dive into that, because the cost could, include upgrade to electrical service in order to accommodate that, as we're seeing in our own projects and such, which could make any improvements then cost prohibitive, because the employee is cash flowing those upfront versus the county. And so it may be, that is certainly at the board's discretion to do something along those lines, and what you want to share in or give credit for. But understanding, I think, some of the additional costs and whether that's going to become prohibitive for an employee to take on, and maybe discourages improvements that would make things better. Yeah.
Well, I get that, but we've been saying that for a very long time, that things are too expensive and we can't do them, and here we are. Greg, and then Kelly.
Only just going to say, if we have a list, I assume, or an approved list of improvements. Say they come and they want to put in a hot tub or heat the driveway or something that would go completely counter to do we have a criteria? So that's not an issue.
Well, those are not.
And they have to be approved, before they'd have credit. And for example, snow melting the driveway would probably not, obviously be an improvement that would, qualify under this, or installing a hot tub, but certainly replacing windows, the HVAC kind of systems, roofs, those would be the types of things that we'd be looking at.
it could include at least a consultation with CORE or someone who can help advise on heat pump versus AC unit. Often they're the same thing, but
Yeah.
so an AC unit's going to require as much power as a heat pump. I think that's a good suggestion of Francie's, and I'd certainly prove it with that as the understanding that we're trying to move it forward in terms of conservation.
Yeah, there is a list of improvements that are, and there's a sort of, it kind of encourages it, but then
How
I
serious
just
are
think
we?
it could be more specific, that maybe we could have a caveat that at least we consider, I don't know, we consider movement towards electrification when we're allowing these improvements. I don't know exactly how we'd say that. I'm not asking us to change the whole.
Well, and there are instances, I think, like Greg was mentioning, where it may not require the type of infrastructure upgrades, that would really drive costs and such, where it would make sense to look at electrifying or heat pumps versus air conditioners or those sorts of things.
And the appliances one doesn't specify. It just says Energy Star, but I mean, that's pretty
Time to
ubiquitous now.
electrify.
It's hard to find one that isn't Energy Star at this point.
Yeah.
So that's just a recommendation that we narrow the scope of the improvements to appliances and systems that we are requiring in new construction, or we are requiring in county buildings, or that sort of thing. Because we are actually 40% owners, so we don't want these buildings to be having gas boilers replaced, but these over here that we also own or partially own have to have electric boilers. You know what I'm saying? It just seems.
I agree with you.
Kelly?
I guess I'm wondering, do we have to adopt the capital improvement policy as part of this ordinance, or can we refer to it as a policy, and just add language as amended, rather than attach it completely to this? And then that allows us to have ongoing nuanced conversation about these specifics.
And changes when more technology
Right.
comes up. Yeah, good idea.
Looking at people smarter than I am to tell me the answer to that.
I'm not sure if I'm following.
So we have in the ordinance, it says, whereas the maximum credit for capital improvements of the original purchase is subject to the homeownership capital improvements, capital updates, and maintenance policy Exhibit B. I'm wondering if we can maybe remove Exhibit B and just reference the policy and say as amended from time to time or whatever, so that when that changes, it doesn't have to require us to update this ordinance. We can change the policy with detailed conversation.
Perhaps instead of that, leave the reference as it is now, simply because that's where the cross-reference would take people, and that's where they'll find their answers the quickest, and that would, I think, facilitate something. But rather than leave it alone, just simply say as amended. In other words, section B or whatever that was. Exhibit B, as amended. So wherever it comes to rest later in the future, the reference would still be there.
Okay. Well, I will propose that amendment.
I'm just wondering if the deed restriction capital improvement definition is part of the resolution. Is it a resolution? And I'm not sure it is. So let me just check on that. Is it actually part of the resolution? It's sort of like a addendum after the resolution.
Well, it says it's one of the whereas statements, the fourth one down.
That's what I was looking for.
I would certainly like to specify that as a partner, as a co-owner of the property, with our climate goals front and center. I think any improvements would have to run through a certain filter that would reasonably require electrification whenever that's possible. We're partners here. We're co-owners. If a renovation is going to happen, we've been pushing to electrify. It'd be kind of hypocritical almost if we didn't require it of our own properties. And so I'd like it to be specific, requiring an upgrade to be at least moving in that direction. So that's an induction stove versus a gas stove, or it's a heat pump versus a gas boiler. I think it makes sense for our own policy and our own philosophy.
I mean, I would have a hard time approving any air conditioner, to tell you the truth. I mean, we live here. This is not Phoenix. So it would be really hard for me to reimburse somebody for having put in an air conditioner instead of closing their windows in the morning and opening them at night.
Well, we're finding
And
that
open your windows in Aspen because of bears, so you have to have your house closed up at night. So in the middle of summer, it's a little warm.
We'll put bars on your window then. I mean, rather than put in an air conditioner.
And then
So
there's a
anyway,
fire and
I
you
just
can't get
think it
out
should
'cause
be
you got
more
bars on your
restricted.
maybe we should just change the term from air conditioner to heat pump, because heat pumps go both directions.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Steve?
Francie,
Yeah, go, Steve.
I think I would put in a clause like Greg suggested. I would also put in a way that the employee could appeal to us. If there is extenuating circumstances that they just could not put in something that isn't hooked up to the gas. Some unforeseen thing that we don't see right now. They should have a way to be able to appeal it, that they want to put in the best thing, for some reason they're not able to. They could appeal that and then get permission to put in something that's more energy efficient, but maybe it's still a gas thing and it's not the best, but it's better than what they have.
Well, they're required to get
I
a
think-
95% efficient boiler anyway, for instance, but that's most boilers. They're, they're all like that now, so. Yeah, I agree, Steve. Did you want to say more about that?
No, that's all.
Thank you. Patty?
Yeah, well, until we have this cleared up, I'm not comfortable moving this forward because it's kind of an iffy. Well, let's put this in, let's not put that in, let's add this, so, I want to support this, but I don't know what I'm supporting right now.
Well, maybe John could make a suggestion.
Well, if the board is in, I think we can take as direction to bring back, because what I'm hearing is you want to be more aggressive, more restrictive in terms of the energy requirements. And I think you're struggling to find a way, as I was at the beginning, how do we balance that against, individuals' financial kind of feasibility and all those unique circumstances that may occur on a property. I wonder if we take it as, if we move forward with these initial changes now, so we get that into the program so that employees understand that, and then we look at that addendum B, I think it is, that has
Exhibit B.
I'm sorry, Exhibit B, which has the the improvements on it. And what I'd like to do is consult with our building department about whether there's some opportunities in there that may strike that balance and bring those back to the board. And we can either, John, I don't know if the attachment needs to be brought back as an amendment to the ordinance or if that's something that can be amended. We can bring that back to the board, then take direction from here to bring that back and see if we can strike a balance. Because I do think it's something we may want to just take a little bit deeper dive on.
That sounds good. I think, go ahead, Patty.
Yeah, and I want to add talk about adding Steve's provision in there too, about somebody may want to be able to appeal based on certain financial situation or et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, I can agree to that, move it along, but bring it back, bring Exhibit B back for the deeper dive and see where we can come to agreement on, how far we're going to push it. And I agree, if we're doing X in the own county buildings, we should be, but we also want to make sure people can do improvements that make sense for them, but financially, logistically, and livability-wise.
Well, I wonder if we could have a program where if a gas boiler costs $10,000 and a heat pump is $15,000, where we help them with the difference or something like that, so that We're not saying, okay, go ahead and put in the gas boiler because you can't afford the other. I mean, we can afford the other if it comes to that. I mean, we're not talking about a huge differential here.
Which fund are we taking the money out of, Francie?
We'll take it out of the money that we didn't transfer over.
Oh, we did transfer.
It's a public hearing, just.
So Francie, I
Yes,
can think
Steve.
of immediately one extenuating circumstance. Maybe this unit is located in an HOA which requires that every unit have a gas boiler or
We have
something. Maybe they're
HOAs
not
that
allowed
do
to
that?
have-
No, we don't.
Yeah. No, but, one of the unit that the employee would purchase maybe would have a requirement like that. And that could be an extenuating circumstance beyond our control. that
Hopefully it's not
We
beyond our
could make
control.
that kind of exception.
But along those lines, there may be some barriers, with common areas to upgrading electrical services if
Yeah, I
that's
understand.
required. All that stuff.
Yeah, like not enough amps to cover it.
Exactly.
Okay, so,
Can't even plug
what,
in a toaster
how do
oven.
we move forward then with a motion here? What do
Well,
you say?
Public hearing, first of all.
Well, yeah, it's. both
Yeah,
public hearing.
so
They don't know what they're gonna do.
post-public hearing, I think it would, under my recommendation, it would be to move it forward as proposed right now, and staff has direction to bring back the
Exhibit B.
Exhibit B with more restrictive language.
But we don't have to say right now that we're exempting Exhibit B or anything, we just move it along.
No,
But we
you
do
can-
need to add language, Exhibit B as amended
Yeah.
to the ordinance in
Yeah.
front of us.
Yeah, okay, that's what I was asking, thank you. Okay, this is a public hearing. Is there anybody who would like to make comment on this deed restricted program and the change the changes that are being recommended in this ordinance? I don't see anybody in the room, anybody online?
Come on, people.
She's bored too. She doesn't have any kids at home.
Looks like there's no public comment, so I'm closing the public comments and bringing it back to the commissioners.
I will bring a motion to approve the employee deed restriction housing co-op as amended with the addition of as amended to Exhibit B, with direction to staff to bring back Exhibit B within a reasonable time frame for us to evaluate stricter energy efficiency issues.
I'll second.
What's that?
Did
I
you
will second.
Okay, if there's no further comment, let's vote on it. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, it passed, 5-0. Thank you, John. All right.
So, Francie?
Yes.
This next item is something I cannot participate in, so I just wanted to say that I'm going to recuse myself from item number 10. Has been the practice for the last year and a half or more.
Forever now.
Forever, how long it's been. So call me if you feel like it after this is done.
I feel like it. I feel like it.
Oh, I'm recusing myself because I would have a potential conflict of interest. My wife is a contractor for Atlantic Aviation who's involved in this RFP.
Okay.
So I'll see you all on the flip side.
All right, so this is item number 10. It's an emergency ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners approving an extension to the current lease and use agreement with Trajan Flight Support LP, also known as Atlantic Aviation. And John will be filling us in on that.
Thank you. So this is an emergency ordinance, as announced. An emergency ordinance is a term of art within our home rule charter. It provides a mechanism for the board to enact an ordinance that becomes immediately effective upon an affirmative vote of the board. It is later confirmed and a public hearing is conducted on the matter, but during the intervening time, this becomes an active step or action of the board, and it takes immediate effect. So the immediate effect allows us to execute the document, the amendment, which is an extension of the term and a change in the composition of the compensation structure. So the reason that we are doing it as an emergency ordinance is because the existing lease agreement expires at the end of this month. This is not a deadline that's, our board has known about this for some time, and in fact I've been working toward it for upwards of a couple of years at least. The dilemma is that once the board directed staff to proceed with a procurement process and to select a new operator, or potentially new operator, that would be retained and granted permission to use the airport under a new operating agreement, a lot of steps still remain before we can execute that final agreement. So the aspect of doing a new final operating agreement at this point in time is simply not possible. The expression of a new or revised airport layout plan is the particular focal point, but it involves a great many other steps that go into not only the ALP's revision, but other operating considerations at the airport and the continued participation in how those operating conditions will look by the FAA, not only the FAA airports, which we typically work with, but also FAA ATC, air traffic control, which would have a particular interest in how the airfield is reconfigured. So one of the steps that would be fundamental to a new leasehold agreement is defining the physical space that would be occupied by the lessee, and that isn't quite possible now. To go ahead with an agreement might implicate the county in unnecessary, unwarranted additional expenses if we have to change the configuration after a more permanent or long-term lease agreement has been executed.
I really appreciate that explanation of why it's an emergency resolution. It was my question, but you've answered it, so thank you.
All right. See if I can hit another unspoken question here.
Great minds,
So,
you know.
I've got a few, so.
So the procurement process that I alluded to a second ago was conducted, and a selection was made based upon the scoring of all of the proposals that came into the county during that RFP process. The current leaseholder and operator of the FBO facilities is Atlantic Aviation, as a subsidiary, or at least an agency of Trajan Flight Support. The procurement process was participated in by I can't remember if it was 6 or 7 proposers now, but upon the scoring of those submittals, Atlantic Aviation came out on top. And so pursuant to the Pickens County Procurement Code, we would ordinarily begin negotiations under the terms of the RFP, the procurement code itself, and the submittal materials provided by the highest scorer of that procurement process. That not being where we can go right now, what we are proposing is an amendment to the existing leasehold that would provide for a 1-year extension to the term of that leasehold agreement. That term hopefully would be enough to resolve issues of operational changes and the ALP at the airport, or at least resolve those issues to a point where we can move with some degree of certainty into a new leasehold agreement. That leasehold agreement would be, well, I'm characterizing it as a long-term agreement. The current agreement was for 30 years, and that was the proposal submitted by Atlantic Aviation in their response to our RFP. So the 1-year extension may or may not be long enough, but it's an appropriate time period given the flux of conditions and the uncertainty of what might be needed to complete all of these issues.
Let's hope it's enough.
Yes, let's hope it's enough, but if it isn't, then we'd be looking at doing another extension more than likely. And hopefully that won't be necessary. So the procurement process, having selected Atlantic as the best proposer, is somewhat fortuitous in that they are already the leaseholder. So they are occupying the airport property now. And as a result of the procurement process, we can move forward in negotiating a contract with them. And there is no limitation on whether that contract has to be for 30 years, 20 years, or even in two parts, like an extension agreement now and then a long-term contract later. We, I guess, got a little bit, of a break there, and the fact that we are jammed up in FAA approval processes, and we need to have somebody operating that FBO facility in the intervening time before all of these other outstanding issues are resolved. So the salient points of the agreement are that this is a 1-year term of extension, that the compensation to be paid to the county by Atlantic will be $13,750,000 in the form of $1,750,000 in a base rent and $12 million as a MAG, or a minimum annual guarantee, on fuel flowage fees. The additional benefit to the county is that if Atlantic and the county are able to finalize a permanent, or not permanent, but the new long-term lease agreement within this 1-year extension time, then the county will receive an additional $6 million in compensation as a result of that. All other terms of the existing lease agreement will remain as they are. There will be no other changes. What else? Oh, well, importantly as well, the parties agree that during this 1-period extension, we will continue to work in good faith to resolve as much as we can, and then continue to work away at the terms of the long-term agreement as work proceeds with the FAA, both divisions that I mentioned, so that we can execute a long-term agreement within this next year.
Okay. So we are going to have public comments here. Would you like to ask your questions before that?
I would.
Okay, go
please. I have a procedural question, then I have some others specific to the contract in front of us today. Since it is an emergency ordinance, is there room for amended language between this reading and confirmatory reading?
There is, if it's agreeable to both parties.
Okay. That's helpful. Can someone, I don't know if you're the right person, or Dan or John or Rich, talk about the difference between what we're compensated now under the current 1993 agreement and what this amendment provides?
I can say, I'll leave it to Dan because he is more, is Dan here?
Or Diane, sorry.
I'll leave it to Dan because he obviously is more familiar with airport operations than I am, but I will say that the compensation package under this 1-year extension reflects in part elements of the proposal that was submitted by Atlantic to the county during the RFP process.
Right.
That's your tip in, Dan.
Okay. Thanks, John. My understanding is we received slightly less than $1 million right now a year from Atlantic. So this is a significant increase from that amount.
What was that?
Did you understand that?
Slightly less than $1 million. That's what I thought. I just thought it would be helpful to.
I think he's at the airport and he's got.
What's happening?
Can you mute
I'm
Dan?
sorry, Patty.
Are we getting on a plane? I'm still back from my last trip.
All right, thanks, Dan. I think we heard ya.
We heard enough.
Okay.
We're boarding now.
Okay. And then my computer just turned off.
Sorry.
Figure. So why do we have to refer to the ongoing procurement that's happening in this contract rather than have it just clean renewal or extension, under the terms agreed to the extension? There's language in here that makes me feel uncomfortable, and I can save that for comments after public comment, but that's my question.
The question is then, why is there reference to the RFP process?
Right, or why is there so much reference? I mean, I would understand, the county commits to continuing adhering to our procurement process underway, which I think lays out very clearly that we negotiate in good faith and all those things that don't necessarily have to be spelled out here.
Well, I'll tell you right off the bat, I didn't think that the comments were that extensive. In fact, I was thinking the entirety of the extension agreement was pretty brief.
It is very brief. I agree. I will give you that. I did not expect a 6-page document when I opened it.
And a very short ordinance.
Thinking of
But
three-ring
it
binder.
accomplishes everything we need to accomplish, right? There is no manual on how to draft language into a contractual agreement or expression or an ordinance for that matter. But personally, my point of departure is to at least describe the current situation such that if somebody needs to look at this somewhere down the road, they can look at this one singular document and its authorizing ordinance to understand why, to understand how, and what was desired to be accomplished, and to have that spelled out at least with some certainty such that there aren't questions down the road somewhere. The reason it's included at all is to simply reflect the current state of affairs. Why is it that we are doing an extension agreement of 1 year with Atlantic as opposed to a new agreement with somebody else for 1 year? That it becomes more apparent based upon a description of the current situation. We have an existing leaseholder in place right now that's capable of running the operations for an additional year with their personnel and management already in place. We conducted an RFP already for a potentially new operator under a new agreement, and that process was moving quicker than the processes with the FAA. It yielded a competitive bid evaluation, and the highest score in that evaluation process was Atlantic, who is the current leaseholder. It's incumbent upon us to act upon that selection under our procurement code to move that down. We simply are in a position where we cannot execute a long-term lease, which quite frankly would be our preference, and so we need to take this incrementally. So I think that type of recital and an explanation is worthwhile, just because it fills in the picture as to, well, why is Atlantic staying on? Are they getting some kind of special deal? No, this is how it happened. This is where we are. We are in the RFP process right now in discussing anything with Atlantic because they were the highest score in that competitive procurement process.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I understand. I don't know if I agree with the inclusion of all that. Can you help just confirm my understanding procedurally as well? Because, I thought we had made commitments as a board to the community that we were going to evaluate multiple models for FBO operation, which we have yet to do. And, so I just want to confirm we are going to do that. We haven't entered into a long-term contract yet, and before we do that, the board will be considering if that path is the right path at all, or if there is a different path that is preferable, and we have a real contract to help us determine if that path is preferable or not. So just, am I on the right track? We're going to do that.
Your question is on the right track. So let me respond to it by backing up a little bit and getting into our procurement process, which is established through an adopted code by ordinance, which is included within the county code currently. So when we want to do an action such as this, a long-term operation contract coupled with a lease concerning the airport, what we do is we go to procurement. And the idea of going to procurement is that the county receives the best deal on behalf of the public. Also, to open up public contracts to as many people who are interested so that they can bid on them and maybe, advance their own personal interests by participating in a public contract. So that's what it's all about. The procurement process itself is initiated by either direction of the BOCC or a need that is recognized at a staff level. The procurement process is conducted by advertising first that we are going to do something, or we're going to enter into a contract or sell something, whatever it is, so that people can participate and bid on it and try to get that contract award or whatever. Then there is a selection process that is done through a selection committee, so that selection is independent of and divorced from the BOCC or the staff itself. So the committee is somewhat independent. The committee then makes an evaluation of all responses to a RFP, request for proposal, or RFB, request for bids, or RFQ, request for a statement of qualifications, and any other RFs we can come up with. The evaluation then is demonstrated through the use of a scoring system. And the scoring system is outlined in the code and in the actual RFP or whatever it was that was issued. So in the evaluation of responses, there is a hierarchy. Pursuant to the procurement code, the county staff, and that's usually myself, will engage in a negotiation to firm up a contract with the highest scoring proposer or bidder. If that can happen, then that contract is brought back to the BOCC for acceptance, ratification, and adoption, execution. If the BOCC at that time says, I don't like this contract and I want some changes, then I'll go back and attempt to negotiate it. And if successful, then we'll have a new presentation. If unsuccessful, then I will inform the board that I don't think that we can achieve an agreement expressed in the contract with our highest scorer in the RFP process, and the agreement won't reflect what the board wants. So I then proceed to number 2, whoever was scored the second highest. And then the process of the negotiation process and evaluation by the BOCC is repeated. And if that doesn't work, then I go to number 3, number 4, and so forth. And if we get down to the end of the line and still don't have an agreement, then we'll go back out again. We will republish another notice and see if we solicit either better offers or offers from additional proposers that didn't participate the first go around. Up until a contract is signed or authorized by the BOCC, the procurement process is still unresolved. It is still proceeding to conclusion. And the BOCC, in its capacity as the elected board, can change direction at any point. You can go as far as canceling the procurement, or you can jump into the middle of it and say this procurement wasn't satisfactory, I want you to go back out and re-advertise for something else. So the ultimate decision rests on any of this rests with the BOCC, and that ultimate decision is expressed in whatever is executed by the board. Now, the decision process that you're talking about is still being discussed. However, the staff has explaining where we are to the boards that, we can't be left in a situation with no operator at the airport.
Sure.
If we're not taking it over, somebody has to be chosen. And that's kind of where we are. And right now, to be the most pragmatic that staff can be in recognizing where we are with the FAA, where we are with our own constituency, our own public that we serve here, recognizing where we are with the procurement process and how we're limited in how we conduct business by that procurement code, and where we are with our current operator. This is what we're recommending. This 1-year extension agreement that will allow us to keep going until the board says do something different, so that we are not exposed and vulnerable in a way that really could be inviting risks that we do not or are not capable of accepting, certainly right now today.
And I'm not suggesting that. However, in sort of the recitals of the context of the situation, I don't think that there is an acknowledgement that, we have committed to having that other conversation related to the best operating model at the airport. So if I read this as if, the procurement path is the path, and there's no acknowledgement of the fact that the board has committed to having a conversation, that is parallel with this one.
Right. Well, I guess I would put forward to you that the reference to the procurement process should be in here because we're talking with Atlantic. We're doing business with Atlantic. It justifies that. I think that reference to what you're talking about, completing the public dialogue, is a commitment essentially from the board to the public, right? It does not relate to this 1-year extension. This is a firm agreement for 1 year. And so it doesn't make, to me, as much consistent thought to be entering into a firm agreement and then be talking about something else or some other process that might change something. This does refer to the procurement code, and if the county changes its direction, it's going to be based upon the discretion that the board has under the procurement code.
And I can come back to this in comments, but you're honing in on where I'm having trouble with the language the most here.
Patty?
Yeah, really brief. I'm going to agree with legal counsel, which I don't always do. But I'm going to agree that, and I'm going to agree with Kelly that we do need to have that discussion. I don't think it's necessarily appropriate to put it in this document, but I think it's great direction to give to staff that over this next year, sooner than later over this next year, we do have that conversation as to operations of FBOs. What is our preferred? And so we can use that information in assistance with negotiating a long-term contract, hopefully which will come to fruition within this next year. So so I'm agreeing with both of you. I'm just not agreeing that it should be in this document, but I think it's something we do need to do, and I think we need to publicly acknowledge that, which I think we're doing right now to staff and to the community, that we are going to have that discussion as part of this next year.
You've never disagreed with me.
Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay.
I have a question before we go to public comment, and it has to do with paragraph 3, with the additional $6 million. It bothers me that we don't get the $6 million unless Atlantic wins the contract. It seems to me a little bit like a bribe.
It's not so much winning anything because the competition has already occurred. It is a recognition, I suppose, of a commitment to continue to follow the path outlined in the procurement code. In other words, we're going to work in good faith to obtain this final or long-term agreement.
Which we would do with or without the additional $6 million.
That's right.
And so if this contract is worth an additional $6 million, why isn't it just in the contract that instead of 12 million, it's 18 million?
I suppose because there's no guarantee that we'll come to an agreement and that I won't be calling number two. There's always, you know, there are many terms within the proposed new agreement, and they'll need to be discussed through, and the profile might change for Atlantic, or the profile may change for the county, but there's no guarantee, and that's why the procurement code recognizes what happens next in this process is a negotiation of what the actual binding agreement is. The proposal that's submitted by Atlantic is not binding. It is not a binding commitment. This contract that we're talking about, the new long-term operating agreement and lease agreement is.
I don't understand how that answers my question. I'm sorry. It seems to me that Atlantic is holding back $6 million for this year's lease, contingent on our continuing a long-term contract with them.
Well, I don't want to speak for Atlantic because three representatives are here, but I will say that the $6 million didn't just come out of the ether. It was part of their proposal, but their proposal was, as I mentioned, for a 30-year lease, not for a one-year lease. Mm-hmm. And so having a lease now that is just for 1 year changes the profile of what they can commit to organizationally on financial terms. So that's what the agreement for 1 year is stated to be.
Okay. Okay.
I'm
going to open
uncomfortable
public
with that.
comment.
Yeah.
So, is there anybody in here who would like to speak about this one-year contract with Atlantic Aviation for the GA operations at the airport? Is there anybody online?
And I would like to acknowledge we did receive 2 letters, I believe.
From the same person.
Yeah.
If you are online and you would like to speak to this, please raise your hand, which is star 6 or 9, I don't know which. Doesn't look like we have any public comments.
So we should continue it to our second reading.
Well, the public comment will be noticed appropriately for a public hearing at the confirmatory reading.
On the 27th.
Which is on October
well,
20.
No,
September 25th.
it's not set yet. It's going to be in October, either the 11th or the 25th, one of the two regular meeting dates. But I wanted to, before we noticed it, talk to the Atlantic folks to see if there's one date that's better than another for them to attend.
But we have to initiate this contract before the confirmatory reading, right?
Yes.
It's initiated today if we pass it on an
Exactly.
emergency.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean it can't be changed between now and second reading.
If there's agreement.
Confirmatory reading, not second reading,
Confirmatory.
right?
Well, it's second reading is confirmatory.
That seems a little squishy to me.
What's squishy?
Well, we're going to pass it today, and they're going to start their new lease in a week or two, but then we might change it in a month?
Well, you can change a lease anytime you want if there's agreement between the parties. What this provides is an ability for the county to execute its signature lines on this 1-year extension amendment to the existing lease. That means we will not be without an operator come October 1st.
Okay.
And if
I get that.
Okay.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's
You
how
don't
it
have to
works.
belabor it.
Okay.
But I do want to ask, I wonder if it would be helpful for the public to understand the increase in this lease compared to the previous.
as far as
Yeah, we
compensation.
just talked about that.
Sure. Dan mentioned that it was hard to hear him, but that the historic compensation was less than $1 million, the way the existing lease terms calculate that compensation. It is not a fixed amount under the existing lease,
Right.
but floats. In fact,
Because it's the bag.
my
Yeah.
understanding was quite a bit less than $1 million the last fiscal year, like calendar year. So going up to, even without thinking about coming to full agreement and this additional $6 million, going up to $13,750,000 is a significant increase from where we are now.
And it could be more than that if the revenues are greater, so we would get.
No, this is a fixed amount
Oh, it's
for
a
1
fixed
year.
amount. The 12 million is a fixed amount.
13,750
Yeah.
is a fixed
Okay, I
amount.
understand. Okay. Did you have more?
I mean, I have some comments. I don't think I have
Okay,
any.
go.
Steve's got
Comments.
his.
Oh, no, let's go to Steve.
Okay.
And then we'll go back to you.
Yeah, and then I have a comment too, please.
Okay.
So moving into comment mode, I'm perfectly willing to support this 1-year extension right now. In 1 year time, if we are in the same situation, I would be much less inclined to vote for another extension. That would be my last vote as a commissioner to be able to vote on the lease for the FBO. And I would like to see this resolved within the next year. Now, if the FAA isn't cooperating with us and we don't have an updated ALP by that time, then I would like to see a long-term contract. Whoever is operating the FBO knows that they have sufficient ground to operate their FBO on. What the exact location of it and the exact square footage, we don't know. But they would have certainty that they would have sufficient operating space to operate the FBO in a professional and, manner good for the public, general aviation community. So if we get to the same point in 1 year, you cannot count on my vote for another 1-year extension. I really hope that all the pieces fall in place within the ensuing year now, and we get the long-term lease all figured out and signed, but I'm just giving fair warning right now. Thanks.
Thank you, Steve. Patty, did you have some
I
comments?
think Kelly was next, and then unless.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if I have board support, but I'll call out some specific language that, for me, I just don't. Again, I'm not sure needs to be in here, but you all can consider that. I'm happy to support this extension. I've been of the opinion that the community has been getting hosed from our 1993
Quote, unquote.
agreement, and so this 1-year extension is a far better deal than we've been under for the last 30 years, and I remain committed to making sure that we get the best deal for the community in a long-term lease, and don't think that we should rush it. We're not prepared to know what that best deal is right now and before the termination of the current lease in 2 weeks. So it is completely appropriate for us to extend, and I know our staff is hard at work and we'll be bringing to the board a lot for us to evaluate on what that best deal for the community is in the interval moving forward. So that's my commitment to the community. I think there's just, I would feel better with more neutral language just relating to the procurement process in here. Section 6, I think, could be shortened. And again, you have done a very good job keeping this brief, but just acknowledging that we have an RFP out for the next long-term lease. I think Section 7 is fine, acknowledging that our process for the ALP has been delayed and then it doesn't make sense to go into a new lease. I would move under our now therefore terms, and in the last sentence would prefer to just have that, say that the county and the lessee are under negotiations and will continue to do so per our county procurement provisions and protocols, and get rid of the rest of
The
that.
language in paragraph 3 doesn't say that.
In
To me,
paragraph
it
2,
does.
under continued negotiations.
It says if they come to an agreement in a new long-term contract or in the 1-year lease extension, that sort of says that they're in negotiation to me.
My section 3 says rent.
I'm looking at the recitals.
You guys are mixed up
You're
on which
looking at-
which document you're looking
Under
at.
the recitals, it's on page 132. of
I'm
our
looking
packet.
at the lease.
Okay, so you want it in the lease
Yeah.
language. Okay.
Well, we need to make sure that's,
What are you looking for particularly? There is a statement in there that pursuant to the county procurement provisions and protocols, the county and lessee each agree to continue to negotiate in good faith on an exclusive basis the final terms of a new lease until completion or until determined that the final agreement cannot be reached.
Yeah, I just think that we already are going to negotiate in good faith. I think we can just refer to our procurement processes and leave it at that.
So delete
Personally.
the good faith aspect?
I would delete most of the last sentence.
I would need clarification before I can move forward as to what the language is going to be.
Again, I agree with Francie's concern about the
6 million.
additional 6 million. I don't know if that's standard. I'm a little uncomfortable with, it's like a bonus to us if, based on how our negotiations come out, and that seems to be,
A signing bonus?
yeah,
Yeah, definitely.
Well, like I said before, the 6 million, it wasn't an arbitrary amount. It was a request from the county for compensation for this 1 year. It did not jive with the proposal that was submitted by Atlantic, which was for a 30-year term and the additional compensation rolled together. By changing the term, you're changing the profile significantly, as would be if we changed the footprint of the leasehold interest, So I think that this simply reflects that this is on a profile of a 1-year agreement as opposed to a 30-year one. And I'll let
yeah, I mean, I don't want to be in the position
Atlantic
for
reps here,
the
if you want to say
county.
anything additional as far as that goes, it's.
I don't want to be in the position for the county to not obtain an additional 6 million by entering in, should we enter into a new contract along all of the most and absolute appropriate manners and methods and processes. It's just,
I would state that Atlantic was trying to be cooperative in terms of our request, but, being limited by the term and the duration of what they could reasonably count on, what they have in hand. They have an agreement for 1 year as opposed to 30. I think that at the end of the day, the county's not going to agree to anything in order to score $6 million. I mean, who cares about $6 million? I mean, really. So nobody.
I do.
No, we don't. Not over 30 years we don't. But it's a I think extension by Atlantic to simply say, if we were in a position of a long-term lease, then yeah, we wouldn't have a problem with that. So that's as far as they could take it.
Mm-hmm.
And I would recommend acceptance of it because it continues a good faith negotiation, and because it's like 450% more than what we're getting on a regular basis. Rough math.
Well, I don't want to get into a negotiation here with Atlantic. I don't want them to come up and,
No.
I don't want to negotiate with you guys right now. That's John's job. No disrespect meant. But I would like to see that 6 million just be part of the contract for the next year. Patty?
If we're going to push that, we're going to have to probably table this and they're going to have
I
to
know.
do negotiations. And I hate to say it, but we are under a time frame, and I don't want to be taking over an FBO for a month or a year and trying to operate it through the county. And I hate to say that, but it's a fact of life. That's where we are.
I know that's the outcome. On
That's
the
where
other
we are.
hand,
And
we haven't had a whole lot of time to, our feet are to the fire here, and so.
Everybody's feet are to the fire, not just ours. So, and I would rather leave the Kelly's provision about looking at how other FBOs are operated out of this, but, that's a minor to me. If we can put that in, if it's just a statement, I don't think that Atlantic's gonna have an issue with that. It's just a clarification of the process that the board is gonna be undertaking over this next year. As for the 6 million, yeah, who wouldn't? I would like another 6 million, but I think it's part of their original proposal. That's why that number was chosen. And at the end of the day, we will, God willing, and the creeks rise, and in this community, we want our creeks to be rising to a certain level. I would like to see us negotiate a longer-term contract, move this thing forward, and get that 6 million at the end of the day.
Me too. I just don't want to have the public come back to us and say, if we reach an agreement with Atlantic, that we were influenced by this $6 million payout at the conclusion of our negotiation. It
And
just
I-
feels vulnerable to me.
Wait, can I,
sorry.
I
Yeah,
more
yeah.
than appreciate your stating that. I think you've made it clear to the public. I think the public should understand that that is not the position we're in. It's part of the original proposal. I do not feel like I'm being, coaxed, that the chocolate's laid in front of me to get another $6 million at the end of the day. I think it's just part of where we're gonna go, and we're gonna get this done. And at the end of the day, we're gonna get that $6 million back into the airport coffers. And I don't have a problem moving it forward today.
And
But I want to know the exact language, because I'm not going to approve a document that we're just,
And Francie, if I could add on, I think, to what John was saying, $6 million out of context is a lot of money. Put into the context of a multi-$100 million deal over a 30-year period, and it's a
some
really
extended period.
small percentage. It is not going to be proportionally, and I think this was the point John was making, proportionally looking at it over a 30-year period is not going to be a make or break decision point for the county or this board. In terms of the amount of dollars over a 30-year period, the $6 million is what John said. It is not actually a lot of money. We're talking single-digit low percentages in the overall scheme of things, which I think would be made up or we're close enough with whether we're going with Atlantic, whether we're going with another vendor because we can't conclude a successful negotiation, or to Kelly's point, looking at negotiating it or operating it ourselves, which is a commitment I think this board is made to come back and look at also publicly. So proportionally, this is not going to move the needle. I understand what you're saying, and I think it may be worth inviting Atlantic up. I think John's point about the longevity, the value changes a lot when you're looking at a 30-year period versus a 1-year period, and I think the $6 million as it was structured was really brought forward to try and provide a way to keep us whole if they're able to realize their pro forma over a longer period of time, which is something that we asked for, was to be kept whole. But it also kind of keeps their pro forma more in check if they're not able to conclude that longer term agreement. I would not view it as a signing bonus or anything like that. It's really recognizing the value of the contract as a 30-year agreement versus a 1-year agreement.
Can
John,
I just
did
have
you want to respond to me?
I'm sorry.
I thought you wanted to respond to me a little while ago.
I was going to jump in and say essentially the same thing, only a lot less words.
That's not true.
I have a point of clarification.
That would be a rare occurrence.
I have a point of clarification. It's
Patty.
30 years or some extended period of time.
Well, I'm going to defer to you guys on this, but I don't like it. I just think if it's worth it, it should be paid as part of the lease. I'm just putting that out there. It doesn't mean I'm not going to move this forward. I understand we are in a we're in an emergency situation, which I'm not quite sure how we got here. I don't know why we didn't do this 6 months ago, even though I understand what you told me, but, so that makes me uncomfortable, but, and it's not gonna lead to a no vote, but I just want to state to the public that this is not a signing bonus, this is not a bribe, it is something else, of which I still am unclear, but did you have further comments?
I agree with your level of discomfort, but I also, I wish that was different, but it is what it is before us today. And
I see.
Yeah, but we've got a lot more discussion that's going to be going on about this in the future. Hopefully, again, sooner than later.
I see that you're dying to come up here and say something about this. Fine, come on up.
And I'm not a public speaker, and this makes me really uncomfortable. We did not mean any disrespect in this process.
Introduce yourself to the record.
Okay, and am I supposed to
Red light has to be on.
Okay, it's on. Thank
Very
you.
good.
Very good.
Thank you. Jonathan Jones with Atlantic Aviation. Do you want to?
Mark Hamilton with Holland Hart on behalf of Atlantic Aviation.
We did not mean any disrespect by this. It was, as you pointed out, our performa and everything, you said it better than I can, was based on 30 years. And this is where we got in, and with the extension, this is what our numbers gave us. And it's not meant to be a bribe by any means. I don't want that to be, it was to be made whole because once a long-term lease was in place. So it was really just a conversation that was had in the negotiation process and was not meant to not to be disrespectful or anything along those lines with the county. We're excited and look forward to moving forward with the county and the airport and all the things that are ahead of us. So I was hoping to thank everyone today, but more so than anything, I just wanted to make sure you knew that it was just it was how we would make everything make sense for us with the 30 years versus 1 year extension that's not guaranteed. And so that's how there were spreadsheets involved. So I'm sorry.
I would love a signing bonus at some point in my life, but I don't think
But yeah, it was meant to make everything whole at the end of the day and not to be disrespectful by any means.
What does it make whole? That doesn't mean anything to me. What do you mean it makes everybody whole? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so our proposal was for a MAG of $18 million over 30 years. And so that's and it actually changes once we finish construction, and it's the entire proposal. So
Okay.
that's what
Thank
I'm referring
you. I
to.
appreciate it. Appreciate your coming up and speaking.
You did a
Thank
good
you.
job.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything further from the commissioners? Any questions or anything?
I mean, I would just clarify that I still don't know the board's consideration of but I would insert language in the resolution that would call out our ongoing deliberations about, management models. And I could propose some language as to where that would go. And then just offer the change in the lease language that I spelled out earlier to simplify that. So I'm happy to be more specific if there's interest in the board or if you're not interested.
I don't feel the
know
need for further clarification about that. I feel like.
About the further discussion about the opportunities to discuss how FBOs are operated?
Yeah, I feel like this lease speaks for itself, and so does the ordinance. I don't know. What, Steve or Patty, do you have
Well, I think
response
staff
to
has
Kelly?
heard us that Kelly, and I think we're all in agreement that that's a discussion we want to have, and we need to do it sooner than later over this next year.
But does it need to be in this language? Does the language need to be in here?
I don't think it does, but if Kelly was insistent upon it, But I think she's just more offering us a suggestion.
Steve, do you
Just on
have
the
a
losing
response
end
for
of a
Kelly?
lot with the airport, so.
Yeah, I would like to have the items discussed, but I think I'm fine with passing the lease as it is for now, and then that would be part of the negotiations over the next year. I think everybody's
But I agree with Kelly's language.
negotiating in good faith at the table right now, and I feel good with the process. So, not to disrespect Kelly's suggestions at all, it's, I think, good suggestions and not necessarily what we need to put into this one-year lease.
Yeah, that's the way I feel too.
But
Kelly?
do you,
I mean,
do
Pat-
we, are we in agreement with just the modification of the language in that one section?
What section?
Kelly, what was the other section you wanted about the,
So,
just refining the procurement, was it the procurement process language?
right. And then there were, one thing in the lease and one thing in the ordinance, but I'm not sure I'm hearing any support, so.
Does the board?
I don't need to make changes to either the lease nor the
Okay.
ordinance. I think Steve said the same thing. I
Okay.
thought you said so.
So I was just waiting to hear what you guys felt, but, so you know what I'm gonna do?
Make a motion, I hope.
I'm gonna make a motion. I'm gonna make a motion on an emergency ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners approving an amendment to the current lease and use agreement with Trajan Flight Support LP, or Atlantic Aviation. This is an emergency ordinance, first reading, and we will have a confirmatory reading with a public comment period on we don't have a date certain set, so.
It'll be in October.
In October of 2023.
Second the motion.
Any further comments?
John, would you call Greg, please?
Well, let's vote then. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, the ordinance passes.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thanks, John. And
Thank you, John.
My pleasure.
Thanks, Dan, out there waiting for us to board that plane to somewhere.
Either one?
We're going to take a 5-minute break right now. I need to have a conversation with John Ely before we come back. We will be back in about 5 minutes.
11.
Welcome back to the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners on Wednesday, September 23rd. We are moving on to our land use items, which generally take a really long time, so buckle up. The first one is actually going to be, is tabled, which was the Emma Fields LLC 2023 BOCC annual review for the Aspen Distillery Special Review, and that has been tabled and will be rescheduled. Do we have to make that official in some way?
You have to vote to table?
Yes.
That's what I'm wondering. What?
Yes.
Yes? So I'll look for a motion to table this item.
Can I have a question? Oh, second with a question.
Okay?
I guess I'm just a little concerned because an annual review is supposed to be for the benefit of the board and the greater community. So to table it
It's been continued twice or three times.
takes away a bit of that benefit that we've requested the courtesy of. So I just would like to understand what's going on a little bit.
We've had that internal conversation as well, and there are just a number of issues that are coming up on various fronts, on the applicant side as well as on staff side, and so we just keep feeling like it's not the appropriate time to bring it to you. Again, it's an update, but there are some pieces, potentially things, requests they're making to change things, and we need to establish that everything's in order before we bring it in front of you, because there's also provisions in the board about if there are any questions of things in violation, that you're not allowed to act on things. So again, there's a lot going on that we're trying to be clear about and sort out with the applicant. So we just haven't felt like it was appropriate to bring that annual review in front of you yet.
Okay, I'm sorry, can you just clarify a little bit what the first thing that you just said about if, something's going on and there's in violation or the board can't act on?
There's a
What is that
provision. There's a
procedurally?
provision
What
in
does
the
that
land
mean?
use code, and again, I don't want to get into the. Again, like I said, there's a lot of investigating that staff is doing right now. So
Sure.
there are, items they're following up on. There are a lot of permits at play right now. There's a lot of work being done, but the provision in the land use code is, if there was a violation, a noticed violation, that the board. We're not supposed to move applications forward. The board would not act on applications if there was an a noticed violation.
Okay.
So that's a standard in the code.
Okay, because I'm not of the opinion that like everything has to be neat and tidy at the time of an annual review. You know, I mean, it's, part of
totally.
it is really a progress report, right? Which,
Totally understand that. And there's, anyway, again, there's been a lot of back and forth on a lot of issues right now. And we thought it would just be more complicated to try and, sort of bring you an update. And in the end, we do put a resolution in front of the BOCC to accept the annual review. And again, in this case, there, some possible amendments they were requesting to their site plan that would be included with that annual review. So we've just, it hasn't, again, we felt it wasn't appropriate to bring all of that to you yet.
But there is an attempt to comply?
Oh, yes. I mean, we're
It's in progress.
in constant conversation with their team on all of the issues that we're working on. So all of that, again, we're hopeful that it will still come to you, later this fall. So, I mean, again, we're trying to move, but there's just, like I said, a lot of kind of moving pieces right now. We have been communicating, with all of the neighbors as there've been these continuances as well as the tabling to try and make sure that people know, that there wasn't a hearing taking place today and whatnot. So, there's a lot of communication going on between us and the applicant as well as with neighbors.
Okay,
Steve has his hand up.
I know. I
Okay.
was just making sure Kelly was done. Steve?
Thank you. I am,
Thank you.
yes.
Sorry.
So procedurally, I would not move to table this, which says we're not gonna have an annual review. It's like you're stopping the process. I would definitely move to continue it to, some date in October. If we need to move it, table it again, not table it, continue it again to some date in November, so be it. But procedurally, I think we need to continue it, not table it.
Let's ask legal counsel why the tabling versus continuance.
Well, if you're going to continue it, you're continuing it to a date certain to further or initiate the discussion. And if you're simply tabling it, you're not setting another date. You are going to renotice the matter whenever it's brought to you, or the staff will renotice it.
And I mean, again, I guess on our end, if you're more comfortable continuing it to a date certain, we can do that. I mean, our conversation with the applicant, the intent is to fully renotice when it is on your agenda. So, again, we can push it to a date and see if that's the date it's going to go. If that is, there will be a renoticing to everyone, so they're fully aware of that date. So.
Question.
But for clarification, tabling isn't ending it, correct?
It's not eliminating the review, and it's not changing the profile of that annual review that's required pursuant to the earlier approval. It's just not setting a date for it at this point.
Okay.
So it's sort of in limbo, I guess, a little
And I
bit.
think generally for us, the continuance to a date certain is preserving the notice that has been done. So I think that's why we talked about just tabling it, because our conversation has been that there will be a full notice done for the next hearing when it's scheduled. But if you prefer to continue it, I would suggest, November 1st.
Patty?
Yeah, I was going to ask you that question. Which has the better process for public notice? And that's why I will support tabling it, because I think it should be the full-on proper public noticing should occur this next time around, so people know. It's very clear, so it's not just, it's going to be continued to. I think it's a better way to get the public involved, is to table it now, reschedule a date, and do a prior public process of notification.
Steve?
I'm kind of the line of Kelly too, that I think we should go ahead and hold the annual review sooner than later. We can look at the dirty laundry hanging out. While we're doing that, everything doesn't have to be perfect. An annual review held a year and a half after, it doesn't make sense to me. I think that we should be getting more of an update. I know that there were some major issues that were of concern to me and to the neighbors, and I feel like those ought to be aired in the public sooner than later.
I would ask everybody in the room to speak up a little bit. The people in the audience are having trouble today hearing us, just so you all know.
Can I? Yeah, we have a process when an issue is quote unquote under investigation or red tagged, that we do not proceed. And with an annual review, technically, we can pull their permit and they could be done if we weren't happy with their annual review. So, and there's also, like Suzanne said, there's a process that we have to go through, a formal process of accepting the annual review. And when I remember when the county initiated and created the policy of you don't review anything if there's an outstanding issue or quote unquote a red tag. So I think we need to stick to that, because I think we'd be in violation of our own process if we were to hear something that had an outstanding issue. And I don't want that to come back and, somebody else to use that against us in the future. Well, you heard theirs. So I think tabling it is the cleanest way to go. Again, it provides the public notification process, and it allows them to remedy whatever outstanding issue there is that allows them to come back through the county process.
Thank you for that clarification, Patty.
Thanks.
You want to make a motion?
I will make a motion.
in a second.
I couldn't remember if we did or not. We have more,
And
too.
it was
I'll
to
probably
table
forget
it.
again.
I believe it was to
Second.
table it.
All right, so let's vote.
Oh, do we
The
need to-
motion is
wait.
to table it.
It's a public hearing. Do we still need to open the public hearing, John?
Oh, yes, it is a public hearing.
Yes, you do.
Is there anybody here who would like to comment on
If-
tabling the Emma Fields?
If you're, well, I'm sorry, if you're going to continue, you have to entertain.
No, we're not.
Okay, if you're.
The motion was to table it.
Okay, then you don't, because it's going to be re-noticed and
The
we'll.
whole thing will start over again.
Invite
Okay.
new public opinion or comment.
All right, well,
Is there anybody who'd like to comment on it?
We're gonna open that anyway.
Anybody online? Public comment is closed. We have a motion, we have a second, and the motion is to table the Emma Fields LLC 2023 BOCC Annual Review for the Aspen Distillery Special Review. All those in favor of tabling this, please say aye.
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 Okay. Reluctantly passed, 5-1. All
5 to
right.
0. There's only 5 of us.
Who's that sixth?
Okay, resolution determining that the Redstone Pastures LLC parcel is constrained and granting one constrained site TDR. Tammy, are you going to give us a presentation here?
Yeah, so just real quick, the board heard this item on February 22nd and August 9th. You'll recall at the August 9th meeting, the BOCC did find that the parcel is encumbered by constraints in Chapter 7 of the code, including steep slopes, a floodplain, significant wildlife habitat, and it also had historically irrigated land containing
Remember to speak up.
significant agricultural values. And so with that finding, they also found that the parcel is eligible for one constrained site TDR. And at that meeting, the BOCC directed staff to come back with a resolution reflecting those findings. So that resolution was drafted and was included in your packet. And so today, the board is recommended to adopt that resolution.
Okay, thank you. I do want to remind us that one of the considerations was to keep it in agricultural production, keep the water from being severed from the property, and I don't see that in this resolution. I would like to see it. So if we're going to pass this today, I would like to pass it with additional, these are called constraints, is that what it is? Additional restrictive
Conditions.
covenant so that the water cannot be severed, and if the property is not maintained for agriculture, the county reserves the right to step in and take care of it. Is that correct? Patty?
We have done that in the past, yes.
Yeah. First, I'm sorry I wasn't here at the August 9th meeting. I was somewhere in the Highlands of Scotland taking my mother's ashes, so thank you for letting me do that. I did watch the video, and I agree with the board's decision on the one TDR. And what really impressed me about the video was the applicant and their support system. They're wanting to preserve the agriculture / ranching use of the property, and I think there's some historic, quote unquote, historic structures there that also support that use. So they're visual from 133, so people can see that. I'm all choked up. But I would like to know if we could add that somewhere in here, that the continued use of and or maintenance of this property for ag/ranching in perpetuity. So somewhere down the line, we don't know what might happen in the future. Somebody doesn't come in and rip all those buildings down and let the property not technically lay fallow, but keep the weeds would need to be mitigated. But just to keep that the historic nature of that property, which is the ag/ranching in effect. And so,
can we get language added? If we pass this today, can we pass it with the understanding that the restrictive covenant about the water and the agricultural status will be added?
Yes.
Okay. So if we make a motion, we make a motion with that added restrictive covenant.
yeah, and I think, Greg, you had one other one, right of refusal or something?
I would like to discuss that the county have a first right of refusal on the property. I'm still conflicted with this as the dissenting vote, understanding what the value to the county is from this granting of a TDR. That's one of my concerns, and so something that might at least not being able to sever the water rights, keeping it in agricultural production in perpetuity. Would certainly go a long way toward keeping it a historic use as it's been. And I think a right of first refusal, once they've sorted out the ownership issues they all have amongst themselves, because that's the whole purpose of this, right? Might be something we could discuss adding to that. But I had some other issues too, and I think I should bring them up because I think as part of a public process with full, transparency, I just want to hear Francie give her disclosure again about the disclosure you made at the last meeting regarding the conversations you had about the negotiation for the TDRs. And then I also just wanted to ask you if you have any other conflicts with family members who might work with any of the individuals here, and if there might be a conflict of interest, because that has come up and it's something that's on my mind. I'd like to just have it aired here. And then finally, my other final request is going to be, I'd really like to have a history of how this has gone about, because originally the staff proposed that we deny this application because it was not a constrained site. And now I'm seeing that we're using slope, floodplain, habitat, and ag values as a rationale for creating a constrained site. I don't believe anybody, certainly didn't have a site visit. And I confess I don't know the property very well. I'm not sure if anybody else knows it very well. But I'm just wondering, is this truly a constrained site, or was it a convenient discretionary choice on the part of the commissioners to decide that it was? And the reason I say that is because we're going to see it again this afternoon, and we're going to have to make a call using the same criteria. And I just want to make sure we're consistent in the way we make decisions and the way we evaluate things. And I don't quite understand it. So, Tammy, if you could elaborate how things went down, because originally I think this was going to be it wasn't shown to be a constrained site. So I'm trying to understand that, and I apologize in advance if I've gotten something wrong here, but this is what's on my mind about this application. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, so yes, you're correct. Staff did originally recommend denial of the application, and we walked through all the different constraints that we look at in Chapter 7 to determine whether something's developable. I don't have the specific code language in front of me about the TDR, the board's discretion for granting a TDR, but it's basically, it's not whether or not a constraint is present or not. It says something to the effect of if it's severely restricted to the point where, development would be restricted.
Yeah. The language says undevelopable or severely restricted pursuant to the
If
code.
I could just interject here, looking at the description of the property, that includes corrals, there's a mobile home, there's development on the property already. I don't know the locations exactly, but it doesn't sound like this is an undevelopable piece of land. So I'm having a problem understanding what our code says and what we're telling you to do. Thank you.
I guess I can jump in to try and help Tammy there. I mean, again, we do our analysis of the constraints and made our recommendation based on that, provided all of that to you all to then use in making your determination if you agreed with our position related to those constraints or not. I also was not at the meeting on the 9th of August, but I did not review the entire recording of the meeting, but maybe it's fine that I didn't, because again, I think my understanding from that was based on that language in the code, you all directed staff to come back with a resolution approving, which then assumes that the finding is made that you all have determined that the parcel is undevelopable or severely restricted based on those provisions of the code.
Okay, so we made a conclusion that it was undevelopable and severely restricted. Thank you.
And Francie, can I, and Greg, as
Sure.
to your concern about, our application of this process to other properties, I think the board, I'm gonna speak maybe for the board, I look at every application on the individual circumstances of the property. So you have a code, but you have to, the properties are all not the same. We wish they were all flat and level and, but it's not how it is. So I think that's how I base my decision, is on the specifics of the property, not necessarily on what I did last week, but what's being brought before me this week.
Okay, we'll have a chance to see the contrast this afternoon.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I said at the last meeting was that I had had a phone call from Ty, who had said to me before he just said, "Hey, I just wanted to tell you that," either Tim or Ted had called him, I can't remember, and said that they were thinking they would go with one TDR. So I divulged that to the board and to the public that I'd heard that before I could stop Ty. So that was that. So, and then he proceeded to tell us in the meeting that that was what they were going to do, was go with one TDR. In terms of, I think you're referring to my son's friendship and sometimes working relationship with Bill when you're talking about that. So there's no financial crossover between Bill and Ty whatsoever. And all of the ranchers down valley and even mid valley work together all the time. So I would say that the Nislanics and the Fales and Ty and Jason Sewell and all kinds of people interact in lots of different ways. We use each other's facilities, like we did preg testing at the Constantine's property, and so I think that they go back and forth in their relationships, but there's no financial relationship between Bill and Ty so that Ty could possibly be affected by this particular TDR. Ty doesn't even run his cattle up. His cattle aren't even up there. They're over on Thompson Divide. So I had thought about this when it first came up because of my friendship with Bill and Ty's friendship with Bill. I don't see that there's any financial crossover. There's nothing for Ty to gain from their getting a TDR that I could see.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your clarity.
And you had another question. That's 3 out of the 4. What was the second, or perhaps the first one?
That was it for you. I was, sorry. I've been thinking about this. Then just regarding what restrictions are we putting on this transaction? And that's just for the entire board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Kelly.
Can I just address one of your?
Can you speak up so the people in the room can hear you?
She's so soft-spoken.
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Okay. If it's okay, I just would like to read this in the code because you probe me to make sure I am being intentional and deliberate and thoughtful. And to that end, I wanted to make sure I'm making the right decisions. So, what I read in the code, literally from section 71050, which we refer to in our resolution, says, For the purposes of Chapter 7, constrained areas include all areas included in each of the following categories as defined and regulated by this land use code. Areas of state interest, steep and potentially unstable slopes, water courses, drainage channels, areas subject to erosion, floodplain hazard, geological hazard areas, severe or low to moderate wildfire hazard areas, wildlife habitat areas, river and stream corridors and wetlands, irrigated lands for food or crop production, historic preservation areas, and archaeological resource areas. So I checked that because I wanted to make sure we weren't inventing constraints in our resolution that weren't supported by the land use code. If that's helpful. It was
Thank
helpful
you.
for
Yes, okay.
And I don't want to speak for you, Steve, but I believe that what he said at that last meeting was that he couldn't imagine taking irrigated land that was productive in order to have a 7/10 of an acre or something available to build a house or something like that. He definitely referred to the irrigated pasture. Did you not, Steve?
And this is irrigated.
No, that's correct. In order to preserve the agriculture on there, I mean, you could build a house. Greg is correct. You could build a house there. You can tear down the corrals. You could build a house right there, even keeping the irrigated land intact. You could probably fit a house right where the corrals are. But then that destroys the agricultural use of it, and that is, our main purpose in doing this is to preserve the agricultural use of it. If for some reason the cattle were no longer being sent up to Coal Basin, the land could be used as a community garden for the residences of Redstone. Could go over there and each have a garden plot using the irrigated land and so we could continue the agricultural use no matter if there are cattle or not. But in order to preserve the agricultural use, there is no place to put a house on this property. Every inch of it is severely constrained by the list that Kelly said. Every inch of the property, with the exception of maybe a little bit in the middle of the corral or something, maybe doesn't fit into any of those categories, but not enough space to build a residence.
I think that where the barn, the shed is, or whatever we call that, where the equipment is kept, the riding equipment and stuff, I think that is constrained, was presented constrained because it was part of the elk calving area and also part of the floodplain, if I'm not mistaken. Something like that. It
Drainage.
was like part of all the overlays that you showed us, Tammy. I think that's where the existing building is.
Yeah, that's correct, and I don't remember where the 100 feet from the stream running through the property runs to. That might run into the corral area, as well as the wildlife area. So yeah, it might be every square inch of the property is constrained by our rules that Kelly listed off.
Now, I understand there's a mobile home and an RV on the property.
Uninhabited RV. Uninhabited.
What's the situation with that? Just, I don't know, we're opening public comment. Bill had a comment.
I know. Are you guys comfortable with Bill answering about the mobile home and stuff? Everybody okay with that? Sure, Bill, come on
He has
up.
to come
You
up
have to
to a
come
mic.
up, identify yourself and all of that.
Yeah.
Make sure the light is
Bill,
red. on
it
the
is.
speaker.
I got that. Bill Fails. Yeah, Greg, the mobile home is, I mean, that's a very generous description of what's there. It's a 1950 errors mobile home. I personally would hope that we could use some of this money to remove it from the property. The other is a fifth wheel camp trailer that we had a young man riding for us on the permit, and then he left it, and has since subsequently he got killed in a car wreck. So both of them are absolute trash. I'd like to see them both gone from their property to clean it up.
Thank you, Bill. Do you have enough clarification? Do you have more questions, Greg?
No, I'm good for now, thanks.
Is that the trailer Uncle Bud lived in?
Are we doing public comment?
Yeah.
Okay, well, tell him that. He used to be behind the coke ovens.
Wait, so this is a public hearing. I'm gonna open up public comment now for anybody who wishes to comment on the awarding of one TDR to Redstone Pastures LLC parcel. And, if you're in the room, please let me know you wanna speak. And if you're online, please raise your hand.
I might suggest, so Lily came to me right before or a few days ago with the idea of pursuing some historical aspects of the parcel, and I gave him my recommendation, but I'd like if he could just ask the board on the public record and have maybe John Ely weigh in on the process of where we are today, and that what he was thinking about would be a new application is my take, but I just want to give him the chance to put that out there.
Okay. Willie Fender, part of the Redstone Pasture Association. It was on my belief that there is a lot of historical value also to this property. It hasn't been incorporated till recently. It was joint and tenant for 84 years. The Krells are 53 years old. I agree with you about the trailer. My uncle used to live in it when it was behind the coke ovens, when the Redstone Pasture Association used to own 583 acres up there. I believe there's also historic value as well as constraint values, but that will have to be tabled probably for another meeting. But I just wanted to bring that up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Willie. Yeah.
And we had been talking to Susanna Reed, the historic designator, I believe, for the county. She has been on vacation for the last month, so she has not been able to review any of this to even find out whether it's worth paying an application fee to come to another TDR. We know how you feel about the TDRs, although I think in 1994, the group of people that came up with the idea of TDRs and how to save the ground and open space is still a very legitimate group and should be looked at.
Thank you, Ellie. I appreciate that, and I hear you.
All right, I'm gonna close the
you.
public hearing. Bring it back to the commissioners.
Well, we're not done yet.
It's not closed yet.
I misheard you. I'm a little bit, I guess I didn't know you were putting additional restraints on the property. You talked about tying the water to the land, which I like the sense, and putting a further restriction. I kind of envisioned that we were prohibiting all development, any housing on this land, and I thought that was sufficient. If you do something about the water, I would like to do something like we have personally in Cold Mountain Ranch's conservation easement that's co-held by Pitkin County and the Cattlemen's Land Trust, where there was an ability to allow some water to go in the river for stream health, that John worked on a lot with us to make that, and last year we were actually able to implement it and change the timing of our diversion for my own helm stitch to allow water into the river. I think that might be useful, though in reality Voorhees Creek, if the crystal's in trouble, Voorhees is dry. So it may be worthless, but I just kind of, I think keeping doors open is good. I was a little taken back about hearing that the county would require it. Steve brought up a good point that it may be appropriate for a garden, but boy, the sun doesn't shine there too much, as is true in a lot of Redstone. But it's really valuable when we have our Forest Service permit. If for some reason that Forest Service goes away, I could see that restriction for agricultural use going away too. But that's how we've envisioned it, and that's how it's been used since the Tailored Grazing Act established grazing on federal lands.
Well, Betsy,
Yes, Patty?
the reason why I brought that up was after watching the video, and I don't remember who it was who spoke, but he was adamant about the fact that this was going to remain an agriculture or ranching use. That's where I took that from, was a statement made by one of the applicants. I'm not sure how.
I think your cousin,
No, it was an older gentleman.
your uncle.
And somebody spoke, but I
Your
took it
fault.
right off the video, so therefore I didn't think it was an issue. I just wanted it documented. And it's not a cow necessarily, or ranching ag. It could be any of those uses. I just wanted to make sure it didn't become a parking lot or a miniature golf course.
I want to make sure of that too.
So that's why I just wanted to bring in that if future use of this would remain ranching/ag or ag/ranching. And it would be maintained that way, which would be some of those historic. And maybe the 1950 trailer, I live in a 1967 trailer, but maybe, I'm kidding.
This one's very small.
I'm kidding.
It's
but
crowded with
the city
other.
tried to make mine historic, believe it or not.
My uncle was in it 45 years ago.
Yeah, so there's a lot of history in it, but yeah. But anyway, so that's my clarification on that. As far as the water, I agree, John, and I don't know how we can, because I remember going through that with Cold Mountain Ranch, how we can write that in. So it would be the water rights would remain, they wouldn't be severed from the property, but could be used for.
Exactly. I don't think we need to specify what the water is used for, just that it can't be severed from the property.
Totally.
So if you're in an agreement with whoever it is that you go, the state water engineer or whoever you go into an agreement with to release your water and not use it on your field, I don't think that threatens your water right. So, is that correct, John?
Well, it's a little more complicated than that, but the drift of it is clear. And a motion to that effect from the board is certainly clear to me, so that I can draft it. And as Bill said, quite frankly, Cold Mountain is the template now. I mean, the conservation easements that we use evolve through time and hopefully improve. But the iteration concerning water use and so forth that we came up with Cold Mountain has not changed since then.
And we're not asking for a conservation, even just a provision in a covenant, right?
Right. You're asking for a restriction on it.
Right, you're right. And I would add that, however, John feels the need to write that language to incorporate what the template was from when we did Cold Mountain Ranch, and then the provision that it stay in ag/ranching.
Right. And
Let's just reiterate the statement made by the applicant.
Right. And it's
One of you guys.
It's fortuitous that Bill's here because he knows exactly what his easement is, and so he can, appreciate what that intent is.
I'm comfortable with that.
So what about the part about the county having the right to go in and maintain it as agriculture if all of these people, children move to cities and they're no longer ranching?
That actually wasn't in Cold Mountain. That was something that was developed.
No, but I mean,
later.
when we
that
talked
is
about that.
right, and that is, if you want to talk about it, the idea there being that we didn't want the water right to be discontinued or the ag use to be discontinued because of any number of things. And so the idea, I guess, is that the county would have the ability to go in and let the property out to somebody else, the CSA or somebody who would utilize the land for agricultural purposes, farming or ranching or whatever can be invented, and continue to apply the water to the property for agricultural purposes and in amount consistent with its historical use. That's how it's dressed up.
So, say if these guys go away, say for some reason you all decide you don't want anything to do with it anymore, what obligation do the owners have to maintain and keep it weed-free and maintain the ag and maintain the water? What obligation are they
to
giving us?
maintain the property, the obligation is the same because that's a function of a county requirement. That's for weed removal, for example, or noxious plant removal. The obligations that might be contained in a covenant that are dropped on the covenant drops onto the property will run with whoever owns the property. And like I said, the way it's set up for continuing ag use, actually that was first expressed with the Cerise easement, is what it is. If the water is not being applied, utilized and consumptively used on the property, consistent with its decree, then the county has the ability to go in and use it, to apply the water to the land for irrigation purposes, or to contact some third party to, put the property to an agricultural use, because we are not in that business ourselves, so we'll look for somebody who can maintain the ag use.
Okay.
So imagine that you guys get older. I think you probably will, and your kids
Hope so.
don't want to continue ranching. I imagine that you would probably pursue somebody who got your lease up above, your Forest Service lease. I would imagine maybe you would approach those people about buying the land or leasing the land, so that it would be continued to be used as a staging point for moving the cattle up there and for keeping them on pasture when they're not up there and all of that. I mean, that's what I imagine might happen in the future, and so that would not be it would still be part of this restricted covenant if you guys did that. I mean, it would still
they'd
be
be
in
in
agriculture,
compliance.
you just wouldn't be the operators. I mean, we can't predict the future, of course, but.
No, not at all. I'm just concerned, really, it's, I guess I have blinders on, and I see things as they are today and have been since the 1930s. And I think that if we quit, but which it's not in my cards, but if the Forest Service cancels that permit, and so it can't be used for how it's been used for almost 100 years, that's where I was having a hard time requiring the future ag use.
That goes to a question I have about the property too. I mean, the expression and representations to this point is the integration of this particular parcel with the federal land lease for grazing permit. And if they go away, or if the ranch property to which the permit is associated is converted to something else, then does this property have some ability to be used for agricultural purposes independent of the higher country leases and the supporting ranches that are lower down?
Well, my language was just general. It was just the continued use / maintenance of the property for ag / ranching. It didn't say it had to have cows.
No, it would be left open for whatever agricultural purpose
and
would
those
evolve,
structures, because I think there's a benefit for people driving by and seeing the historic,
Trailer, right?
Yeah, infrastructure.
Oh,
not that.
There you go.
Timney's Landing, in that scenario, could someone put a greenhouse in there to grow
Well, they'd have to go through a process to put a greenhouse because it's
Right,
square
but
footage, it's development.
Basically, yes.
No, basically, no, they couldn't put a greenhouse.
It would depend on
Because
what
then-
happens when they bring that forward, but.
That continues
No,
in
it's
that
not
agricultural
sterilized
farm
land.
Development.
type thing.
Really?
Yes.
So
You know.
open crops are not development, and
Yes.
greenhouse is development?
Yes.
So can I ask something?
Isn't that
Is that true, John?
John made an interesting
I don't agree with you,
point,
but it is.
and I'm trying to grasp that back. You're saying if the Forest Service lease went away, your calculus changes then, right? But ours doesn't.
Steve
It's
said
still
his hand up
agricultural
for
use. And that's something we should be, I think, clear about. The purpose of the TDR is to help preserve the agricultural use. If it goes away, what happens?
It would be open space. We've, in my sorry. I think I
light.
talk loud enough, but I'll turn it on anyway. My understanding is a document which John will prepare will prohibit any future development maybe including greenhouses, I don't know. But yeah, so it would be open space like you have protected on the other side of the river and throughout.
And you're okay with water rights being permanently attached to that, so they can't be severed, is that right? That's part of our deal.
They need it to maintain the property.
I don't think any water should ever be severed, and I don't know whoever allowed people to do that myself.
Exactly.
Agreed, yeah. Thank
Steve, would you like to join our conversation?
I would love to. Thank you. I was taken aback, kind of like Bill was, the starting talking about an agricultural easement or attaching the water to the land. All this is the kind of thing that is negotiated when someone's doing a conservation easement on the land, or probably doing an agricultural easement, a deed restriction with an agricultural easement on it. This is the kind of stuff that would be negotiated and the wording figured out. I don't think it is part of the discussion of severely restrained land, which is receiving a TDR for not building a house on it or building greenhouses or whatever. So if we are going to include an agricultural easement or a conservation easement as part of it, it seems like we have to continue this item and add that to the negotiations, or have it be a separate discussion with another negotiation with the landowners.
We're not
Well,
asking for a conservation
No,
easement.
we're not. And when I asked John about this, he said it would be a restrictive covenant along with the one that's on there, which is, what is the one?
With our standard language we do when we provide TDRs and sterilize the property.
Yeah.
We would just clarify it, and my concern was based on a statement made by the applicant at the prior public hearing. So that was made there.
so
That's
I
where
guess
I didn't dream up the idea, I got it from them.
So a question then for John Ely would be, would it be normal, can we expand the restrictive covenant given how we handle these sorts of severely restrained site getting a TDR, a restrictive covenant that relates to the agricultural water? Would that be a kosher thing to do in this instance?
Well, yeah, Steve, it was kind of coming to a head there with the discussion about greenhouses. So to your point, when we issue a TDR on a constrained lot, then the constrained lot is restricted from any development. And development is defined as any improvement of the property, which would include construction, or even a change in use. So a greenhouse would definitely be captured by the terms of that covenant. If we wanted to back that off and to allow a greenhouse, I need to revisit the language of the code to see if that's a possibility.
I don't think we're going there.
The other, well, it's flexibility, I think is probably the intent, so that's the thing. But the idea of adding an additional requirement to the covenant such that water is not alienated separately from the real property that it's pertinent to, with the exception of a state-recognized ability to loan water to an already approved institution for temporarily augmenting stream flow, that's fine. We can do something like that, and we can even take it the next step further to say agriculture would be continued on the property. Although that raised a question for me in that, well, what can be continued on the property if the permitted land, if the permits were not in place, or the ranches that support it, down below weren't being used as ranches anymore. So I just didn't know if it was physically possible to use this property as it's situated in that valley for something viable, agriculturally. Just because it's up on the hill, it's in a steep valley. I don't know what the solar is, the exposure, and all that is.
Well, I was just taking what the applicant said, John, and putting it into the covenant.
Kelly?
Okay, one other question, Francie. I think that we need to allow for replacement of existing corrals and the shed, you know, that livestock handling stuff needs to be able to be replaced. That might be considered development, because usually if you're removing an old corral, you take everything out and you start from scratch. You take all the old rotten posts and you know, everything comes out and then you build new stuff. That should be permitted. It needs to be permitted. We can't say, well, that's new development and therefore they can't do that. I just want to make sure that they're guaranteed replacement of the existing facilities is all right.
In my suggested language, I said continued use / maintenance of agricultural / ranching, which I think would cover that. And I don't think putting up a fence is considered, replacing a fence is considered development, is it, Suzanne?
A corral or
If you're maintaining a fence?
a shed.
Yeah.
There's a shed, there's a corral.
Unless the fence is really high.
Okay, Kelly.
Made out of barbed wire all the way through.
It's like when you're not moving the corrals,
Yeah,
you're
we
just
need to
repairing
move
the
this.
on-site
Yeah.
corrals.
Okay.
I mean, I guess my inclination is to treat this as we do other issuance of TDRs, and keep it simple to that. I would support if, you know, the language John talked about not severing water from the land, if that's amenable. But I don't think we need to spell out like continued maintenance of something that's already allowed to happen. We don't need to reiterate things that we've already approved, like we already allow to happen in this. We can just treat it as closely as we do every other one, with maybe the one exception.
You know what, to get
on
this moving
water.
forward, I will withdraw my suggestion to do that. Again, I was just taking it from a statement made by the applicant at the prior hearing. That's where it came from. So the board's comfortable with that. I just thought it would be wise to put it in writing.
I liked what you said.
But I would like to move this forward.
I think the idea is that if the lease expires, the Forest Service lease expires, or you guys lose it for some reason or something happens, that we don't want like a car racetrack to go in there, or, you know, we don't
It's
want
not,
other
development
uses.
is severed, like nothing's gonna happen. It's gonna be like a mining claim on the back of the mountain, like
And the
nothing
reason
will happen.
And the reason we have to write in water is because mining claims on the back of Aspen Mountain don't have water rights.
Right.
This does. But they also
Okay.
didn't say on the back of Aspen Mountain, we're gonna preserve, our goal is to preserve our historic ranching history.
All right, I would suggest that somebody make a motion with water, with the restrictive covenant that's right
Guys.
here, and the water not being severed
Are
from the
we-
property,
you-
if that's where
public
we are.
hearing's
I've got a
closed.
sidebar going on up here, and
I'd make a
serious
motion.
discussion.
I'm gonna make a
I
motion.
kind of liked Patty's language that she withdrew prematurely. Could you say,
then
could
add
you
it.
repeat the language, Patty, that you had suggested?
My language was,
Motion on.
part of a covenant is continued use / maintenance of the property for ag / ranching, period.
And then, but we also wanted to have the water not
And the
severed.
water rights, separate.
And then we also have a restrictive covenant already that says there's no future development.
Yeah, that's a given.
So moved.
Okay,
Thank you,
second,
I'll second.
thank you.
any further discussion?
No.
You okay with all that?
Yeah, I'm
Language.
just,
And the
is this amenable? Is this?
components are,
If they don't like the deal,
I'm
they
sorry.
they better say something.
We were trying to confer a little bit, so I didn't hear exactly the motion, because we're definitely being thrown a new agenda item from what I understood
Do
was
you
going to
want to
happen.
request that we do something, table it, continue it?
I don't know,
withdraw it?
Greg.
Putting it rest.
I got so much
Let me
work
ask-
to do.
But
Patty, would you reiterate
Okay.
what the motion was, please?
the
Yeah.
motion was to add Francie's language about the water rights, being able to use them like the Cold Mountain Ranch. John had the language by the state allowed
Yeah.
loaning of water.
No, John and I have worked on that a lot,
Okay,
and I
so
think we are
that's
all
one addition.
comfortable with that.
The second addition was just to put in a part of the covenants is continued use / maintenance of the property for ag / ranching, period.
And personally, you know, we have so many owners, it's hard to figure. Personally, I have a hard time with that as a new thing. You know, John brought up two scenarios. One is the Forest Service canceling the leases, or two, the base properties that are associated with those permits changing. But two of those base properties, this board has worked to preserve both my family's Cold Mountain Ranch, which is our base property for it, and John Nieslanik's family that Marty runs on is his base property for this permit, are both protected by conservation easements enabled by this board. So I don't think they will go away. You know,
I think, Bill, what Greg is, the reason that Greg likes this language, if you don't mind my trying to
Please
say,
do.
and myself as well, is that if we give you a TDR and then you guys all retire from ranching, which someday you will, and your kids don't fill in, or you lose the lease, we don't want that to turn into a big dried up field, even though you own the water, but it's not being used on the property. I don't think that's the intention, is that suddenly now we have this fire danger there because all the grasses are dried up and nobody's taking care of it. So I think incumbent on getting a TDR is the responsibility of maintaining the property.
I think it is too, and I look back on all my work with the Colorado Cattlemen's Agricultural Land Trust, and we know it's really hard, one, to monitor that somebody's out there how do you get someone out of bed to go take care of it? That's a tough job to monitor. But the language we put in there is that we wouldn't allow the water rights to be abandoned. And so I think that guarantees that water will be applied to the land. Because if you don't use it, maybe for 10 years, is that right, John? Yep. Then you're in danger of it being abandoned. And so we require it to be maintained. And I think that language would be amenable to this group.
Well, I don't understand why my suggestion language is not amenable when it came out of the mouths of one of the applicants at the prior hearing. And I just wanted to document the fact that statement was made, and if you're not, yeah.
Who's arguing with
it makes
Patty?
me a little nervous that now they don't want to put that in there. So did you mean it when you said it? It wasn't you who said it.
I would, it's our intent, Patty. So I guess I personally will go for it. I don't know.
I think that's the intent.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know it's the intent, and I believe you guys. But I've been around a long time, and sometimes things change, and I would just like it to be clear in the future that was the intent as when the board decided to give you a TDR. But if
I'm with you, Patty.
Thank you.
I guess I am too,
I'd be
guys.
comfortable with that.
I don't think it's restrictive to you, and I think that when we considered this piece of property, we considered where it was, what it looks like, how it adds to the scenic byway that it is on, and that, the character of the property is of interest to us. And so I think that's what we're talking about.
I'm getting texts from my better half that says, go for it, for God's sake.
I knew there was a reason I like your better half.
I think I will take that advice.
Can I add some?
No.
He had his hand up.
Did you want to say something?
Go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to address Greg's concern over the end run. Should Bill die, nobody wants to run it. I'm bringing this up myself. I haven't discussed it with any of the members. Should at a certain time, maybe we get together and give the county first right of refusal at that point in time. I don't know if that can be written up.
I would like that to be in our agreement today.
I had that on my list. I mentioned that at the very
not in the
beginning
motion.
about 2 hours ago.
It's not in the motion.
Who
that
made
you
the
put
motion?
forward.
Did I make the motion or did you?
You made the
I don't
motion.
amend my
She
motion.
just clarified it.
Not for free, but I mean, and like I say, I'm
Oh, wait a
just
minute,
bringing it
okay.
up now.
So then now I need to
First
speak.
right of refusal isn't free, but
Okay, great,
well,
speak.
Here's how I perceive this. The value of the land and what its appraised value compared to the value of the TDR, which you will clearly sell to somebody to reap the reward, right? It's a huge difference right now, right? We're talking about a TDR that might sell for a couple $1 million, while the land itself might be appraised at 600,000. So my feeling is, and has been all along, this is a windfall. And this is really, a TDR is indeed something of value, which we consider like an IOU, right? If you won't develop your land, we'll give you an IOU, which you can redeem later for its face value.
Maybe.
Right now, the TDRs, yeah, it's always possible it could deflate to nothing, but I kind of doubt that. But the issue is, this is the way to get a lot of money for this land, short of just selling it on the market. But it involves coming to us and asking us to grant you a certain, what do you call it? You know, it's a benefit that we're bestowing on you at the expense, in a way, of the people of the county. So I just want to know, what are we getting for the money? And no wonder you're getting text saying, take the deal. I understand. It's very lucrative compared to just selling the property amongst yourselves.
Actually, the adjoining property, that's just similar acreage, sold for 1.2 million, just to be clear.
Bam, that's pretty good. Okay.
Yeah, so
there's an option for you.
Yeah, and you know, I don't want to belabor the point. I think we'll go for it, but I think it's a two-way street where we're getting benefit from a TDR, and I think we are giving benefits to the county by eliminating any possibility of development on the property. Right. And I view that as a very good partnership between us.
Okay, I would
Thank
like
you.
to move forward either with the motion that you made, or if you want to amend it, that would be fine. And I don't think we need to have more back and forth negotiation.
I don't either.
Are you comfortable with?
I amended it, didn't I? Did you second that, Patty, or not?
Yeah, you amended it with the water and the continued ag ranching use, maintenance.
Is there something else?
Well, there are a lot of other things being
First
thrown
right of
around. I'm
refusal.
waiting to see what it comes down to.
Would you like to comment?
Yeah, I want to ask Bill and the other applicants, do you need to go back and consult with the other owners of the land, or with an attorney, get legal advice on this before saying, sure, we're fine with this? It maybe seems fine right now, but
I don't think so.
if you need more time, we could continue it one more time just to make sure. If you're comfortable with us passing it today, I'm fine with that.
I think we've been given authority to make a reasonable concessions, and I would say that would include the water language and possibly the ag use. But I'd feel uncomfortable going beyond that. But if that's the motion, which is what I understand,
That's the motion.
we have the authority to move forward.
So if you want knitter when you get home, you better move forward, right?
Okay, so we have a motion on the table, and we have a second. And so I would like to take it to a vote. Is everybody clear on what we're voting on?
Yes.
Let's vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye. And thank you.
Aye.
Okay, passes 5
Thank
to
you.
0.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, gentlemen.
All the work.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Well, the next one's being set up.
Here's how it's going to work.
Thank you.
You have to tell me who I should talk with.
Shoo.
What?
Can you email it to the three of us, and we'll give you that contact?
Do you have, give me well, you have my email address. So
Yeah, and you have mine.
We have a lot of work ahead of us still today.
Willie and Tim could give it theirs right now, or we can email it to you.
show you the problems right there in a minute. What'll happen, but I'll try to read it out of it.
Because I decided it was okay.
And review it.
Yeah.
Try to resolve it. If we can't, we'll just come back to these guys.
I'll email you these guys.
I feel okay. I don't think we're
There you go. There's your historic.
Well,
I think we
make
are.
sure the bargain is open and clear, that we understand what's going on.
Well, here's what's funny.
You know, that we're not just
Everybody
giving
here's all
giving TDRs
kind
out.
of on the swell of the
Yeah, well, there's another
TDR.
one coming up this afternoon.
But
Yeah,
so we
contrast that
got
to
12
this.
TDRs for our 240 acres
Yeah,
when
I've
we
been
first
on
came
that
out.
one, and I can tell you that this one is beautiful, and everybody else.
You still have some of them?
Other one, everybody else a lot next.
Mom and Dad sold 4 of them for 100,000, but I'm not sure what the hell they did that for, but that was, I was in Levita, so there was no discussion about that one.
Big Redstone Ranch.
Yes, I will confer
What do you
with
mean, Mrs. Dean?
further about the possibility of a historic GDR, but it was hard enough to do this.
What do you mean?
Okay.
When that subdivision, did you read the history?
Thank you.
When that subdivision was established, it was done by this, I guess, this
Very
cavalry or
nice,
something.
appreciate it.
It was just like no codes, no nothing.
Sure.
Such a scene.
Yeah.
Well, we might be back.
I haven't been over there.
Oh, well,
But thank you all very much.
Cheers.
I want to hear a proposal for a historic designation for an old corral.
Okay. No, but I agree with you, that trailer, we want the trailer gone, that's a
all right,
no-brainer there.
We're moving on. We have a resolution, number 13, resolution approving Valley View Ajax LLC site plan review and special review. And Tammy's coming back up.
All right. Tammy and I are both running through the
It'll
room.
get easier from here, Tammy.
Knock on Patty.
Okay.
Can I share my screen?
So far, nothing from Heritage, John, which is good. Means Tommy's having a good day.
Yes, yep. Okay. Your screen.
It's a long packet, wasn't it? Jeez. It took me so many hours to read this packet, I couldn't even believe it. I mean, it wasn't a whole lot, we could skip over it. I mean, it was some old legal stuff and some maps maybe, but it was.
Can I get, is there any way to get rid of his?
I know, Greg,
I don't know if there
we
is,
have our
maybe
hands
not.
full now with Greg not having kids at home. We are in for it.
I was just gonna get
Today's
rid of
any sign of the future.
By pressing that little
okay.
dash, I think, and then you can move it.
No, anybody has all that time at home. What am I gonna do? I better read the packet thoroughly.
Okay.
You're trouble.
All right.
Where do y'all have to be?
I don't know, but I'm gonna get you a chipper and have you start going around the neighborhood at night.
Yeah, I should.
Okay, Tammy, you're on.
Okay, so this next item is for the Valley View Ajax LLC site plan review and special review. With us online is the applicant's representative, Mitch Haas. He didn't want to battle the Aspen traffic today. is
Hi,
my
Mitch.
Understanding. So, in summary, what they're requesting is to do a site plan review for a 1,000 square foot cabin with solar collecting shingles and a 160 square foot accessory structure with hydronic solar tubes. The special review aspect of this application is due to the fact that this parcel is located in the rural and remote zone district, and so they need special review approval to extend the electrical service from the existing electrical lines nearby to the cabin. They're also requesting to construct a gravel driveway from Lucian Road to the cabin, as well as establishing the setbacks. And in this case, they're establishing the setbacks as the previously approved activity envelope. And I'll go into more detail on that here in a second. So the location of the parcel is approximately 2.7 miles southeast of Aspen. So on the screen there, you can see Aspen up on the top of the map. This area where my cursor is Aspen Mountain, and then highlighted in blue is the parcel. It's known as Parcel 1 of Valley View Ajax LLC subdivision exemption, and it contains 35.7 acres. And like I said, it is in the rural and remote zone district. I don't know if you guys want to hear all the background on this, but it was established, the parcel was established originally, I actually don't know the date, but it's known, it was created from Parcel C, and it's known as Parcel 1. And so on the screen there is a district court case dividing basically different mining claims into 4 of those parcels, Parcel A, B, and C, and D. Then subsequently, the applicant took Parcel C and subdivided it, shown on the right, in 2019 in that subdivision exemption plat. So here's Parcel C, and then they've got Parcel 1, which is the subject parcel today. Then in 2002, 2020, the applicant moved forward with a GMQS application for a development right, as well as an activity envelope approval. So sorry, the images are not great, but it's just the scale of things. So here is the approved activity envelope enlarged over here. And that was done in 2020, and that activity envelope is approximately 21,743 square feet. The parcel is improved right now with a lot of infrastructure that supports SCICO. So they've got Lucine Reservoir number 1 that straddles parcel 1 and parcel 2. So it's this little round circle there. It's also got a lot of infrastructure supporting the water system, which does run all the way to Aspen, the sun deck for Aspen Mountain. So there's all kinds of valves and pumps and that sort of thing. There's also overhead electrical lines and buried electrical lines supporting SCICO's operation. Those lines do run just to the south of, to the parcel 2, which has an existing cabin as well as a lot of other little structures, decks, and accessory structure. Also, you can see Lucine Road, which runs right through the middle of the parcel here. So real quick, access to the parcel is taken from the Aspen Summer Road, which hits Lucine Road. And the applicant has gotten all the necessary easements and most recently a permit from the Forest Service to have access over Lucine Road. There are some restrictions with that. They're not allowed to use vehicular motorized vehicles during the months when Aspen Mountain's open for skiing.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yeah, for sure.
I thought there was snowmobile access.
Is your mic on?
No. I thought there was snowmobile access for them to when the road is open.
There's snowmobile access.
You need to
in the winter.
come up and give your name.
Bridger Smith. I'm one of the owners. There's snowmobile access only in the wintertime down the Snowcat Road.
Right.
That the ski
So
company
that
maintains.
that is vehicular access. Didn't you
That
just
is-
say there was?
Yeah. I guess I was referring to the Lucine Road across on the summer.
Okay.
From the summer map.
Okay.
Aspen Summer Road.
That's because they don't allow regular snowmobile access on Summer Road anyway during the
I know.
winter, so,
I know.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
All right.
that-
I just was, because that was one of my original
Yeah.
questions, but when I reread it, I was wondering if they had winter access over the snow, and when I reread it, they do.
Sorry.
So-
Yeah, that wasn't very clear in that memo.
Okay, great. You can go ahead.
All right, so this was referred to the agencies listed on the screen. We did get comments from the planning engineer on this case. And here are just some renderings that they've done of the proposed cabin and accessory structure. And this is their proposed site plan. And you can kind of see on the screen here this blue dotted line. That is the previously approved activity envelope. So since they have gotten that activity envelope approval, they're just coming in for site plan approval right now. So it's a little bit more streamlined. They already demonstrated through that activity envelope review that they are free of constraints. It's off of steep slopes and avalanche hazard and all of that stuff that you guys often see. So real quick for the site plan approval, as you can see, everything that they're proposing is within that activity envelope. All the grading and drainage work will be within the envelope. They have a proposed driveway you can see here coming off of Lucine Road, which circles behind the cabin to this parking area. This is the accessory structure. Down here across from Lucine Road is the proposed OWTS system, which they've preliminary preliminary design, have a design for. And so basically, staff's looking to see that everything can be contained within that activity envelope. They've committed to comply with all of the lighting requirements and septic requirements, and I'll demonstrate that at the time of permit. They've
I have
also
a quick question before you go on.
Mhm.
So if the water treatment is way down there, and everything's gonna be within the activity envelope, that means that the piping is gonna have to go all the way down there and then make a turn and then go down to the wastewater?
It'll go down the road, and it'll gravity feed down to the road, so we don't have to have any pumps.
Okay, thank you.
So for water, they are proposing to utilize the existing system, which taps into Lechine Reservoir, and that will also be within the envelope. They're also proposing, like I said, to do solar collecting shingles on the cabin, and hydronic solar tubes on the accessory structure. There will be a energy storage system to take advantage of at least 25% of the system's daily production.
Where's the water system?
This isn't a great image.
The water system?
It comes from the machine, you mean?
Yeah, so as far as I understand, this line, and correct me if I'm wrong, has this dotted line where my cursor has water lines, and so they would tap somewhere in the envelope onto those water lines.
And run it up the road.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, existing power and water lines.
Any other questions on that? And then, so part of the request for that special review is to extend the electrical lines from, again, that service along Lechine Road, and bring those lines up to the cabin.
Underground.
And part of that request is to accommodate a release of excess energy that could be created from that solar energy system, as a way to release that energy back onto the grid. Okay, so with the site plan review, there's also the scenic view protection review. Now, this parcel isn't within a mapped scenic protection area, but staff, when reviewing this, was concerned that you might be able to see it from Highway 82 and asked the applicant to go ahead and address those provisions in the code, which they did. So this is a picture that they took from Highway 82 showing the area, approximate area where the activity envelope is. And staff agrees that it's going to be very difficult to see any impacts from development this far away. But nonetheless, and the chance that you could see anything, the applicant has agreed to comply with those scenic view protection standards, including utilizing indigenous earth tone colors and non-reflective finishes.
What
Is
about
that the other cabin to the right? Sorry.
If I could, I was just going to say, what about light pollution, nighttime?
So they'll just have to comply with the regular standards, the lighting standards, and those lighting plans will be reviewed at the time of building permit
So
for
we won't
compliance.
see lights from the highway down there, right?
I mean,
You don't have control over indoor
right?
lights at this time.
Yeah, it's always hard to say if someone has indoor lights. I don't know, could you possibly see that? It's very unlikely given that distance, but
Right.
difficult to analyze
Interior
that.
lighting, yeah. I was thinking,
Yeah.
an external light on a power pole or something, like street
No,
light.
that wouldn't
Yeah,
be
not
permitted.
doing
Did
that.
you want to address that, Mitch? Mitch, did?
I will, yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Go
Great,
ahead.
Thanks.
Is that the cabin to the right on the screen here? The other one that's up there?
Is that the
Or Can you
road?
see it?
I can't make out any structures.
Yeah, I can't tell.
Because there is one right next to it, right?
It would be to the left,
Yeah, and down a little bit.
but you can't see it.
I did have another question just to throw in if Mitch talks, just regarding the accessory structure. Could you elaborate what that is for and how is it designed? I don't know if that's just a sketch, I understand. But, you know, regarding rooftop access and the staircase and the windows, it looks like it's a bedroom to me from here, but maybe I don't know what the purpose is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's that 160 square feet is supposed to be used for storage. It's very specific in the code that it's either storage or for maintenance, and that's what the applicant has represented. But I'll let Mitch elaborate on that, or Bridger.
Great.
Yeah, it'll be a gear room for
Skis,
landscaping,
mudroom.
storage, skis. Yeah, for all the wet stuff in the wintertime.
Okay.
And that's why it's so close to the cabin. And then the rooftop is set up for hydronic solar panels that you have to wipe off in the wintertime.
And I'll go over some more of that too.
Great, thanks.
All right, so jump right into the special review aspect of this application. So again, they're requesting special review approval specifically to extend that public utility, being the electrical lines from Lucine Road up their driveway to the cabin, as well as construct that driveway and establish setbacks. And again, they're requesting the activity envelope be used as the setback line, so that's very convenient and simple. On the screen are those specific setback numbers. And again, we discussed the electrical line and how it's going to be buried next or within the driveway. And then the driveway itself is proposed to be 12 feet wide, and it'll be gravel. And obviously, as we discussed, the vehicular use will kind of they'll be able to use that road when they can access, or the driveway when they can access the road. Okay, so this on the screen is the special review criteria. Staff addressed all of that criteria in the packet, so I don't know that you guys want me to go through all of it, but it's all in all, we found that each of these three uses complies with these provisions. The last provision, number I, it speaks to complying with additional sections, and so there is section 43030, which is applicable in this situation to those electrical lines. So these are the standards, the additional standards that staff addressed in the memo associated with those electrical lines. And I guess I'll address A. The question is the extension of the utility service less disruptive to the environment than an alternative source? Obviously, the applicant is doing solar. So I guess you could question why they need the electrical service. And again, they've represented that they'd like to feed back to the grid to hopefully make this cabin close to net zero. Also, if in the alternative, for backup energy, generators are often used, and staff believes that those would be more disruptive in terms of noise and gas and pollutants than just connecting to the line that is already on the parcel within that activity envelope. So all in all, staff believes that the electrical extension does comply with these code standards, and therefore staff found that the application as a whole complies with all the necessary or applicable standards and recommends the BOCC approve the site plan and special review for this item.
Thank you very much. Tammy, could you go back to the previous slide? I have a question about F. So reclamation and landscaping measures, I imagine there's no landscaping except for revegetating with native species, but does it appear natural? I really like this application and everything on it except the driveway. I mean, I would say the driveway does not appear natural and has no relationship to the former condition.
So these standards are really specific to the electrical and the extension of the public utilities, so it doesn't
Only that,
necessarily apply
okay.
to the driveway.
Okay.
The driveway was part of the review for the driveway is for these criteria, for the special review criteria. So if you believe the driveway doesn't.
But the landscaping question is only in reference to putting in the electric on the last slide?
Yeah, so letter I for the special review criteria says, does this special review use comply with the additional standards? The only applicable additional standards is this section 430, which is for the extension of public utilities. It's not for a driveway. Is that
All right,
make
I'll come
sense?
back to the driveway later then. We can go to Mitch, or if we have questions for Tammy?
I just have a comment. There's a 75-foot easement granted by Pickens County. There's some on the road, right? Because I took a site visit with Laura Maker up there years ago when the county was in negotiations with the applicant for that easement across Lucien's. So I've been up there, toured the site, know where the proposed cabin was supposed to be located. That was years ago, before this application was even pending. But, so the county and the Forest Service both had to grant an easement for access. So that was done prior, I think, to the Forest Service easement. So just so the board knows that, there's a 75-foot stretch of county road from Aspen Ski Company to the site of the cabin. And so where the cabin is proposed is kind of tucked back and above. And it's my understanding that there's no interference in any of this development with the ski company's use of the water source, at Lucien's pond. I always thought it was, I didn't know it was a reservoir. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. Okay. Yes, you're correct.
Yeah, that is correct.
Sorry.
Okay. Do we want to hear from Mitch?
I just wanted to throw in that
Questions?
one of the things to put on the list to talk about, just as how much solar are you putting on, and is it going to be enough? If you're talking about going to net zero, it implies you have enough without being connected to the power. I'd probably make the decision to be connected to the power also if I had the choice, and it seems that you have the choice here. But I'd love to just know, what are you actually planning to do with your solar production for electricity? But you can throw that on the list of things to talk about, but go ahead, Mitch.
Okay, I think I'll cover it, but if not, by all means, remind me to.
Tammy, did we get referral comments from Holy Cross?
We did not get any referral. We didn't refer it to Holy Cross.
We did provide a will-serve letter from Holy Cross.
Because it's my understanding the power line connection is to feed excess power back into the grid rather than power from the grid.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that it goes.
It's not going to fly. Not buying it.
Well, there is storage. They're going to have storage.
So we can talk about that.
Yeah. So, are we ready for Mitch? All right, go Mitch.
Okay, I'm going to share screen button here. Make sure I got the right screen since I have 3 of them.
Well, I can't understand him.
Okay. There we go. Everybody can see that?
Hey, Mitch, can you get a little closer to your microphone?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Well, it's kind of built into the camera. I'll just speak louder if I can. Is that all right?
Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Mitch Haas with Haas Land Planning, and Bridger Smith, who's the applicant, is sitting there in the room with you. I apologize for not being there in person, but I've got the email from the city of Aspen pleading for people to stay home this week. So I figured I could do it this way in the interest of avoiding traffic and problems up there. And I want to thank Tammy for her review and her help in the process and the presentation as well. And so what you're looking at here on the first slide is just a picture looking across Lucien Lake. You can see in the background over here is a frame for a teepee. That's roughly the location where the cabin would be sitting.
The applicant, as mentioned, is Valley View Ajax LLC. The parcel is a 35.7 acre lot. The location is 1290 Lucien Road. Tammy covered that. I've got another, the same vicinity map. It's parcel 1 of the Valley View Ajax subdivision exemption plat. It sits immediately next to this, is the ski area boundary. So the new ski area expansion set to open this year will be right along this westerly boundary, will be the ski area boundary as well. That will bring lift serve skiing right to the border of the property. And just for a little context and knowing where we're sitting, this is the sun deck sitting up here. So your Walsh's runs are down in this area. Moving down, here's the slide 2. So we are, as Tammy mentioned, requesting site plan review approvals to develop a rural remote cabin, as well as a storage shed. In addition, we're proposing a 12-foot wide gravel or dirt driveway. I don't think we've fully decided that yet. From Lucien Road to the cabin for summertime access. And that requires special review approval, even though the driveway is within the previously approved activity envelope. We are also asking for special review approval to establish the applicable setback distances, just doing so consistent with the approved activity envelope. And for putting in a electric service line to connect to the existing Holy Cross lines in Lucien Road, which pass right through the activity envelope as well. Together, county easements and Forest Service permits provide for legal access to the property. Lucien Roads provided historic access to the existing cabin on the adjacent parcel 2. And parcel 2 is utilized by the ski, the road's also utilized by the ski company for access to the reservoir and all of their associated infrastructure. The roads also serves and provides access for Holy Cross to access their facilities and power lines and associated infrastructure all on these parcels as well. Lucien Road's maintained as a dirt road and runs onto and across the property, and eventually at the other end of the parcel 2 continues on as an old mining road that dates back to the 1800s. There we go. So that's an improvement survey of the parcel. The property, as you know, is a legally established parcel. It's in the rural remote zone district. The 1,160 square feet of development rights split as 1,000 square feet for the cabin and 160 square foot for an accessory storage shed were awarded as a 2019 rural area growth management allotment. The activity envelope, which you see here roughly in this portion of the property, is under half an acre, which is what's allowed by right in the rural remote zone district. And that was approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission pursuant to Planning and Zoning Commission first resolution of 2020. So despite this property being in the rural remote zone district, the property is not a typical pristine or undeveloped site that you might expect in this zone. It's got substantial elements of Aspen Mountain ski area infrastructure installed on the property. There's a Lucien ditch and the Lucien reservoir, otherwise known as Lucien Lake, sits right in the middle, straddling the 2 lot lines. That supplies water to the sun deck, as Tammy mentioned, and that required installation of substantial piping, electrical, and other infrastructure improvements on the property, which are what all these little arrows are pointing to on the survey. Little pump houses and sheds and structures like that. There's an area for a second reservoir on parcel 2, as well as a ditch, but I don't believe Ski Company has actually built either of those yet. The related infrastructure includes, among other things, as many as 4 separate pump or valve sheds, several collection boxes, a decreed spillway, a great deal of underground piping and utilities, along with the ditch and the reservoirs and the overhead power lines for Holy Cross that come down this direction on the property. There's also, like I mentioned, that improved mining road that continues all the way through and keeps going for many, many miles.
Hey, Mitch, question?
Yeah.
It's okay, Francie. Just regarding, so the ski company has a right to build another reservoir, is that, so they already have a right to do that? And that was one question, and the other one was, just escaped me, sorry. I'll think of it here in a sec. Continue, sorry, pardon me. I had
All
two
those
questions.
questions you've already asked today, we're good, yeah.
Planted another location for a reservoir. I don't know if there's any plans or anything to do that, but there's a location for it, and an easement. And the ski company's been, very active on this parcel, as you expect lately, with their preparations to improve the area and bring lift serve ski access right to the side of this property.
I just thought of my question, and it was, maybe Bridger could answer it, but how far does the reservoir drop when they start making snow? Like, do you see a measurable drop in the level?
So the lower reservoir that doesn't exist yet, that fills up in the spring. It does fill up with a couple of feet, and then it dries out probably by this time of year. But the main reservoir, it doesn't drop. It has water constantly flowing into it, which is the constant
And that's
spring.
used for water
Okay,
to
great.
send deck.
Perfect. Yeah,
That's
Yeah,
nice.
hopefully
Yeah.
that's
So
just
the ski co
snowmaking
catches
out.
the water before it enters the pond, and then anything in excess goes into the pond.
Got
And there's
it.
always water going into the pond.
Okay, great, thank you.
And it's
That's
pumped up to
wonderful.
the sun deck.
Yeah. Thanks.
That's
For
right.
No, snowmaking water comes out of the two ponds below, inside the ski area boundary. Is my understanding for some reason.
I don't know, actually.
I have a connection there.
Well,
Thanks, sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no problem. So this slide's just a little bit of a blow up, so you can kind of see where the facilities are relative to the envelope. So the envelope's here, Lucien Road passes right through it. These are existing underground piping lines, these blue lines. So one goes right through the middle of the envelope, another right next to the corner here. Here sits the Lucien Lake, and a bunch of other little buildings and whatnot over there. And then down on the other parcel is Jeffrey Schoaf's cabin. And then here is that little reservoir that fills up somewhat in the spring and then depletes. There's much else to show you there. This, you use the zoom buttons here and move things around some. So here's a little more close-up of the site plan, which Tammy had on the screen as well. This line here is the end of the ski company's waterworks and utility easement, which is what pushed the cabin to this end of the envelope so that we're outside of that. And then here is one of their pump vaults right here, which is already powered by Holy Cross right next to us. And you can see Lucien Load. So I think what's, maybe concerning about the driveway is probably not the greatest selection of pattern to show the driveway on the drawings. But, the intention is not paved or road or anything like that. It's a gravel or dirt primitive driveway that would be covered in snow for a lot of the year. So let me jump down here. Now I can zoom back out because the maps are all different sizes. It's hard to get them to all do work. So all analysis of constraints as defined in Chapter 7 of the code have already been carried out and considered in the approval of the already vested activity envelope. The envelope avoids steep slopes. As you can see, the slope analysis, green and yellow, is 0 to 15 and 15 to 30. The whole envelope is about as flat a site as you can imagine finding up here. It's almost all under 15% slope. There are elsewhere on or around the property hazards, but those have all been completely avoided. Those include avalanche and debris flow and rockfall hazards, but they're all mapped, studied, analyzed, modeled, and we've stayed well clear and away from all of those and all on the other sides of the lake. The envelope's been determined to be fully consistent with all county wildlife and wildfire requirements. There's no significant habitat affecting the property. And the wildfire habitat has been rated low. So the existing conditions from the Planning and Zoning Commission Resolution 1 of 2020 already outlined all of the constraints and mitigation requirements, and those conditions are carried forward in the recommended resolution. So moving on to our special review requirements. So like we mentioned, the setbacks, we just said, well, all developments confined to within the activity envelope. So there's no reason that envelope can't serve as our setbacks as well, which are quite generous, as you see. The front here would be 135 plus feet, and that's the smallest of the setbacks, ranging all the way up to this east side yard of 735 plus feet. That's consistent with what we've done on other rural remote projects where we just use the setbacks. So this is just sort of an overview. I thought it was helpful with the county maps, the recent 2022 aerial maps, to see that the cabin sits right below a big stand of tall evergreen trees, so that anyone above really will have no view of the cabin whatsoever. Those trees are a lot taller than the cabin would be. And it's nestled right in there in an open area. So this is kind of looking down above McFarland's, which is this rocky area. And the cabin, you know, is way down here behind all these trees, tucked in. So the driveway, of course, you know, as soon as you take off, that stipple pattern doesn't jump out at you the way it does on that other drawing. But the driveway is a minor use in rural remote zone district. And the intention is, again, just a very basic, simple driveway designed to the rural remote driveway standards and specifications. Low slope, nothing more than 9.5% at one spot, and then generally flat, as you can see down here in the profile of the driveway. And then it would wrap around the back where it would be not very visible given all the tall trees back there and hidden by the cabin. And again, it's a primitive driveway is what the intention is, only for summer use, because of course it would be covered in snow all winter. And so moving along, this is the septic drawing. That was the septic is right where I always envisioned was to
Mitch,
go
can I
on
ask
the
a
other
question
side
real
of the
quick?
drive.
We have a question.
Sorry, is there a current driveway now, or anything that sort of looks like a driveway now when you guys drive up there and hang out?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a road in Lucien Road, and then it's so flat here that, yeah, there's sort of like 2-track spots where you can pull off and cars have, and it's, you know, it's a short distance. It doesn't, of course, show us what it is on here, the distance, but
Does the
it's not far.
proposed driveway align with that, or is that separate?
Align with where you would drive off now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty flat, so it's, you know, look, you can see it in the existing topography here. You know, it's a gentle spot, so you climb a tiny bit, but certainly manageable and drivable as it is today. And then from here through, the topography lines are very spread out and it's flat. You know, you can see it again. If I jump back here.
Yeah.
Tiny bit of it, you climb right off the road. Nothing you can't drive on already, and then it's flat.
We'll come back to the driveway. I have lots of stuff with the driveway.
Okay.
Bridger understood you.
Got it. All right, thank you.
Okay, sure. So we always envisioned the area to the other side of Lucien being for the septic system. This was preliminarily studied and designed by Carla Osberg of CBO Inc. And so the OWTS we know is right capacity and can fit within the envelope and designed to comply with all Pickens County OWTS requirements. This map helps to kind of show everything in one color so it doesn't, nothing jumps out. The cabin will sit into the landscape. Slide 12, this is one of those I'm going to blow back up. Okay, there we go. So we were directed by staff to address the special review criteria for what the code calls an extension of utilities. in the rural remote zone district. This is because staff feels that while there are electric lines right on the property and right in the envelope, providing a service line connection to those lines is an extension of utilities. You know, we as the applicants and utility companies don't really call service lines utility extensions. Those are usually more like extending a main to somewhere to be able to increase capacity. But nonetheless, we agreed to address the special review criteria just because it's easy enough. So in the current case, there are existing Holy Cross electric lines that run through the previously approved envelope, as you see right through here. And these lines have been in place for 15 plus years, presumably since the Aspen Skiing Company installed their water pumps. Holy Cross Electric Service is already supplied to the existing cabin on the adjacent parcel 2, and lines are buried beneath Lucien Road to serve the existing ski company pump vault and this proposed cabin. The applicant merely plans to install a service line connection to the existing electrical lines in Lucien Road, which reside within the previously approved envelope. No extensions or upgrades to the electric utility system are necessary for the service line connection, and the service will not improve electrical service availability for any surrounding properties. The rural and remote zone district purposes or intent fully support this development. The planned electric service connection will enable better consistency with that intent than would development without the connection in our estimation. The differences will be imperceptible to a passerby. You wouldn't know the cabin's connected to the electric service just by looking at it. But because of the connections, there'll be no need for any consistent use of loud generators that would interrupt the solitude or tranquility of the area, or potentially impact wildlife, or require additional truck trips for deliveries of gas. The roof of the cabin, as mentioned, zoomed in. The entire roof will be shingled in solar collecting panels. In other words, we're using solar collecting shingles for the roof system. And the connection, which are just showing a little bit about what those look like. I like this picture better. It's a Swiss chalet in Switzerland with what those panels, what that roof shingle system looks like. And some notes about those panels. They're prefabricated, very durable, Class A fire rated, so they comply with the county's wildfire requirements. They are sustainably developed in the first place. And they store capacity, so what does it say? Maximize the generation capacity of roof space that would otherwise be non-productive. Many installations provide more energy than property would require, and then you can store that in batteries or send it back into the grid by connecting to the system. As you can see, the temperature range for these roof shingles is -40 Fahrenheit, so should work plenty fine in this location and this climate. And it was mentioned the shed, the storage shed would have hydronic tubes on top. That's kind of what this is, just a sample of what they look like blown up large. They would sit on the roof and the roof overhangs of the shed. And these essentially heat water so that your solar and other energy systems don't have to work as hard for water heating purposes.
So then you'd have piping from the shed over to the cabin to carry the warm water that's been heated by the sun?
Yes.
That's right, yeah.
At gravity? That's all gravity?
They're very close. Yeah, they're very close together.
Let me ask one other quick question about that while we're here, so we don't have to come back to it. So if there's nobody there for long periods of time, which I assume might be the case, is there a problem with the overheating of the water in the tubes?
No, well, Bridger can speak to this more probably better than I am, but
you have to size your tanks properly.
They only go to a certain
temperature. What?
Yeah, you have to size your tanks properly so it can't overheat into the tanks.
Uh-huh. So assuming that they're sized properly, you don't have overheating if the water's not used at all?
Yeah, you won't have no. It just has to be engineered properly.
Is that a hot water preheat? Is it like a heat exchange? So it's like
Exactly.
a glycol?
So it takes the water, instead of taking it from 40 degrees up to 100, it takes it from 65, 70, depending on how much sun is out
And
that
do those
day.
actually have water in them, or do they have glycol in them?
They have a glycol.
Right. Okay.
Glycol.
So it's a
Yeah.
preheat to a heat exchanger. I've got one of those. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mitch.
Okay. So the basic idea of what we're going for here is that even when the cabin's unoccupied, they'll continue to generate power from the shingles, and then can still feed that back into the system. And the hope is to get as close as we can to carbon neutrality, knowing, in terms of the operation of the cabin. So generally, so a little more on those tubes, I guess, just to help with it. They're evacuated. The literature on the tubes explains that they're basically to supplement the regular solar collecting shingles and lessen the workload on them by maintaining stored water at a higher temperature, so that you don't need to use as much energy to heat water for each use. Generally, the evacuated tubes, which is another word for the hydronic tubes, perform better in colder and cloudier conditions than do flat panel similar systems. It's because of the vacuums in the glass tubes, which allow the tube collectors to retain a high percentage of collected heat. And they work well in freezing conditions where flat panels might struggle. And Bridger's got, ample experience working with cabins in rural remote and maintaining these kind of facilities. So we're not too worried about that. And that's the reason you saw the stairs up on the accessory structure, is just to be able to get up there to brush them off and remove snow as needed. So in short, without connection back to the Holy Cross grid, the cabin cannot achieve a no net carbon use footprint, which is one of our goals here. So the electric service line will enable conservation and protection of the natural environment and its resources, while allowing for a limited residential use of a 1,000 square foot cabin. Also consistent with that intent of the zone district is we have an activity envelope of 1/2 acre on 35.7 acres. So 98.6% of the property will be retained as undeveloped area. I know in the past there's been concern with these kind of things creating precedent for other people in the rural remote connecting to electric service. We don't think there's really any concern, given that we're not aware of any other rural remote parcels that have electric services available within their approved activity envelopes. So in this way, the subject parcel is unique, and in an area with far more intense usage than you might find on most rural remote parcels, given all the ski company infrastructure. And to the concerns with the zone district, I worked on one cabin that's way down on the other side of Aspen Mountain in the globe load, lower hurricane load of the globe load. That was the old Matthews cabin. And they were approved. They've been connected to electric service over there for some 14 years now. And there have been no adverse character-related concerns or lifestyle-related concerns or any other impacts to the surrounding rural remote properties. And to the best of our knowledge, no complaints. So we feel that connection's not set a precedent for any other rural remote properties connecting to electric service, and we don't think ours would either for those reasons. So as Tammy mentioned, this moving on to the scenic view protection, the property sits over here. The mapped scenic view protection are these striped purple areas, and we're not mapped for scenic view protection. I think that's probably due to where the property sits, really, which you move down to here, and the property is, 1.4 to 1.7 miles from Highway 82 as the crow flies, with quite a bit of intervening topography. The cabin is also about 2,400 or so feet in elevation higher than the valley floor or Highway 82, where it sits down there. So with all of that and the vegetation and topography, that's why the picture comes out looking something like this, when you do it sort of as close as you can to the naked eye view. zooming way in, more than the human eye can possibly ever do, you start to see that little teepee right there, but that's about it. And that's white. So we did agree, as Tammy mentioned, to go ahead and restrict the property to dark earth tone and indigenous materials or colors and non-reflective materials to offset any potential. I would say, given that distance that we were talking about and the amount of topography and a look at the cabin design, you'd have to have some, given all the trees, et cetera, you'd have to have some really special eyes to pick out any light emanating from this at night. I find it highly unlikely that anyone would notice it.
Nancy, can I
if
answer?
if at all.
Mitch, can I ask too, since we've just been having recent discussions about wildfire and hardening of structures, what the exterior, I do like the design and most of it looks fire hardened. What's gonna be the wood construction material that's used there? Do you know? Do you guys have an idea? I'm looking at Bridger too.
The foundation base of the structure of the exterior is gonna be stone, but I'm hoping to use stone on site, kind of like we did our other cabin. So that fireplace would be stone from the site. And then the wood, I'm hoping to buy some of the trees that they've taken down with the recent expansion and use those as the siding.
And what kind of sealant on the trees? On the wood?
On the wood, we could use there's fire sealant.
Yeah, I think we just need to be careful, and we're really gonna be promoting that within the county, so thank you. And I know they're planning on bringing some trees out pretty soon, some more.
Yeah.
It will, one way or another, comply with the wildfire hazard requirements that are in the conditions of approval for the siding.
Thank you.
And the roof. So that's, one view of it. That's sort of from the back, from where the proposed driveway would sit, looking back towards the cabin and the storage shed. So the cabin, the siding of the cabin, the accessory structure within the envelope to avoid that ski company waterworks easement, pushed it all the way to this location, which really works well for tucking it in and nestling it in amongst the trees and hiding the cabin. And the shed design, we have this ladder outside. It's an external ladder. That's just, like I said, to provide access to be able to brush off the hydronic tubes that are behind this wall and then also on the overhang. And so both structures include crawl spaces of not more than 5'6" in height to efficiently house water storage tanks and mechanical equipment. And again, the design uses dark earth tone colors and materials, non-reflective finishes, and the efficient design complies with all applicable dimensional requirements of the rural remote zone, including its floor area and height limits. And the design is very much consistent with that of cabins found throughout the rural remote zone district. I think that covers everything I plan to go over. We have no concerns with the staff recommendation or the proposed resolution, and we're happy to answer any questions, and thank you for your consideration.
Okay. Thank you, Mitch.
If you want me to turn off my screen sharing and resume back to normal.
Or leave it.
Steve.
So my question has to do with the hot water that is created by the hydronic system. Would that be then stored in the crawl space of the residence part? Which to me would be a good thing because that would preheat the whole house. Heat escaping from a water tank would keep the house naturally warm and therefore make it so you don't have to heat the interior up as much. And I presume that's an accurate description of that, Mitch?
That is correct. Yep.
Okay, and then obviously it's going to have some kind of a fireplace or a wood-burning stove or something, but is there other plans for a heat system for the house?
Bridger, you can probably address that better than me. My understanding is radiant floor heat. That would use that hot water.
We're looking at doing sorry, Mitch, we're looking at doing a heat pump system that would tie into some radiant tubes in the floor. So all of that would be tied to these hydronic tubes. So when we're not there, it'll help heat the cabin so that the lines don't freeze in the cabin.
Okay, that's awesome.
Yeah.
It looks to me like a very well thought out plan. I think you've done a good job. I don't have any problems or issues with it, with the whole proposal.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a question. Is this a spec house?
No.
It's being built for a specific person?
I have 3 partners. And
You have 3
there's-
partners, and
yeah, there's 4 of us who own this property, and we're building it for ourselves.
you're building it for yourselves?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to say, Mitch, that I can't imagine how long it took you to put this packet together, because it took me hours just to read it.
That's
It was very thorough.
So, you know, I get a little verbose in these things, but I try to be as thorough as possible.
It was very thorough. Let's see, you answered the one about the water. The height of the chimney. Is that, this is not a final plan, right, Mitch? These are just,
Yeah, this rendering, you know, there's a minimum height, the chimney has to be above the roof plane for building code. So
Right.
I believe that's just what we're going for.
okay, it's just quite an aggressive chimney, I would say. But my main concerns are with the driveway, and I can come back to that after other questions. Anybody else have questions?
I'd like to hear what your concern is about the driveway.
The driveway?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Okay. Well, Lucien is a dirt road, so I don't see why this has to be a gravel road. I would really discourage a gravel road here. It's much more visible, and bringing the gravel in is just an issue in and of itself, and then maintaining it. But also, I don't know, I just kind of, when I first saw this, I thought, oh, they'd just come off of Lucien and park right there and then walk over to their cabin. This just seems a lot of road infrastructure
I can explain that.
for a little cabin, okay?
So it's hard to see from what we presented, but you would basically be looking at a parking lot from your cabin if we park on that side. So the idea is that in the summertime, when you do drive up, that you park and your car disappears behind the cabin.
I appreciate that.
And then-
I live 100 feet from my parking.
And I don't want to go up there to look at cars.
Yeah.
So, and at the same time, down that road, the way the road is designed, you see how it funnels directly into where the leach field is across the
Yeah.
existing road?
Yeah,
So the sewer line would come down this new driveway extension, and it would curve right to the leach field. So it goes right down the middle of the road. So that's part of the reasoning. And I don't want to have any pumps in the crawl space, so all of the sewage would go directly from the crawl space down the road and gravity feed to that low spot where the leach field is.
well, I love the gravity fee idea. It's just, the driveway is, it's just more aggressive than the cabin. You know, it's really dominant, and it just seems out of character with the surrounding area. The cabin is one thing, and it sort of sits off to the side, and it's not that obtrusive, but the driveway itself just looks like it's there so people don't have to walk to the cabin. I don't know. I don't love it. I definitely don't like the gravel, but.
Well, we don't have to have gravel. I mean, right now, it could be dirt. It could be just as it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I mean, I would prefer that too.
Okay, great, thank you.
So, yeah.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Do we have requirements
I
for
don't
the
think we
county?
can, I didn't want to volunteer it though.
Do we have requirements for the county on like how much development begins to constitute a driveway? Begins to constitute a driveway versus just them driving onto property?
Right. No, it's not clearly defined, but I think once you start seeing, tire tracks and the area that's clear of vegetation, and then we can start to say, okay, this is becoming development and is becoming more of a driveway. So
Better to funnel it, but I also, can I tag on? Lucine Road isn't, from what I remember, you can't park on it. Because you got the pass-through to the other cabin, so they have to get off the road. And I agree with Francie, about driveways when we did the one up Castle Creek. Yeah, if it can be as neutral as possible, but I think being able to get the cars off the road and tuck them behind. Because I think, isn't there still some pedestrian use? People can still walk Lucine's Road, can't they, from the old mining road across, or?
In the wintertime, you can
Cross country or slide
down the
through.
road.
So,
Go through
but
the
yeah,
property.
so I think keeping things tucked back is probably a good idea. But I agree that, that looks pretty, and you don't want to
You
be.
could work on ways to, have grass in the center, so you have two strips.
Yeah.
Like it's a little Jeep road, essentially.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I think we've
Yeah,
done that in the
native, yeah.
past where we've
Yep.
acknowledged that in construction, it's probably, that whole area would be disturbed, but in the end, sort of bring it back to looking
As
more like
natural as possible.
a two-track so
That's
it
a good
just
point, Francie.
Two-track would
minimizes
be
the visual.
Great. Steve?
So looking at the driveway, it looks a whole lot like my driveway, about 12 feet wide. I'm so glad we don't have to have ours 16 feet wide for, fire truck. Be glad this one's not required to be 16 feet wide. Also, our driveway, which we've been using for, almost 40 years or something, it has vegetation growing in the middle of two-track on parts of it. And I would imagine this probably would end up looking the same way, that it's going to be two tracks going across with a lot of vegetation in the middle part where they're not actually driving on there. And that's probably what it would end up looking like. So it's much more natural looking and less obtrusive than the photograph here.
Okay, other questions or comments?
I was just going to say, I certainly appreciate the two-track sort of driveway, something more rustic, but I was going to say, if it turns into a mud wallow, by all means, take some gravel in and make it passable. If you don't want to be parking in something that erodes or turns into a mud hole. So I can understand why they might need gravel in certain places to, if the drainage requires it, and I wouldn't want to restrict that from you. I certainly love the idea of a simple two-track to a parking area behind that place. Makes sense to me. It just seems more fitting for a cabin, but I don't have a big problem with it.
And when you say two-track, you're talking about no road base, just the native whatever's there.
Yeah.
If that works,
could eventually
assuming that would work.
Gravel just to two
Does
tracks.
machines
and
get
leave
pretty
the
muddy? It must be kind of a
centerpiece.
mud wallow in the spring.
There's some spots between, the where the road enters our property, where Lucine Road enters our property. That first, 1,000 feet. There's some, spots there where you drive through quite a bit of mud, especially in the springtime. In the beginning in
I
June.
can see. I wouldn't
when
want
it
to
first
prohibit you
opens.
from trying to take care of that.
Yeah.
My only other question for both of you, Mitch, is just the 160-foot unit looks like it could be turned into the perfect extra master bedroom to me, or bathhouse or something. I love it, but I'm just wondering, how do you make sure when the criteria for approval and all that is, specifies what it's actually used for, and is it insulated? Is it
That's
just
a good
wondering.
question.
Can it be converted into a extension on the house, and does that?
The
is that
violation
something-
of their approval.
Right, and the code.
Right, Patty asked us a similar question after we first submitted the application, and I didn't know how to answer other than we are representing on the record it's purely for storage. The big window on the other side is just to allow some natural light in there so you can find things. As you might imagine, in the winter you need to store quite a bit of equipment, both for recreation and just maintaining the place, someplace. And a lot of that stuff is taller than you want to put in a crawl space, so that was the intention. The rural zone district specifically allows a 160 square foot storage shed. So that, and not any other kind of shed. So that's really what we've been representing it is, and not anything else.
Got it. Thank you. Just wanted to have you articulate that. Thanks.
Well, if
Public
there's
hearing?
nothing more.
Is it a public hearing?
Yeah, is it a public hearing?
I never know on these.
Yes, it is. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody in the public who would like to talk about this Valley View Ajax LLC site plan review? Is there anybody online? Anybody hanging out there waiting to talk? Doesn't look like it. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing and look for a motion. I like this application, so I'm looking forward to a motion.
I'd make a motion to approve Valley View Ajax LLC site plan review and special review.
I will second.
Yeah, so we'll take Patty's second. All those, oh, do you have comments?
Comment, yeah. This is a very nice application. Bridger, nice to meet you. My heart always breaks a little when we develop in rural and remote. But, you know, your proposal meets the code and I think does so nicely and I feel compelled to support it.
Kind of the way I feel too.
Thank you.
And she might
Very
be, she
impressive
might be
application,
skiing by
no
in the
question
winter
about it.
waving, sliding by in the winter
I'm
waving.
not skiing down Pandora's.
No, it's heroes. It's heroes.
No, you know, a lot of places where you ski, you run into houses and cabins and mansions and stuff, so.
I know.
All right, shall we vote? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you. Thanks, Bridger.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Nice meeting you too.
Congratulations.
All right, only 14 more to go.
Yeah,
Have a good night.
okay.
Here, I just got a picture of.
Good thing my open discussion list isn't too long.
If we need to take a break, you'll have to do it individually. I really don't want to stop our momentum here.
I have Jackson Hole and.
So our next item, which is also a land use
Shouldn't even
public
go.
hearing,
Jealous.
I want to.
I think you would have to step away first.
is a resolution denying one constrained site TDR for Blue Ox Log Crafters LLC. And
Is the pizza coming?
we're ready. Yeah, we're ready.
Wanna order some?
And we haven't even gotten to the TDR and GMQS thing. That's not a 5-minute thing either. Oh, well, it's our job.
My poor dog is freaking out. John, you picked a good day to come join us. I'm just getting hungry.
Want me to run out for pizza?
No, I've had pizza. I was thinking a steak and a baked potato.
I'll go with you.
Lobster. Oh, I went to Butch's the other
Oh,
day.
you did?
Oh, God, what, it's so expensive.
I know.
So expensive, but it was so good.
Compared to up here, it's cheap.
Oh,
Think of that.
$35 for a
Where'd you go?
lobster roll, Butch's in Basalt.
Compare that to up here.
I could still be sitting out there just talking to
I
people.
ate a bunch of lobster when I was back in
Oh, I
Jersey.
bet. Yeah.
We did a big lobster bake.
That's the place to eat it.
I didn't get that in
Anytime you
Scotland. We got haggis.
Ew.
I didn't get haggis.
Here we go.
Nicole, have we seen you since you've been promoted?
I think this is my first hearing.
Well, congratulations.
Congratulations. Nice to see you.
I did run into you in my neighborhood.
She just got a house right around the corner from my son.
So
My
funny.
water real quick, though.
And I love all your trucks in front of the house. All the
Oh, yeah, the
all
Hot
the Tonka
Wheels
trucks and
the
the,
Tonka trucks.
Trevor loves his house there.
That's the Taj Mahal of the neighborhood.
I know, he did. He scored big time.
Yes.
Are you going to present from your laptop?
Yes.
Oh.
Do you have your Zoom pulled up there, Roger? I'll promote you. You just have to accept me.
Okay.
Just don't echo, whatever you do.
What?
Don't echo. We've had this echo issue. What? Oh, I didn't get that. What? Roger.
I always forget how to do the.
So I haven't heard anything, Francie, so he must be hanging on there with just one dose. It's good to hear.
Oh, he's hanging in there still.
Because he only had one dose, unless they're
That's
giving
great.
it to him and not calling me, which is gonna make me not happy.
Look at this. Let me show you while we're waiting. Quickly.
Sour cherries?
That's popular. And here's the gate, and here's it says Great Bowls. So he's filming it. So excited.
How old's Jared now?
And this is a showcase.
Window, it's here.
He's a junior?
It's window. It's not, Acrobat has different logic. Okay, sorry about that.
So really cool.
I remember when the Dreamus boys went through all of that.
That's amazing that his pictures
Yeah,
on the front
yeah.
there, so fun. Nice.
You know, Daniel
Yeah.
Dreamus went on to play
He's at
for the
Basalt High, right?
San Jose
Yeah,
Sharks.
cool.
Okay, I'm ready
Has
when
that been
you
good
are.
for you guys?
I think we're ready.
Yeah.
We love Basalt Elementary.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name's Nicole Rebeck Stout, and I'm going to be presenting the staff presentation for the Blue Ox Log Crafters LLC Constrained Site TDR request. The applicant is Roger Sherman, sitting right next to me here. And then he's joined by Tammy. So we'll do the staff presentation first and then move over to Roger's presentation. I always start with process. Oh, hate this sliding. Okay, so we'll visit this again at the end. I like to think of the process for the constrained site TDRs as two steps. First, you make the determination of severely restricted or undevelopable, and then if the answer to that question is yes, then you can move on to the second step and determine if the merits of equitable mitigation would justify the issuance of a TDR. And just to note, staff is not considering the site undevelopable, so we'll never, I'm not going to cover step 2 in this presentation. For the presentation outline, we'll do site location, then we'll go over the site constraints, and then a staff recommendation. So where are we? The subject parcel is located here. You can see sort of a relationship with Redstone. It's located on Bobcat Lane in Redstone Ranch Acres subdivision. It's lot E3. Let me go to the next page to zoom in a little more. And it's located on Bobcat Lane. I want to note that there's a drainage here called Big Klein Creek, and there's a bridge that goes over that creek. In my presentation, I also refer to this property to the north. That's lot E2. This, and I'm mentioning this, is because staff has just issued an administrative decision to approve development on that vacant property.
Oh, really?
Yes. Your packet included a draft approval for the Fagan property, but since your packet was published, it's been recorded as Administrative Decision 62/2023. But the content is the same. There were no edits in between the draft version and the recorded version. So I want to acknowledge some existing conditions and site development. The property that we're looking at today is vacant. In 1991, the applicant purchased the adjacent lot E4, which is here. Can you see my hand to the south?
Yep.
And there's a single family residence developed there with a domestic well and OWTS. Then in 1996, Roger Sherman purchased the subject property that's indicated in red under his business Blue Ox Log Crafters LLC. The applicant describes the intent of the purchase was the development of a single-family house. And then during a site visit on August 18th, the applicant stated the outcome of developing a house could be to retain the property as a rental or convey it on the market. Around the time of 2005, historic aerial imagery indicates development on the subject property, tree removal, grading, and the addition of a small shed structure. The applicant asserts a permit was not required for the small shed structure, nor the earth moving. Additionally, the applicant's forthcoming about storing a skid steer and trailers on the subject property in the past. That was for the purposes of maintaining some of the drainage, brush, and deadfall on the property. Our zoning planner indicates that the applicant incorrectly states that a permit was not required for the shed. Pickens County has always maintained that a property must be developed with a principal structure prior to accessory structures such as sheds. So a shed located on this property would be a violation of the land use code. And then the zoning planner didn't have enough information to determine if a permit would be required for the earth moving that happened on the property. But the applicant described that a culvert had been installed. And so we would assume that like the scale of the earth moving requiring a culvert would require an earth moving permit.
You have a question?
Could I just real quick, in light of our discussion we had earlier about properties that are under whatever for red tagging, we can't proceed with an application. Is that the status on lot E2?
Well,
oh, you're getting
yeah.
there?
There are no violations that are recorded on the property.
But he built this shed without a permit?
Well, it's been removed, so
Okay,
it's hard
okay. So that's been
yeah.
remediated. Okay,
Mhm.
that's what I needed to
Yeah.
know. Thank you.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, so then also at an unknown time in the past, the subject property was developed with an 8-foot by 8-foot observation platform, like a wooden deck that was built without planning approval and without permits on slopes of in excess of 45%, and that it will show up on the improvement survey. And the applicant claims the platform was incorrectly located and it should have been located on his developed property lot E4. Next, I'm going to move to site constraints. The applicant cited the following constraints to provide the basis for the constrained site TDR request. Setbacks, steep and potentially unstable slopes, watercourses and drainages, wildlife habitat areas, wildfire hazard, roadways, unsuitable roadways, water supply, and lack of options for an on-site wastewater treatment system. So staff's going to go through each of these constraints for the next portion of the presentation. And the analysis resulted in finding that these site constraints, considered individually or collectively, do not create a complete barrier to a code-compliant site plan for this property. And the staff analysis will sort of weave in comments from the referral agencies as I go, to keep sort of topical things organized in the presentation. So the first site constraints to go over, I want to, if you're following along in the staff memo, I just want to be clear that I'm diverging from the order of the site constraints. I think it makes sense to group the review of steep slopes, drainage, and wetlands, intermittent streams together. Those are interrelated site constraints. So we'll review those three now. So this site plan is showing the yellow areas as slopes up between 30 and 45%, and the red areas are slopes greater than 45%. And then the blue is an area where the drainage from Bobcat Lane flows onto this property. So that's what you're looking at. Bobcat Lane, for reference, it would follow this property line here.
Can I ask a question about that?
Mm-hmm.
So I know that it did that this year, which was exceptionally wet. Does it often do that?
Overflow?
Yeah, does it run down the road and onto his property on a regular basis, or is this just like it happened this year and we got some pictures of it?
Yeah, and so I dealt with this on the Fagan approval. So this drainage flows in a culvert underneath a driveway and then onto Fagan's property, of a very similar scale to what we're looking at here. And we're gonna get to that, like how we treated the Fagan's approval.
Is that is that lot E2?
It's the north.
I know,
The
but
one
which
to the
lot?
north.
It doesn't say Fagan on here. It says lot
E2. E2 is to the north. This one's E3.
But does it do it often? Does it do it every spring?
What we've made the finding in the Fagan approval is that the spring does not run annually. So the road drainage is a combination of stormwater, snow melt, and then this spring that was sort of randomly runs. So, and I will go over those findings in this section for sure. But yes, in this particular review, we saw it flow
right,
consistently.
in May.
I did visit the Fagan property in May, and it was ponding. So the first, these steep slopes are going up, so the ponding is down, water flows down. Just to orient you. So the potential development area described in the application is not located on steep slopes. It's located in this flatter area. However, the code does allow development to be located on steep slopes where there's no alternative development area. I have those code sections in the memo. Steep slopes are considered a site constraint by the code, but the code also provides standards for how development can occur within that site constraint. So staff concludes that the subject property should not be considered severely restricted or undevelopable on the basis of steep slopes. So now I'm going to talk about the water courses and drainage. The applicant describes Redstone Acres Road Association to not providing adequate infrastructure or maintenance for the road drainage. So, and so thus the water is flowing onto this property. So given the lack of coordinated effort from the private association, the applicant attempted to improve the condition of through independent regrading, adding the culvert on this property in the past. The applicant confirms that failed efforts at earth moving on this property were not strategies that were designed by a civil engineer. Our planning engineer provided a comment that I want to read to you. Josh Rice said, "The Redstone Ranch Acres Road Maintenance Association is not providing for adequate drainage and it is impairing the applicant's ability to develop the subject property. A site visit and conceptual engineering review indicates the road drainage could be conveyed in a culvert under the existing roadway with outfall to the Big Clang Creek." Josh Rice studied this drainage conceptually during the Fagan approval, lot E2. So he's familiar with how this road is draining and what a potential solution could be. On the neighboring property to the north, I also want to read you the finding that we made about this drainage. And it says, due to inadequate engineered roadside drainage systems, drainage from south along Bobcat Lane has the potential to flow onto the property and was observed to flow onto the property during site visits on May 4th and 4th, 2023. Given existing road topography, a roadside ditch is not practical for the frontage of the subject property and lot E3 to the south. That's this subject property. However, the drainage could potentially be solved with the addition of a buried culvert below the roadway. The site plan addresses drainage along the current flow line through the subject property. So that's what we did for Fagan, was just acknowledge we weren't going to require that applicant to regrade this road to provide for the adequate drainage, but we made the finding that there was an engineering solution. So based on the county engineer's findings and documentation on the neighboring property's approval, the roadway is in disrepair and causing drainage challenges for lot E2 and the subject property. In the event the roadway feature could be adequately engineered and maintained, lot E2 and the subject property could potentially be alleviated of this burden. So staff concludes that there's an alternative solution for roadway drainage that could be compliant with our land use code and could result in increased area for development on this subject property. You might also be asking, which Patty, you already started, why isn't this water considered a wetland or an intermittent stream? The applicant suggests that the roadway drainage may constitute an intermittent stream. Those features require a 100-foot setback pursuant to our code. So staff concluded on the Fagan property that this is in fact drainage and not an intermittent stream, and we made five points about why it's not an intermittent stream. One, this property is not mapped. This drainage, this water feature is not mapped as an intermittent stream on our mapping or the National Hydrography data set, and it's not mapped for wetlands. There was no obvious wetland vegetation that was observed. There's no diversions per the Division of Water Resource Mapping located uphill from this property, and the existing ponding and channelization is represented to be a result from the original creation of the subdivision. And then there is an existing off-site spring, and that the applicant represented that spring does not flow annually. So given the drainage was not treated as an intermittent stream on lot E2, the Fagan property, then we want to make the same finding for this case to be consistent.
Can you just show me on the map that you have up, where's lot 2, lot 3,
Yeah.
and lot 4, so I know where I am? No, on the one you just showed me with
yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so water is coming down.
Yeah, where's
This
lot
is-
2E, or E2?
That's up here. It's off the page.
And where's E4? So
I think it's 5.
It's 4.
It's 4, okay.
And
here.
that's directly contiguous with E3.
2, yes.
With E3? With your lot?
E3, I'm sorry, yes.
Oh, why is this bad?
So was ever lot E3 owned by the same owner as lot E4?
No.
Even if it was an LLC?
I'm sorry.
Was lot 3 and lot 4 ever owned by the same owner or an LLC that the owner was a part of?
Lot 3 and 4.
Yeah, I'm just worried, I'm just asking about merger.
You're getting, okay, so lot E4 is owned under Roger Sherman's name. Lot E3 is owned under Bluecraft.
But are you a partner, you're a partner?
Same person.
Yes, the same person. Does that still considered a merger, John?
If there's control of the property the same way.
May I interject?
Well, let me just clarify with staff. Was that ever considered in this?
I think the question is, it's the platted subdivision issue, I think. The question would be about platted subdivision, and I'd have to, I don't off the top.
I'm just wondering if they were ever merged, so then we wouldn't because even
There's-
though you're under an LLC, you're still,
But they're separately platted lots.
but does that make a difference in
There's
merging?
there's a difference with platted. I guess the question is BOCC approved or not.
Right.
But if they're merged, there would still only be one development, right?
That's what
Correct?
I'm wondering.
So there
that-
wouldn't be any question of further development on the other lot.
Just because I'm just now realizing that lot 2 and lot 3 and lot 4 were at some point under some sort of same ownership.
I can explain that.
It's up to Francie, she's cheering.
Okay.
Okay, so when we formed the company, we formed it specifically, well, at the same time we were going into business ourselves, but we formed this LLC specifically with the help of Joe Edwards, previous county attorney, to set it up so it would not merger. So as long as, so we had 4 family members, each with a 25% interest. As long as one didn't have more than 51% interest, it would not be affected by the merger law. And that is what Joe Edwards set it up for us.
Is that correct?
I don't know if Joe is involved. I don't know anything about the history of the property.
Yeah, so that's just a question I have, that
So we had
we need to
lived
clear
there.
that up, or either that, or like Francie said, we don't have a development right.
Well, I mean, if they're merged, there's only one development, right, I think.
Yeah.
So, but they're not merged, so.
We don't know that.
Well, legally, they're not merged right now.
We don't know that, because we haven't investigated that through our county attorney.
I think Suzanne might be looking right
I'm looking up the plat.
Thank you, I just want to, before we go through all this and then find out they're merged, and if not, we can go through all this. Sorry, I didn't mean to
It's gonna
interrupt.
take me a minute. To say
Well,
the
while
least.
she's looking, we can go back to, it's just getting confusing when we keep referring to lot 2, E2, which I understand how you came to that conclusion, and there's similarities, but it gets confusing, lot 2, lot 3, lot 4, and that's why I brought up lot 3 and lot 4, because I'm
Okay.
confused,
Yeah,
but now I'm straight, kind of.
Trying to think if, do you have a printed packet? I can maybe.
No,
you can
no, I'm just, now that I'm looking at the configuration of the lots and the fact that they're directly adjacent to each other. So, I didn't know there was a possibility of the same ownership until just now.
Okay.
So you were, I'm
Yes.
sorry, I totally interrupted your train of thought, I apologize.
No, I think that's a really good point, and,
Suzanne's on it.
yes, Suzanne is on it. I suppose I will continue, assuming that we do not have merged lots.
We can go on to,
So, I think next I was talking about the road funding. Here's some pictures of the
Okay.
drainage. I wish it wasn't on
Is that this year?
Yes.
A little soupy.
Oh, here, presentation. Look at that. Okay, now I'm better. Yes. So Bobcat Lane and the bridge crossing Big Klein Creek are privately funded by the Road Maintenance Association. I want to read the comment that we have from Road and Bridge. The Redstone Ranch Acres Maintenance Association is funded through a mill levy that has been historically underfunded. In 2022, the Road Maintenance Association members voted to increase the mill levy in an effort to cover ongoing expenses and start to build a reserve. However, there was a heavy snow year last year, and so the ongoing debt service from past loan for road maintenance needs, the mill levy funds were again depleted. With the new and higher assessed property values and the mill levy, the county road and bridge engineer, Andrew Knapp, suspects that the mill levy funds may regenerate again during next tax season. In general, the Road Maintenance Association roadways and associated drainage strategies are not designed to current standards. and in general, the roads and drainage system of the neighborhood are more costly to maintain over time compared to well-designed engineered roads with adequate drainage. So, actually, Andrew Knapp just helped me write that. Let's see. So, given the roadways are assets of the association, barriers to the development caused by the private assets are the responsibility of the association to resolve in order to allow development on this property. Here's a picture of the Big Klein Creek Bridge. It's the only access to get to the property. The structural integrity of the bridge is unknown. The applicant represents that this bridge is not suitable for construction traffic. But I checked with our engineer. That assertion is speculative until the bridge can be evaluated by a structural engineer and weight rated. And again, it could be weight rated and also improved by the road association. I was going to go to setbacks next.
Let me just talk about the bridge for a brief moment so that I can tell the people who haven't been there. So I've been across the bridge with Bill Argyros, and it definitely carries cars right now, but it is the responsibility of the homeowners association, which isn't exactly an active homeowners association, but they have one representative. I believe his name is Garrett. And Bill used to be that person, and so that's the person that should be communicating with Brian Pettit. Brian and I have been back and forth about this bridge quite a few times. I think I've mentioned it to you all before because the little bridge railing fell off. When a kid was pushing on it, somebody grabbed the kid, and so there is no railing, and it is scary. But while we are responsible for the bridge across the Crystal River from the highway, we're not responsible for that one. And it is the responsibility of the homeowners. So it's not condemned at this point. And the look of it is probably worse than the actual structure of it. But just so that you guys understand, it's not a pretty thing, that bridge. And you wouldn't want to be driving over it on a regular basis.
But if they
either.
condemn it, there's no access to the properties.
Well, no, they need to repair it. They need to get, but it's their responsibility, not ours, unfortunately.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And if they repair it, then you could have construction traffic go over it.
Yes, it might need more than repair. It might need total reconstruction. I don't know.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I was going to talk about setbacks next. The property is about 32,000 square feet. That's about 3/4 of an acre. It's zoned AR10. Chapter 5 provides guidance for setbacks. That's 30 feet for front yard and rear yard, and then 15 for the side yards. I sort of estimated where the front yard setback is here. Again, we went over this in a prior hearing. The Board of Adjustment allows for property setback variances based on hardships and site constraints, so that we weren't considering the front yard setback to be a barrier to development. And then our zoning planner provided this comment. She said that this subdivision covenants dictate a 30-foot front yard setback, but the Board of Adjustment would not deny a variance to the front yard setback on the basis of the covenants, since the county's not a party to those documents. So staff acknowledges that the code provides a basis to consider a variance and a path forward for the setbacks.
Can I ask John Ely, is that true if the covenants, like my homeowner's covenant said you had to have a setback of 30 feet and the county said we'd have to go with the covenants rather than the county code? I thought the county code took precedence.
They generally are just stacked on top of each other. In other words, you have to comply with both. And in the case of a setback, it's whatever's most restrictive.
And could our Board of Adjustments couldn't vary that?
Right.
So that's interesting. This is interesting.
Mm-hmm. So you're saying the Board of Adjustment could not approve a front yard setback of anything less than 30 feet, if that's what's in the covenants?
The BOA can give a variance from a county imposed setback pursuant to the zoning regulation, but it cannot affect a private covenant.
Okay.
So in operationally, they still have to comply with the HOA, which is separate from what our processes would approve or not approve.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Of HOAs.
Functionally, for the applicant, that's tricky.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Whether it complies with our code or not. Yeah.
Okay.
I want to talk about the OWTS and the well. That's the on-site wastewater treatment system and the domestic well. The applicant represents difficulty in establishing a domestic well and an OWTS. An OWTS feasibility study was provided and concludes an OWTS cannot be accommodated on the subject property. The domestic well, there is an existing domestic well. It's shown here in blue, and then this ring around it represents the 100-foot setback, where an OWTS would have to be located outside of that. But I want to talk about the well first. So the well was established in 2019, and it produces 0.5 gallon a minute. The application states for a typical household, the well should produce a minimum of 1/2 gallon per minute or 30 gallons per hour to be acceptable for water supply. The Colorado State University Domestic Well Fact Sheet goes on to say that wells that are low producing, and that would be less than 1 gallon per minute, often need an additional storage tank to buffer high water use periods, even though a typical 6-inch well borehole will store about 1.5 gallons of water per linear foot of water depth. So the well permit indicates a total depth of over 400 feet, and the hole diameter is 6.5, and that would mean potentially you could store over 600 gallons of water in the well hole itself. And the applicant asserts that the subject property does not have space for additional water storage, although I'm not clear if the well hole could provide that storage. The planning engineer provided a comment saying that adequate storage could be added, and that I guess the point is that he thinks that there could be a solution there. The domestic wells and OWTS are required to be located a minimum of distance of 100 feet. So a community like this, you have to know where your neighbors' well and OWTS are located. So this map is showing the context, the surrounding context and properties. You can see lot E4, the OWTS is in green. This is lot E10 and this is lot E11, and then the wells are in blue. So E2 has their well located on the southern portion of their property. So there's definitely a puzzle to deal with here. The applicant's domestic well location is centered basically in the middle of the developable area of the property, without slopes less than 30%. And that makes it really difficult to locate OWTS on this property. So the applicant has the potential to relocate the domestic well to the north, closer to the Lot E2 well, and that would provide space for an OWTS to the south. So this is conceptually if the well was located in this corner of the property, then all of a sudden you have some space to the south. The applicant asserts that an alternative location for a domestic well on this property is likely to produce even less water production. And if a new well is not practical to drill, then the applicant has the opportunity to expand the OWTS on Lot E4 to the south, where the applicant has ownership. So that would be like a shared OWTS agreement that our environmental health department has seen before. The applicant asserts that this idea would result in disputes over the system. And then the environmental health department also indicated that there's variances that could be issued to help accommodate development on this property. So given the small area of the property and limited area for development, a single family residence with 3 or more bedrooms is likely unachievable. The OWTS feasibility study cites several barriers. First, the domestic well would need to be relocated to the northeast, as shown here, and then have 100 feet of separation between the well and the OWTS to the south. Second, the study indicates that the hypothetical single-family residence and OWTS should avoid roadway drainage. And again, staff's position is that if that roadway drainage was resolved, there would be greater development opportunity. And then third, the study indicates in a hypothetical single-family residence located in this location. However, staff concludes this would prevent the location of an OWTS. So if an OWTS was located here, a house could be located further to the north. And finally, the study indicates that soil type and possible rock outcroppings are a barrier to establishing successful OWTS. Again, assuming the roadway drainage is resolved, the OWTS, if located here, would be in very close proximity to the neighboring properties OWTS, where soil conditions are likely to be the same. So basically, staff thinks there's 2 options for an OWTS. One is either improve the OWTS on the adjacent property with a shared use agreement and keep the well located in the middle of the property, or move the well in order to make space for the OWTS on this subject property. So that's OWTS and well. I was going to move on to wildlife and wildfire, and then wrap up. So this is a map showing blue, the elk winter range, and then the elk production areas. These are, the code provides for development in both of these areas. It's not located in an elk production area. Additionally, Colorado Parks and Wildlife often provide comments about homes that are within an existing zone of influence. Also other development around it. That zone of influence is already established, and so another house is not going to change wildlife habits. And then wildfire, this property is mapped as a low wildfire hazard, and then the applicant provided a site-specific wildfire hazard report indicating severe wildfire hazard. I have this comment from Carbondale Rural Fire Protection District, confirming that it is a low wildfire hazard. And I listed the 3 reasons there. We cross-referenced the county map with the Colorado State Forest Service map, and they both are aligned in a low hazard area. The fire district also mentioned the northern aspect is low hazard, and then the access, they thought the Bobcat Lane access was adequate. And then their water suppression strategy would be to bring a tank up here. And then I also want to note the finding for the Fagan property, Lot E2 to the north, the one we just approved, that finding was a low wildfire hazard rating. So it would be consistent with that approval. I also just want to go over development context around this property. During the site visit on August 18th, the applicant communicated that a 1 or 2 bedroom home would not be economically feasible to justify development. And so I want to share some bedroom counts and floor area for the neighbors. And these are just taken from the assessor's website. It's not a perfect floor area analysis by any means. The Lot E2 is the one that hasn't been built yet. That's the one we just approved. That floor plan is showing 2 bedrooms with about 2,000 square feet between the home and the garage. So you can see there isn't an example of a 4-bedroom home on this road. There's a couple 3-bedroom.
I'm glad you brought that up, because when I read that in his application, that it wouldn't be worth it to build a smaller house. My house is 2,500 square feet, and it has 4 bedrooms and 3 baths, and nobody has ever called it small. So that I don't buy. Like, doesn't have to be 5750 to be a house that's worth building.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
I have 860 square feet and 3 bedrooms.
Yeah.
They're tiny.
Sounds
closets, actually.
Sounds cozy.
Yeah, it is.
So Chapter 5, AR10 zone property, yes, the development right is for 5750 for base maximum floor area. But yes, given the limited size of the property and site constraints and difficulties associated with developing the property, the applicant would likely need to consider a smaller home with less bedrooms. The code has section 52020 indicating there's no guarantee for maximum density or floor area. So yes, the subject property, staff would consider it severely or restricted or undevelopable if 5750 was the goal. But if a smaller home was considered with fewer bedrooms, there would be less difficulties. So staff recommends the BOCC adopt a resolution denying the Blue Ox Log Crafters LLC constrained site TDR. And that concludes my presentation. And again, I didn't get to the step 2 about the merits of equitable mitigation since we didn't really get past the step 1 for the staff analysis. Question, I was going to pass to Roger to do a presentation, but I'm open to taking any questions now. We can consolidate the questions after. Whatever you choose.
I'm looking at Suzanne and John.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I have a question.
It doesn't appear the properties are merged.
It does not appear that they're merged? Okay. Good, I just needed that clarification. Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Well,
I have a question.
Okay.
Unless you have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are there, Mr. Ely, are there obligations in the code for dealing with drainage from an adjacent property owner? So, like,
Trespassing
can
drainage?
you let mud and flood run off into your neighbor's property without?
That's a trespass.
It is, it's like
trespass?
It's trespassing, yeah.
Interesting.
It's like if my neighbor throws their snow over their fence into my yard, it's trespassing snow.
Okay.
It's the truth.
Do we put any requirements in the code on
Trespassing?
remediation of that?
Well, there are some things in the code concerning development around surface water structures like ditches, such that, you know, if there's injury or something like that. I can't think of anything else, Suzanne.
When we do development reviews, we always, the code definitely says you're not supposed to put your problem on somebody else's property. So we review for that when we do a development review. I guess it's not something we've gone out and enforced, outside of a development review. We'd put that condition on you. We'd review the drainage plan. We'd ensure that your drainage isn't, affecting the neighbor. I've never dealt with it in a scenario where, it's coming, sort of as an enforcement issue along those lines.
That's a good question.
But if you live on a piece of property that's up, on a hill, and then your property goes down to the road, and somebody lives below the road, that means you have to deal with all your snow melt?
It addresses historical drainage. Essentially, we're saying if it's a vacant piece of land and the water, it's on a slope, the water flows off of it, there's a certain amount of that water that's flowing onto your neighbor's property today. Once you develop it, what the code says is you can't put more by putting impervious surfaces, all of that. You can't suddenly increase the amount that's flowing onto your neighbor's property.
Okay.
So I guess that's a better explanation
helps.
of
Thank you.
how it works.
Well, it's very clear. I'm not sure whether I'm going to have you present, if you could just wait 1 minute until we decide about that. But it's very obvious that the Redstone Ranch Acres has serious road problems and drainage problems and bridge problems that they're not dealing with, nor have they dealt with for a while, except for the past the mill levy, which $20,000 of that mill levy was used to pay off the loan that they had borrowed before. And so they are between a rock and a hard place up there. But I'm not sure that that is reason for us to grant a TDR to somebody who wants to build there, especially somebody who had already built a house next door and knew exactly what he was buying. So, but I do think that we should recognize that they need to do something about their roads. And I don't know how they're going to do that, but it's leading towards this kind of situation where somebody's asking for a TDR, and then we've had all this interaction about the bridge, and I don't know how they're going to do it, but they need to do something.
Sort of similar to Shieldo.
Yeah.
A number of years, the same situation was, present without the bridge. And it just, continued and continued, and the county ended up by imposing a moratorium in that area until
they fixed it.
On further development.
Yeah. No more, it was something that affected no issuance of building permits until the road problems were corrected. And they eventually formed I think they formed a metro district, I can't remember.
Theirs was more than a road and bridge,
At
because
any
they had
rate,
wildfire issues.
The affected property owners solved the problem.
I think we have lots of problems like this with
Similar one.
infrastructure.
Yeah, well, we just had that
HOAs and
one down near Jason Sewell's place, that one with the whole road situation.
right.
Yeah.
And Lazy Glen with their
Yeah.
septic.
They've
Okay, do you guys want to hear more? How much more would you tell us that we haven't already heard?
I think we should give the applicant a chance
Okay.
to present.
Quite a bit, and some,
Okay.
before you give me control of the screen, can you bring up that
Yeah.
previous one? Okay, so square foot, I just want to get this out of the way real quick. Okay, so I didn't realize Fagan's was only 2-bedroom application. But
Could you speak up just a little bit, please?
I'm sorry.
It's not this won't,
These
this
mics,
won't
you just
work.
have to
It's
speak
just
up in
your
the room.
room
Right.
voice.
Okay, so go down to lot E. Well, you got two E2s. It's lot
Oh,
E.
yeah.
Lot E5. Lot E2 is supposed to be lot E4.
You're right.
Okay, lot E2. Are
Lot
Five.
E5.
let me back up. Let me go down the run here. Lot E4, where our house is,
That's this
is 2,100 square feet, 3-bedroom. Lot E5 is 3-bedroom, 2,500 square feet. Lot E6 is probably about that. Lot E10 is probably about that. Lot E11 is a 3-bedroom. They put an addition on it. It's probably over 2,000 square feet. I'm not gonna.
We better call the assessor, because if those numbers are wrong, then that's a different evaluation.
And we've been in all those houses, by the way, so we know what there is.
Is Bill's house lot E5?
No, Bill Argyros?
Yeah.
No, he's way down the hill at the bottom of
Oh,
Bobcat
further
Lane.
down. Uh-huh.
So anyway,
Okay.
that's it.
So stop.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not kidding, we need to let the assessor's office know if these people have built illegal units onto their 2-bedroom.
Well, again, the assessors is a very specific calculation of.
I'm not talking square footage, I'm talking bedrooms.
Well, that's a different
Yeah.
conversation. They really don't care about bedrooms, but that's a
Yeah.
different conversation.
Okay, so this is the improvement survey. You've seen it already. Slopes, 58% of the lot is encumbered by steep slopes. Another 20% or 50% of what's left over is encumbered by the drainage. So I don't know if you want to spend the time reading the excavators and OWTS reports, but I'd like to go over them.
We had a lot of those reports in our packet. We read them.
Okay. So excavators report states that it's economically and logistically difficult to excavate for a foundation. And the OWTS report states that it can't be placed on these steep slopes. And I'm just going to, like Nicole, I'm going out of order so we can get the most pertinent things together. Water supply, just a minor issue. The static level is 364 feet, so it only holds 546 gallons of water. The GPM, gallons per minute, could be less than 0.5. We don't know. It could be 0.2, it could be 0.5, it could be 0.8. We would, to cover our bases, would have to add extra storage. The well on where we reside produces 12 gallons per minute, and it has run dry on really dry years, evidenced by silt and sand coming up into the water. And that's all I have to say about the water. Wildfire hazards. I have a report from Zone 1, who's on Pitkin County's list of certified wildfire specialists. And that report is designated as severe wildfire hazard. And if I can go.
What does our mapping say? It's
It says
low?
low, but we have the copy of the one
Yeah,
that
but I'm just
says
saying
high.
that's a big discrepancy. Low
Yes,
to
it is.
severe is very big discrepancy.
Mhm. I don't know whether the road separating the two zones makes a difference or what makes the big difference, but we did.
I will kind of go over that.
No, it seems that there's just too much water there. We could use it for fire suppression.
Well, in the land use code, it says, however, the maps are only a general reference and actual wildfire hazards shall be field verified, which they were in this report. So the wildfire expert may recommend a higher or lower classification of the wildfire risk. Staff acknowledges that the wildfire hazard is inconsistent given the site-specific wildfire hazard report and correspondence from the fire department. And so to try and make this brief, I'm going to avoid a lot of this, but there are some things I'd like to point out. So here, this is Lot E3 there in the middle. This is over on the right is the Big Klein Creek drainage. It's just lousy with dense forest trees. You can't see the forest through the trees or vice versa. It's just really, really thick. You can't walk up the drainage. There's continuous vegetation, old growth trees, young trees, everything is just thick. And these are the slopes on Lot E3. That's kind of what the whole general subdivision looks like.
It needs wildfire mitigation, the whole subdivision.
Oh, yeah. So when we get to the map, well, here's, okay, the report states narrow access road. Those are some more trees at the property. When we get to the wildfire hazard map, there's us outlined in blue. Okay, and then just right 470 feet from us right here is a TDR that was approved two years ago that was considered severe by the fire department. They're both in the low wildfire hazard area. And I don't know if you've read this, but I'd really like to read these comments from the fire department on previous TDR approvals. One, and this is pertaining to this lot right next to us, or just up the hill from us a little bit. The subdivision in general is characterized by high potential wildfire danger with steep slopes, narrow roads, inadequate turnarounds, and limited water supplies for fire protection. Lot E7 in particular has a steep slope with a southwest aspect, which lends itself to increased wildfire spread potential. The lot is served by a dead-end road with steep grades. And then the next one is another lot in our subdivision which has easy access. There's no question steepness of road, no bridges to go over, nothing. The subdivision in general, and particularly this site, are characterized by high potential wildfire danger with steep slopes, narrow roads, inadequate turnarounds, and limited water supplies. We believe that a TDR is appropriate for this site. Limiting in the number of homes in the subdivision, especially on the steep slopes, is certainly beneficial as far as fire safety is concerned. Now, I'd be incredulous to believe that a wildfire is going to pay attention to the slope aspect. We know what happened to the Basalt fire, Christine fire. It went everywhere. We are not sure why there are inconsistencies within the fire department itself when they have endorsed similar parcels in the past. Fire department now claims that they have enough water in their water tender trucks and enough hose to lay out that hose uphill for over 600 feet to Lot E3. Even if so, by the time they laid out all that hose, they would be in containment mode, trying to keep the fire from spreading. The original home that would caught fire would be gone. A little anecdote here, and the fire department did not require the Fagan parcel to adhere to their requirements as far as access and a 70-foot turnaround radii, which is in the land use code and the fire department regulations. So they're not requiring them, but who's it to say they won't turn around and say, okay, we have to follow land use code here on ours. A little anecdote, we had a fire 2 or 3 years ago. next door. We noticed it was a sub-zero night, cold, 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 far below freezing. We went over there, well, from the time Tammy called the fire department till the time the first responder in his personal vehicle showed up was 35 minutes. Fire trucks took an additional 10 minutes to get there. The Redstone Fire Department is not manned. They had to come from Marble and Carbondale to get there. Okay? The only reason they got up that hill to begin with is because it was very, very cold and they had good traction on the hill. Any other time, they wouldn't have been able to make it up the hill. So I just want to get that wildfire thing out of the way so I could go back to some of the bigger things that are interconnected, as Nicole said. So drainage. And she showed you these maps. So that's the existing flooding area. What we had wanted to do was to rechannel that into an area here that'd be about 8 feet wide to channel that water narrower. And it would also require a strip to access it with equipment to keep it cleaned out. The low point of Bobcat Lane drains onto the property. There has never been adequate infrastructure or maintenance of the road by the road district. Attempts by us to control and direct the flow of water has been met by failure. We installed a culvert and dug a ditch about 15 years ago. This culvert and the ditch along, you can see where it comes into the property, was on the road right away, not on our property. And then from there, pretty much on the right side of that black area where there would be equipment access, we attempted to dig a ditch following the natural fall of the property. So this would fill in with silt and road runoff with every rain event or constant and continuous spring runoff. This required heavy equipment to redig the ditch and hope the culvert would unplug itself. This became an untenable situation, requiring heavy equipment to regularly clear the ditch and culvert. The culvert was eventually capped, and the ditch was allowed to fill in with silt to return the flow to its historical state. There is about a 40-foot wide area along the property where the runoff enters the property. As one or more rivulets are created and silted in, others pop up along this area, creating a wide area flooding on the property. The driveway is not a driveway, it's just where the water flows, and there's a lack of vegetation there because it just keeps on filling in with silt. So there's no riparian vegetation, there's no any vegetation. It's never been cleared, it just keeps getting filled in with silt over and over, smothering any plant life. So a minimum area, this area is approximately half of what's left outside of the steep slopes. So if we were to channel it to this map, it'd be necessary to continuously keep heavy equipment on site to maintain it. And I'll show you in the pictures and the short videos I would love to show you. Keeping heavy equipment on site in perpetuity is not sustainable. Expecting future owners to have the capability to keep on site and run such equipment is not reasonable. Driveway access to a home between the drainage and the steep slopes would be unfeasible, as keeping a culvert cleaned out has been proven to be difficult. At best, the footbridge over the drainage would be the only access to a home. This would be undesirable in our minds and would prohibit service and emergency vehicles and equipment from directly accessing the home. The downstream culvert, if you look on the north end of the property, there's a road that serves a big property to the left, when we bought this property, that road wasn't there. Since then, they built up what basically a dam, a reservoir dam, with a culvert going underneath. When they were constructing it, I asked them, I said, I don't know if that culvert is big enough, and they happily agreed to put in a bigger culvert. But if that culvert ever got plugged during the rain event or spring runoff, this whole area would immediately start filling up with and forming a lake. Because again, that road is 8 feet minimum tall with a culvert under it. So it creates a basin for water to fill in. And I'm not talking about 100, 1,000-year event. I'm talking about a 25-year flood event, just like was experienced in Basalt on the underpass a month or two ago, where a 25-year rain event overwhelmed the stormwater system and flooded the underpass. This could very well happen here. So if that happened, it would inundate any home site that I will show that if we moved the home site north into this drainage area, it could inundate that home very easily. And if that happened, it could be impossible to enlist and mobilize an excavator at a moment's notice at any hour of the day or night, either by us or the adjacent property owner, before a significant flooding occurs. Now, staff believes there is a way to convey drainage along the frontage of the property via a culvert. Well, where the water comes into the property, as you can see there on the right, you can't put a culvert there. Culvert would have to be beyond there, so that area would still have to collect that runoff coming off the road. If the culvert was above the road floods. If it was below the road, the runoff washes over the culvert. So that area really can't be a culvert. I think what staff is suggesting is going on to Bobcat Lane, connecting a culvert from that lower right-hand corner, going along Bobcat Lane underneath the road with an outfall on Klein Creek. That's 300 feet long at minimum, and that's just taken off a straight line off GIS mapping. So, you know, following the road with a 3% drop in a culvert minimum grade, that thing's going to be 11 feet below the road before it even approaches Klein Creek. I'm not sure who pays for that. You know, the road district, the general improvement district. I do. Fagan does. It's almost an impossibility. Plus, you couldn't even, you'd block off access while it was being constructed. And there would be no way to clean it out. Absolutely no way to clean it out. And I'll show you in a bit how much this needs to be cleaned out. It's every rain event needs to be cleaned out. So we feel that a culvert is not a solution.
I'm going to stop you for 1 second
Yes.
and ask you a question. It seems to me that what you're convincing us of is that this entire neighborhood should not be occupied. Like, I mean, you have a house there and you live there, and then you bought the lot next to it, knowing what was there and knowing what the conditions were, but now you're saying that, you know, all of this is fire danger, and so I'm not quite sure why this particular lot is so constrained that we should not let any building on it and give you an STR when
No,
the one to the
TDR.
north was just approved and you live immediately to the south. So I'm not quite sure what you're trying to convince us of, because all I'm hearing is that there's drainage problems galore, the bridge is terrible and dangerous, there's fire danger all around you, so why do you live there?
Okay. first of all, this lot is unique compared to Lot E4 and Lot E2. Lot E4, where we put our house, has plenty of flat space to put a house. You know, when we moved there, we were dreaming of a cabin in the woods. This is what we got. You know, we weren't thinking about wildfire. We were naive as to some of the, you know, things that were going on at the time. Now with the modern land use codes, to adhere to those is almost, you know, is a difficulty. Lot E2 to the north also has plenty of flat land outside this drainage area to build a house. It's evidenced by our attempt to redirect the drainage and put a well in there that we really wanted to develop this property. We're not, you know, saying that we bought it, you know, 25, 30 years ago so we can get a TDR, which didn't exist at the time. We have come to in fact, just in 2019, when we put the well in, we were hoping to develop it, okay? We wanted a solution that works so we could develop the property. Since then, we're finding that it just doesn't work. And to answer your question of why we or anybody else should be in there, if you were to look at the current land use codes, this subdivision would not be allowed, okay? So our naivete.
Why planners exist, right? Why the whole industry of planning.
Oh, it was the wild, wild west back
Prior
then.
proper planning.
Yeah, it was the wild, wild west back then.
But let's get back on target here, guys, because it's getting late. We've been here a long time, and
Okay.
I want to hear the rest of the presentation. But just
Okay.
because, Francie, when you jumped in, my concern is, you know, there's a responsibility by the homeowners association to fix these things, to mitigate their wildfire issues, to mitigate this runoff issue, to mitigate the bridge. So if anything, if a TDR was to go to you, it should be given to your HOA to fix the problems that are going to plague you before you know it. Wildfire, you're still going to have runoff, and you're not going to have a bridge to get home. And how do you get a fire truck over it?
Well,
So those are my bigger concerns at this point.
That is another constraint we face. So to get back to the drainage, you know, comes down to a passive drainage system is not possible. It has to be cleaned out constantly. And what we thought could work doesn't work. So, you know, I think the last thing I was talking about is to dig under Bobcat Lane would cut off access to residents while it's being constructed to put a culvert in.
Wait till you get to the bridge.
Yeah, well, and it would be so far astronomically expensive that we couldn't justify it economically. So I would like part of this Nicole went over, so I'll just really briefly. Given existing road topography, a roadside ditch is not practical for the frontage of the subject property and Lot E3 to the south. In the event, the roadway feature could be adequately engineered and maintained. The part of Fagan's approval was the applicant shall supply adequate drainage for all low points, demonstrating that historical flow patterns and runoff amounts will be maintained. Now, to us, that means that pattern has to be maintained according to the county's land use code. So I just wanted, if I may.
We don't always have luck with videos.
Oh, you're gonna like these.
If we can run them, we may not be able to run them.
That's what I mean. We don't always have ability to run them.
I
Plus,
understand. So this is one storm, well, just the one rain shower earlier this year. So you can see the top picture here. This is where it comes down the hill and dumps into Lot E3. All along that area, it's coming in at various locations. Where we had dug the ditch and the culvert was right along in the road right away, right along there. constant clean out with every rain event. If you look on the very right of this first top left picture, there was a ditch 2 feet deep there last year. That's how much silt and runoff is building up there. And so when that, so now we've got 3 different rivers coming down the road here. I hope you can see these videos because it's going to be eye-opening.
You're gonna show me water runs downhill.
I am.
It should have been fixed 15 years ago, and it needs to be fixed now.
Okay, so this is walking down. This is in front of Lot E4.
Looks like my driveway when it rains.
Looks like Smuggler Road coming down.
So on the left is the original ditch location. On the right is just additional flow. This is spring runoff. This is for 2.5 months out of the year. Constant, and this is on the low end of it. You can see on the right here where the road is actually wetter because it was flowing much more than the time of this video was taken. So on the left here, that ditch was 2 feet deep last year. That is how much silt is flowing into this property. So at the power pole there is the difference, is where Lot E3 begins. And again, this is all spring runoff, 2.5 months straight, constant runoff. And this is a minute long, I just hope you can bear with me, but this will show you the lay of the lot here. Just not water running downhill, but this will show you the lay of the lot.
What are the improvements on the left? Is that another property?
I'm sorry, what?
What are we looking at? What are the buildings?
That was the shed that was there that's no longer there.
Okay. And then what's behind that? Up in the...
Nothing's behind it.
They had some heavy equipment stored there. There was a.
Oh, there's a, I don't know if the skid steer is in this. No, skid steer's not there at the moment because we pulled it out before it got stuck in the spring runoff, which actually happened, but anyway. So Lot E4 is on the left of this picture. You can see the runoff going through. This whole area is outside of the steep slopes, and that's where all the flat area is, or it actually goes about 10 feet down. I mean, you can't really, you can look at the contours on the map, but you can't appreciate how this funnel effect works. And like, again, this is 2.5 months straight of constant runoff.
But my question is, you lived in that house before you bought the lot next door, is that correct?
Yes.
So you had lived in the house for a while?
Yes.
So you'd seen this runoff go over that lot? You knew that was a situation?
Yeah, we knew it had runoff, and
but I mean, this was still 25 years ago or something,
yeah,
right?
and we attempted to fix it with the ditch and culvert. We thought, oh, this is slam dunk. Look at beautiful lot. We could put our house right here,
Okay.
no problem.
Okay.
And so as recently as 2019, we started to seriously consider development by putting the well in.
Okay,
So this is-
I'm not sure we need to see more running water.
Okay, these are
I mean,
4-second
'cause we all
videos.
have running water
Okay.
on our properties.
Someone brought up, I think it was you, Francie, that how often does this run? This was August 18th, actually the afternoon after Nicole came up. This was a 20-minute rainstorm. That's what we're looking at. So every rainstorm, and the previous pictures were from an earlier rain we had earlier in the year.
Yeah, okay, I think we get it.
Okay.
So thank you for that, and thank you
Okay.
for your presentation, and
I'm not quite done.
You're not done.
what else do you want to talk to us about?
Well, then we go on to the roads.
Well, we know about the roads. I've been on the roads.
We know about the roads. We know your homeowners association should be taking care of them.
Okay, and the on-site water treatment system,
The what?
the septic system. I would like to bring up,
I would like to bring up the septic system too. So why can't you tie into the septic system that's on your property next to it? I read a response from Brian Doherty, who said that we could allow an exception for the crossing or from the setback in order to connect you with that. So it seems to me that's a possibility that you could do that rather than worrying about doing a whole wastewater treatment on lot 3, that you could connect to the one you already have on lot 4.
okay. So to cite the Land Use Code, Pittman County OWTS Regulation 43.4K2, requirements for variance consideration. The Board of Health may approve a variance from a requirement of this regulation for a repair to an existing OWTS system only.
But Brian Doherty wrote and said that they could accommodate this.
That's incorrect. It's right there in the code unless you change the land use
Maybe
code.
that's just for repairs. This is a new system.
That's a
and-
variance. You could only approve a variance from the requirement of this.
I don't want to argue with you about it.
I'm sorry.
We were hearing from our Board of Health representative that this is something that he believes that we can accommodate. So,
So even
and
if
we
it,
need to have that clarified before we can make a decision who's on the right side of this.
So here it is from Brian. We would be able to issue a variance to those setbacks if needed for a shared system if they could show that a system would not be able to be placed on their property. So that is from our environmental health specialist.
This with public health.
yes, and I don't want to argue, but I'm reading straight out of their requirements.
Well, he's overriding that.
Okay. So if it was even possible, the inevitable disputes arising between future property owners, who is using it too much, who is causing damage, who pays for maintenance and or replacement, litigation required when someone refuses to pay or take a responsibility, makes this option untenable.
It's written into the service agreement when you share a septic system, an OTW. It's written into your agreement, and you'd be agreeing with yourself.
Future owners there might be a big dispute.
Oh, so-
I'm not,
So other than the OWTS, is there something else you'd like to talk to us about?
yeah, I'd like to show you the map of,
The map of,
it's a global map that it kind of combines everything. So, if you can see that clearly, this is the existing well, 100-foot setback. If we move the well to the north, this would be the new 100-foot setback. We feel the home site would be here
Why would you move the well? What's the deal with that? Remind me of what that's about.
to make room for OWTS.
but if you get a joint agreement with yourself, you don't have to move the well.
Okay, so,
Well, we'd have to tear up double that amount, double the size of that field on our lot.
Depends on the house size.
depends
Depends
on the house size. Okay, so anyway, so there's a 100-foot setback, we see that now.
So staff suggests that we can move the house northward into this drainage area because a conceptual septic field for lot E3 has to be, from the foundation, has to be 20 feet away from that. And this is an approximate size of average septic system for a 2 or 3 bedroom home. So we're already several feet over into lot E4. To move that whole thing north puts the house right square in the middle of this drainage. And
Well, you definitely need to do something about the drainage. There's no question about that.
But can we account for a 25-year rain event that would inundate that drainage? What I would like, what we could do is provide an easement through the property for that drainage for future road diversions or drainage diversions to keep that road drainage in that path. It's just.
But that would be if you got a TDR and didn't build a house.
Right. Right.
Okay. Well, thank you for taking the time to go
It's
through all the
complicated,
details with us.
that's for sure.
All right.
I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank
Okay.
you for taking the time.
All right. Questions or comments, commissioners?
Again, I just think that there are significant concerns in this neighborhood. You show me deadfall, you tell me how, the brush is so thick. That needs to be mitigated, because that's a danger to everyone living there. And I'm sure it's not just the property around your property, is that it's probably all over that neighborhood. Those are issues, and there's some opportunities through the fire districts to get that work done. I think that needs to be looked into for the protection of the neighborhood. You're just bringing up a lot of issues. As far as the drainage, the runoff, that needs to be fixed. The bridge needs to be fixed. And it's not up, I don't believe it's up to the Board of Commissioners to give you a TDR and leave those things unfixed. I don't know how we get our attention focused, because that bridge is going to fail, and then nobody's getting anywhere, and hopefully everybody's not home. You're on the other side of the bridge where you're stuck. And fire trucks, if you can't get a fire truck through there, and you've got all that wildfire issue, that's a huge public safety concern for me. So I don't think granting of a TDR is going to fix any of that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm usually one granting TDRs, that's my board. And this one is of great concern to me, because I think there's issues that you have very clearly, and thank you for doing a great job, pointed out to us that exist there on your property, but also throughout the neighborhood, and those things need to be addressed.
Anyone else? Yeah, Kelly.
Yeah, thank you, Patty. I think that was well stated. I share Patty's concern for the situation that your neighborhood finds yourself in. I continue to think the county should figure out a way to help the individual neighborhoods and HOAs address these, whether that's through support in developing grant applications or something. We have supported this neighborhood, I think,
we did.
in the past financially to help
And we did the mill
rectify
levy.
some temporary
Just for snow
concerns.
plowing.
These are discretionary TDRs that we are allowed to issue, and I think that I'll speak for me. I think it's the same for the board. We have a very high threshold in how we utilize that discretion, because there is additional impacts we are creating for other parts of the county that we don't get to sort of assess when TDRs are created. So it's a bit of a future gamble that we create when we issue new TDRs, and so that threshold is very, very high in how I assess what my comfort level is with creating these discretionarily. And I think our staff has demonstrated how to work around the constraints for a development application. I think there's potentially only one constraint in the list of 9 or 10 that we are advised to consider in this code language that applies to this parcel related to drainage. But again, the drainage is not limited to just a parcel issue. It is a neighborhood issue here. And so, it just hasn't crossed for me that high threshold to issue a new TDR here.
And can I just add to that real quick, Francie? And just to add to that, if we can, Kelly's absolutely right with the grant opportunities. There's money out there that can help with these issues with your HOA, not just with property mill levy increases. But the other thing is that we fix these, we as a collective, especially the HOA in your neighborhood, fix the wildfire issues, the road issues, the bridge issues, then that will create a possibility for you to actually develop this property.
Not without great expense. And
Well, I'm saying, we're talking grants. We're not asking you to
There's a
fix
great
it all
market out
yourself.
there.
I'm not
No,
saying
no,
you
no.
fix the bridge, you fix the drainage, you fix the wildfire. I'm saying we can help work with your HOA. Like Kelly said, we have some it's a concern to the Board of Commissioners for public safety, and wildfire is a huge concern for all of us. And thank God we had water, but I'm sorry you had so much. But, I think there's some opportunities out there that I think will allow you to develop this property if we can mitigate the wildfire, mitigate the bridge, and mitigate the runoff.
Can I ask you a question? When you were talking about the wildfire prevention and the fire truck coming up there, and you talked about the 600 feet, are you talking about pumping out of the Crystal River when you're talking about that 600 feet?
I think they have
talk about
Out of the
their
truck.
water tenders.
Yeah, they have a truck, they have tenders now.
So how far are you from the Crystal River? It looks pretty close on the map.
From Klein Creek?
No, from the Crystal River.
Crystal River, about, I don't know, just,
Straight up the hill, not on the road.
yeah. Well, if we come from the bridge,
No, not from the bridge.
Crystal River, I'd say about 1,000, 1,200 feet.
Okay.
And the closest you could come through would be Bill's property.
Going up the hill from Bill's house to Lot E3 is about 600 feet.
Okay.
But the tender
you.
can pump
All right.
600 feet.
Do you have some comments, Greg?
Yeah, I just want to say, you make a really strong argument why you don't want to build on this property. But I don't think it qualifies as a constrained lot on advice of our staff. You're in a tough spot. You've discovered how hard or difficult it would be to build in there. Yet I think if somebody really wanted to build in there, they'd figure out how to do it. And they would mitigate the concerns that you've expressed. I guess the biggest point that I've heard certainly is giving you a TDR isn't going to solve any problem, really. The problems that you've laid out, as Patty points out, are really severe. I live in a neighborhood with a lot of fire mitigation issues, and we don't have water problems like that in my neck of the wood. But I'm just thinking, putting a TDR on this isn't going to solve any of that. And convincing the neighborhood to take care of their problems seems to be so hard. But this still doesn't solve any of that. So I'm not going to approve a TDR for this. I'm not inclined to do it in most cases, but in this case, I simply don't see a way how. And I appreciate the complexity of the problems you've found yourself in, but I don't think it's the county's it's not the county's responsibility to bail you out. And this feels like a bailout. My guess is if some ambitious developer came up there and wanted to build a house in the woods, they'd figure out how to do it. And yes, it would be expensive. Everything's expensive these days. Just that's all there is to it. Maybe your best bet is to try to sell the lot to somebody who wants to build there.
Who will come to us and tell us it's a constrained lot and they want a TDR.
Well, so Francie,
Well, that doesn't work anymore.
Can I ask then, would the board be supportive of, and I know we don't want to stress our staff anymore, that our staff is already stretched thin these days, but at least opening up a discussion with the HOA as to grant opportunities to how they can fix these issues, working with the Carbondale Fire Protection District and working with some grant opportunities. I'm sure there's opportunities out there. We got that grant, helped get the grant for the wastewater system at Lazy Glen. So we have done some projects with other neighborhoods that had issues, but they were able to step up to the plate and get the grants and then get the work done and fix their problems.
Patty, I appreciate that. That's unrelated to what we're doing here.
No, but that's part of my...
But we could possibly go that direction at a future date. The problem is the HOA is not really an existing HOA right now. And the only people that I've talked to that are associated with the HOA are Garrett and Bill. And so
they have
and
a board
that's
for their
in terms
special-
of the road, what's the name of that position?
Collects the
Road
money.
maintenance.
The General Improvement District.
And don't they have a board for that? They have an
No.
elected
No,
board.
they have one person at a time. It was Bill for a long time and now it's Garrett. And Garrett's almost impossible to get a hold of, and I believe you guys tried to contact the HOA, and that was not possible, right?
Yeah, I
But-
was told that the HOA doesn't function and it's
Well,
just
they
the road
functioned when they
maintenance
came to us for
association.
20 grand to help
Mike,
them and then help them
can I-
create a special
No,
district.
no, yes, that's true.
If I could finish
That was
the last
up
comment
because
I
of
was
the
Right,
mill
Greg.
going to make, and this is, you know, I don't want to add pain to this, pain and suffering to the issue. But
Yes, Steve. Greg is just finishing up. I'll call on you next,
I
sorry.
would just have to say, you know, somebody earlier, I think it was John, suggested that they actually put a moratorium on a neighborhood, Shield O, that was not meeting the standards necessary for safety and, you know, for the roads or drainage or whatever it was up there. I'm wondering if that's not something we should suggest for this area. I don't know what other development's possible up there, but given all the way this has been presented to us, I would say this is worthy of a moratorium on development in that neighborhood until the HOA sorts out their problems.
Fagan will be really happy that he got his in before that.
I guess so, but I'm just wondering how he got
I
approved
signed
at all.
it yesterday or something.
I know.
So I'm not going to go there now because that's not what we're here to talk about, but that's the direction I would go before I went in the direction of issuing TDRs for constrained sites, because I think, as Patty points out so well, the problems are much bigger than that.
It's just big. public
Okay,
safety
Steve.
issue.
Thank you. I would totally concur with the recommendations that we work with the HOA in whatever state it is. Trying to get state grants, trying to get some engineering for the bridge. There's a company in Colorado that makes pre-poured bridges that could have a bridge in there in probably a week. Brand new bridge that would be totally strong and relatively inexpensive, I think. But to do it, you're probably gonna need grant money to make that possible. Then, once the bridge is in place, then fire trucks could get up there. Loggers could get up there and remove some of the timber, and they could have chippers get up there and, you know, do all sorts of things in terms of wildfire mitigation. I would suggest that maybe our county engineering staff, or as part of the grant money, could look at the drainage of the Bobcat Road. Because the fact that the subdivision road is dumping all that water onto your property, if you were a rich guy, you would file suit against the HOA, and you would win. Rich people get what they want because they have the money to do it, and an ordinary person is like powerless to do that kind of a thing. But just saying that's, you know, there is an engineering solution to get that water so it doesn't even come on your property. It shouldn't come on your property. But now I'm gonna offer one other suggestion that hasn't been even mentioned. That would be that you could merge these two lots, the two lots that you own, into one lot. You're giving up a house site on the lower lot, but you would be able to build accessory structures down there because you already would then have a dwelling unit on your property. You'd have a bigger property, you would still own the same land. That would give you more, I think, more opportunities in terms of, you know, whatever you would want to do. You had your farm on that property before, or whatever that shed structure was. So that's just something to consider. I think that would be one way out if you were willing to forego the building a second house. Maybe you would be able to build a smaller house, like a, you know, an employee dwelling unit, kind of a, you know, smaller size that you could use as a rental. It wouldn't have to be as big of a house as the other houses in the neighborhood. And maybe you could fit something like that on that lot. But I think in the order of importance would be building a new bridge over Big Klein Creek, then solving the drainage issue of the water coming down the road that is not your problem, but it's getting dumped on you. And there's got to be an engineering solution to that. Even if it's expensive, let's let's figure out the best solution and figure out a way to pay for it. Then the wildfire would be the third thing, and whether you actually want to build a house or sell the land to someone else, if these things can be solved. That's the order I would go in. I'm not going to vote for giving any more TDRs out on Bobcat Lane in this subdivision. This is along with the Jan Christensen subdivision on Snowman's Creek. This is the second subdivision from hell that should never have been allowed back in the day. Serious mistakes were made, and now we're dealing with the aftermath of that. So I wish you well. I hope we can work with you and county staff and the fire district and, you know, come up with some solutions for these things.
Roger, I pretty much concur with my colleagues, but I would like to get together maybe with you and Bill and see if we can pursue some of these possibilities for the entire neighborhood to make your life more pleasant up there, and maybe make it possible for you to build a house on that lot if that's what you want to do. If you're interested, I'd be happy to meet with you guys and be somewhat of a conduit for you if you'd like.
If
Yes.
you need a little pressure on your neighbors, just let us know.
Grants would be the only way to pay for this, because the road district, with the new mill levy increase that just happened, raised $30,000. Most of that gets taken up by plowing.
Yeah.
It'll be decades before even you're gonna get an engineering plan paid for, let alone any improvements.
I think we want to do things sooner than that.
Yeah, so I would love to pursue that with you. Maybe we could get Garrett to come and represent the road improvement.
Or get
May
Garrett
I-
replaced.
But
Okay, well, I know you're all gonna approve the resolution to deny, but one last straw, or one last thing I'd throw out there. What if we provided a $5,000 to $10,000 or gallon storage tank with a fire standoff that the fire department could access? Cut and cover or underground, sterilize the lot, provide an easement for that drainage to keep going where it's going. It'd be a community benefit. We do fire mitigation on that property. It'd be a community benefit for everyone to have fire suppression water storage up there. And just create easement through there to keep that. So that they wouldn't have to, the road district wouldn't have to spend any money on doing anything.
Well, we still have wildfire mitigation and a bridge and.
yeah, I think the way I'd like to go, if it's
That's
okay
a
with
good
my
thought.
other commissioners, is I'd like to bring this to a vote and then have you guys come up with some other ideas, and we will talk to whomever we can talk to and try and figure out how to help your whole community, which I hope then would help your lot. Because I do see some engineering things that could happen. I read the reports that the staff gave us. I think there are some avenues that we could pursue in terms of just your lot, but I also think there are avenues we should be pursuing for all of Redstone Ranch Acres. So I'm going to call the vote, if I can get a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the staff's recommendation to a resolution denying the Blue Ox Log Crafters LLC constrained lot TDR.
I'll second.
All those in favor of resolution denying the TDR, please say aye.
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 Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I know
Okay.
you need it. Oh, shit,
Finally,
I
John.
didn't bring it's in my other purse.
We're going to put you to use again.
Want to take a break before we take this up? I'm just kidding.
Phew.
As long as it's, I don't know, the way this board's going, it could be 8
Breaks are on your
o'clock.
own. I was
has
thinking
his
about the
hand up.
7:30 bus now. I don't know.
Steve has his hand up.
Steve?
Ramsey, I am exhausted. I've gone way beyond where I thought I would be able to today. I'm gonna have to go to sleep.
I just need to make sure somebody lets me into the
I was
office.
wondering if we could
I didn't
continue
bring my
the next
card.
item, the final item to a later date.
Till what?
Possibly, or
Okay, let's,
not, but I can't take any more days.
okay, Steve, I hope you feel better. Can we go to Mr. Ely?
What?
There's
Now,
been a
Steve
request
wants
to
to know if
continue.
there's a possibility of
Yes.
continuing this.
If the board wants to do that, it's certainly
Oh.
possible.
Is there a sense of urgency?
Only, when we're too late.
Goodbye, guys.
So why don't we take care of this now?
Well, there's no sign in the wind that we are. And if we want to put it off till the next regular meeting,
And our next regular agenda looks relatively
Well, we pretty much
light.
know this, right? I mean, it was presented to us very thoroughly.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
so were a lot of things today, Francie.
no,
I mean-
nothing has changed. And at the time it was approved at first reading, nobody was thrilled to do it, but, there was a seriousness about preserving a couple of programs that the county has established, so.
I think we should do it. We're
I'd like-
just so busy in
I'd
the
like
next
to make a
month.
motion to approve this ordinance, adopting amendments to chapter 6, 3, and 2.
It's a public hearing. Did
Oh.
we even open the
Well, we
public
can
hearing?
open the
on
public
that?
hearing, okay, well,
Oh,
that's where I'm headed, so
Okay.
you want to open a
Can
public
I,
hearing?
can
Go
we,
ahead.
can we make a motion? Do we need to reconsider Blue Ox because we didn't have
Because
a
we didn't
public
open
hearing?
it for public hearing.
Was it a
The
public
applicant
hearing?
is now gone.
My bad.
It's a
I'm so
public
sorry.
hearing. It,
Talking about the prior application that
yeah,
Nicole
that
just
we-
presented.
yes,
just
and-
heard.
Yeah.
And the fact that we can see that there is no one online and there is no one in this room.
Joe Wells is online.
And that if anybody
Joe
was
wrote to me
here,
recently and said, don't call on me. I just
What?
watched the news.
oh, Joe Wells, right. If anybody
Bless his
wants
heart.
to give an opinion or something regarding that application, they could have raised their hand and done so. It's noticed as a public hearing. It's on the agenda as a public hearing. I don't
Good,
think.
that's the answer I was
We're
looking
okay.
for.
Well,
thank you.
okay.
Now,
I just-
could I
it's
make
like
a
watching
motion?
at grassroots at home.
I
and
usually
then
bring
calls
that up and
in.
I thought, well, it must not be. I'm just moving it along.
Yeah, well, never count on me to do the public
I
hearing
know,
thing
that's why I'm
right.
usually
so.
on it. This time I thought, well,
Sorry, I didn't catch
I mean,
it.
it's only been, 8 months.
only been
that
8
I've been doing
hours.
this.
Let's do it for the next one, though.
Yes, let's do.
Thank
Okay,
you.
so,
So should I
thank you very
continue
much,
my motion,
Nicole.
or did I spit it out
Can he
enough
make
for
a
you?
motion?
I'm gonna make a
Well,
motion.
no, we have to open it for public hearing.
Can we
Oh, thank
hear
you.
at least a little, you guys, I know we're tired.
months.
If we're not going to have, if we're not going to hold a public
guys can talk. I'm
hearing
going
in a
to the
proper
restroom.
manner, then let's continue this. Because I find this very
Okay,
frustrating.
we're gonna hear the
to-
public hearing. Okay, we're
have
gonna
no-
No,
hear
we
the
are gonna have a
presentation.
public hearing on this. We're not skipping that.
I don't think it's appropriate to skip right to a motion, not have had a public hearing, not have heard any introduction to the item or presentation on the item.
Okay, Francie
So-
just finished by saying we've all heard this, which I thought we had, but go ahead. I
We passed it on
appreciate what
first
you're
reading,
saying.
so can you give us a 5-minute synopsis?
And Kelly can
I
extend
mean,
that if
I
she
didn't
needs to.
say, will you? I said, can you?
Absolutely. I mean,
Okay.
I can do it in 30 seconds, actually. I mean, this is an ordinance to amend the land use code in 2 particular regards concerning growth management and TDRs. It is in direct response to House Bill 1255, which was approved and enacted this year. House Bill 1255 ostensibly sought to encourage the development of affordable housing, but what it in fact did do is amend the Local Government Land Use Enabling Act.
I thought it was encouraging all housing, not just
Well,
affordable
that's-
housing.
That's where it landed. But it's a little bit more fretful than that, in that it doesn't necessarily just encourage housing. It removes our ability to control
Right.
development and the pace of development.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I didn't think it was specifically for affordable housing.
No, but although the recitals in the original act, in the enacted
opposed.
bill, point towards affordable housing, it just doesn't follow up with it.
Okay.
Yeah. So the local government land use enabling act, been in place since 1974 probably, or 2, I can't remember which. Gave broad authority to local jurisdictions to control the pace of growth, to control the type of growth, to to participate fully in managing development within their communities. And most local jurisdictions took advantage of that, in that you see land use codes and zoning regulations in most local jurisdictions, municipalities and counties within city and counties within the state. So what this did was it stated that local jurisdictions no longer have the ability to establish anti-growth laws. Anti-growth laws were defined as, where is that thing? Anti-growth law means a land use law that explicitly limits either the growth of population or the number of development permits or building permit applications for residential development that are submitted to and reviewed and approved by a local governmental entity in any given calendar year or fiscal year. So that directly points at our growth management system, and by implication our TDR system, because the one is dependent upon the other, in that that's where its only relevancy lies. So the two amendments that are presented are to not balkanize us against 1255, but to merely improve our defenses should we be sued. And what they do is they roll back in time a little bit, a few years, the language that used to be in the land use code and reenacts it. That language allows for growth management applications twice a year concerning both additions or expansions of existing development or new development. So that now we're on a biannual pattern instead of an annual pattern. The other thing it does, with I think which would be more beneficial to us in a defense, is that it expands when TDRs can be used. That expansion is only that. The restriction on TDRs outside of the urban growth boundary of Aspen is that they may be used for not only expansion of existing development, but also creation of new development. And in so doing, we provide a more clear and completely available across the board path for development approvals by utilizing TDRs, and they're not dependent upon growth management, which growth management is what falls within the definition, arguably, of an anti-growth law. Did I do it?
You did it. Nice job.
And like I said before, I understand the angst. We had a rather robust conversation that was, interesting to participate in with P&Z. They felt the exact same way that this board did. They didn't like it. They could appreciate the need for it, and the desire to perpetuate these two programs into the future and not just let them be challenged and fail. And I think that's probably exactly where this board was at first reading. And so that's why I'm recommending its adoptions, because it will improve and enhance our defense if and when we need it.
Well, no one's going to sue us because they can build wherever they want now.
Yeah.
I would like to, I'm really troubled by this whole situation. I guess I have some questions. Did we refer this out to the caucuses or to any of the planners
Yes.
that we work with regularly?
Yes. The only comment back was from former Commissioner George Newman.
What did he say?
He was fully supportive.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I
Kelly,
ask another
please.
question? Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Help me play out like a scenario. So say we have a large lot parcel, 500 acres, let's say, and normally someone would have to go through years of GMQS to create multiple development rights. on that, what does that look, what would it look like under this updated scenario now for a large lot owner to try and subdivide?
The same. The quota is not changing in these text amendments, only the opportunity to apply and receive an approval.
But except now, if they wanted 20 lots, they could buy 20 TDRs and build it all in a year.
That's true, but the TDR receiving site still has to go through special review. And the P&Z recommended that procedure be enhanced to a two-step review instead of a one-step review. And the idea behind their recommendation is that there'll be a little bit more scrutiny paid to the award of a special review approval for a receiving site.
So then is our next step to update special review criteria to deal with that process?
There's nothing wrong with that, but the criteria is in place to allow reasons for denial to be found.
Under what?
Under the existing
It's
language.
under special review.
Yeah, well.
Okay. And then can you explain some language to me in the red line related to 6, and did you want to weigh in, Suzanne? Because I sort of looked at you.
I know all of that.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay. I can appreciate women of few words. I really can. Under 64040 on page 17, that's how I look at it.
64040?
64040. Multiple applications may be made concerning the same property in order to accrue the desired total square footage of allotments allowed for the property under the various sections of the land use code.
Yeah, I can't find it in my material, but I remember writing it. The purpose to that addition to the code is to deal with the expiration of an allocation award. So right now they have an expiration of what, Suzanne?
5 years?
2 years? Five years. And this provides a mechanism of knowing when that 5 years begins. The code lacks that. So as soon as the property owner ceases to apply for additional TDRs or an allocation under growth management, then the clock starts. And if the allocations that had been awarded up to that point have not been utilized, then they would disappear.
Okay. And that's no different than what we do now as far as like you can win GMKS and then put a TDR on top of that for house size or something.
Right.
Patty?
Yeah, I have a positive note. So when this whole 1255 goes away, we can revert back if we would like to?
That's a great
Yeah.
question.
You certainly can.
Wishful.
I thought I'd bring a little levity to the end of this day.
Surprise, surprise.
All right.
When the
I'm
Republicans get
satisfied.
elected.
Yeah.
Do you want to open the public hearing?
Oh, now you just took my bright spot and dimmed it. Or
That's where we're
damned
at.
it. Which way were you? Which way?
Okay, Greg, did you just want to say anything before the public hearing? This is a public hearing. Anybody who'd like to comment on the changes to the
Where's
GMQS
Joe?
and TDR regulations?
Joe
Or
doesn't
land
know
use
we're
code?
watching.
No, this means they can land TDRs in Castle Creek to create new home sites.
And Joe, we know you're on, but you're just not
You're
listening.
ghosting us, Joe.
Come on, Joe, say
know you're
something.
there.
We've been opening up public comment all day and nobody said anything.
Who are you talking to, Joe?
Joe, you're just tying up the
Oh,
internet.
he has his hand up.
he got his hand
Oh my God, his hand went up. Yay!
Hi, Joe.
He's alive.
No, he raised his hand and muted himself.
I support this.
Thank you, Joe. That was the best thing we've heard all day.
Could you elaborate?
Okay, now, if you don't have anything further to say, Joe, I think we can close public comment. And Greg, would you like to make your motion now?
I'd like to make a motion approving the ordinance adopting amendments to Chapter 632 of the Land Use Code, amending GMQS and TDR regulations to allow for multiple-year residential applications for new lots and additions under GMQS, and allowing the use of TDRs for both new lot residential development and additions to existing residential development throughout the county.
I'm gonna let Kelly second.
Heck no. No way.
I will second that motion. Thank you, Greg.
All right, we're going to call for a vote. All those in favor say aye.
I will reluctantly support it.
Mine is also reluctant, but I will say aye. It passes 4-0.
Apologies to Steve.
And anybody who has open discussion, better
better
be
not.
very judicious
Dan, you have
about
open
what it's
discussion?
about.
Look at her, no
John
way.
Peacock. I have two, hopefully quick ones, but.
You're still there.
I am just on. Oh, I'm still here. Yep, I don't have any open discussion either.
Where are you? Are you upstairs?
No,
John, will you let me in upstairs?
I
Good for
can't,
you.
my thing
With your
doesn't
dog.
open it. One of these guys could though.
Okay.
They don't go upstairs.
I'll go quickly. Suzanne, while you're here, I'm very interested if we are going to have some county conversation related to the Supreme Court ruling related to wetlands. Maybe something to come back. I don't know if we will.
I don't know. I didn't hear. I don't pay attention. The U.S. Supreme Court.
Well, yeah.
Yes, they took away like major protections for like 75% of the country's wetlands.
I thought it was 40%, but even still, it's horrendous.
Because they want to put
Anything
bodies
that's
in
not
barrels
a
and drop 'em in
navigable
there.
waterway. So I wonder if we need a local response.
Or
In
some
our
perspective on
to
what
protect
could that
Should we
mean.
ask Laura?
Well, you can do a local response, but you're not going to be very persuasive on the court. But what we can do is we can look at our own regulations and see if there's anything that we want to do there or would recommend to you to do
And pass those
that
on
would
to
be
our
acceptable and accomplish something in regards to increased protection on a local level.
And then share that with
Can
our
we-
neighbors.
Do I have board support to ask staff to look into that?
I
Oh,
would
yeah.
support that.
Okay, thank you. And then Bruce Gordon has offered to fly us up to Jackson Hole for an afternoon to tour their airport and FBO, which is something I raised with this board last week. So I just want to check in and see if there's interest in that.
I'm not disinterested. I just need to see what's going on with my issues here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a crazy busy day.
Which day
This
do you-
Thursday, this Thursday, the
It's the-
21st, he's available.
That's next Thursday.
Next
You're
Thursday.
right, not tomorrow, a week
Yeah,
from tomorrow.
I'll have to see what's happening.
It is the clean mobility, the meeting, which is all day, but Greg says he would do that.
I would go in your stead, only because I was excited when I first heard about this, and then I thought, well, if you're gonna go up and talk about FBO, I can't be there.
No,
So I'd have to
so-
recuse myself
Anyway.
and sit on the wing of the plane or something.
You'd have to go for a walk.
Well,
Go
the
for a walk. So
agenda,
it's still doable, but
the printed agenda will say that I'm giving remarks, but you'll just give them instead.
I'll get my wig, my Fabio
Yeah, Kelly,
wig.
just keep me in the loop.
Okay.
I
Can
can
we
give you a
just,
scar.
so we'll continue to talk about this maybe over email. I can't tell if John Peacock is frozen or
it's-
not. I think that it extended to staff as
He's talking,
well.
I gotta go,
There's
guys.
room for 5 people or 6 passengers total?
It's a 6-seater. It's a long flight with 6 people in that little plane.
2 hours.
So loud.
It's a 2-hour flight. You wear
So loud.
headphones.
It's a 2-hour flight.
Yeah.
I mean,
4 hours.
I'm
we have
willing
come
to
home.
go, even though the last time I flew in his plane, it didn't go so well for me.
That's sick.
You were
But
sick?
Watch what you eat.
I also drank some wine the night before, so I just have to plan.
Just next time,
I
drink
just
more
get
wine the
sort
night
of,
before. It won't bother you.
I get a little
He banks his
claustrophobia.
turns way too tight. It's not your fault.
So I'll go.
Now, staff could go too. Staff
Yeah,
could
John,
go.
do you want to go?
If enough commissioners go, the media could go.
You could
There's
talk to Jim
room
in
for
person.
6.
Well, and I'd like to make sure Jim is available to talk with
Yeah.
us.
We don't know that yet.
Oh,
We're
John, you're
muted.
on mute. I gotta go, guys, because my poor dog is.
We're almost done, aren't we?
Yeah, sorry, I'm actually meeting with Jim virtually tomorrow, Jim Elwood, who's a director. Because we wanted to collect information on what they're doing with their FBO also, and so I can certainly see if he's available. It's pretty short notice sometimes for those busy schedules, but I think it'd be good, Kelly, or board members who are going, if you're open to it, to at least having one of our staff go. I don't know if it'd be me or Rich or Dan, but probably one of us would be appropriate.
Yeah, absolutely.
To go up to.
That'd be great. So will you talk to Jim about it tomorrow?
Yeah, and I'll try and circle up with Rich and Dan, see which one of us can go.
Are you meeting with him virtually from
Unless the
here?
board-
Are you meeting him virtually from the office here?
Room on the plane.
No,
Okay. All right.
I'm starting down in Basalt tomorrow, and I don't think I leave Basalt until like 4:30 or so tomorrow,
Okay,
so I'm
all right,
gonna
all right.
find a place down there.
No biggie, I was just gonna be in the office and wanted
So
to.
Charlotte said you needed until 4 to get to Basalt, but you're in Basalt for our meeting tomorrow.
Well, unless something changed, I trust Charlotte with my calendar more than me. to be
So we
honest
trust
with you.
Charlotte with your
You
calendar
said
more
that
than
you
you
have a
also.
meeting until 3:30. You had a meeting till 3:30, and then you needed time to get to Basalt.
That's a long way from one side of Basalt to the other.
So I'm just wondering,
Yeah, I see why she thinks that. I'm gonna join that one virtually and stay in Basalt, so I can meet you at 3:30.
that would be great. Okay. And Greg, will you be there?
All right, anything else?
I'm planning on being there, yep.
So 3:30 at the Brick
Thank you.
Pony.
Did you have anything else?
All right, thank you, John.
Thank you.
This is Wednesday. I need
Thank
a motion
you.
to adjourn.
I will make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Thank you guys,
We are
thanks for bearing
adjourned.
with us, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks.